Section 17 of A History of England by Charles Oman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 10, Henry III, 1216 to 1272, Part 1. The moment that John was dead, the insurgent barons began to be conscious of the huge mistake they had made in calling over Louis of France to their aid. John's successor was his eldest son Henry, a boy of 9, against whom none could feel any personal objection. But the rebels had committed themselves to the cause of Louis and could not go back. The Civil War, therefore, continued, but the supporters of Louis were without heart or enthusiasm in his cause. The young Henry was in the hands of William the Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, one of the great barons who had refused to join Louis. Pembroke at once crowned the young king at Gloucester and made him declare his adherence to the Great Charter and solemnly republish it. This act cut away the ground from under the feet of Louis's party, as they could not any longer pretend that they were fighting merely to recover their constitutional rights. One after another, they began to drop away and go over to Henry's side. The fortune of the Civil War soon began to turn in favor of the young king. It was decided by two great battles. Lincoln Castle was being besieged by the followers of Louis, French and English. To relieve it, William the Marshal set out with a small army, and surprising the enemy in the streets of the town while they were busied in the siege, he inflicted a great defeat upon them. Most of the great English barons of Louis's party were taken prisoner in the fray. Shortly after, a second decisive engagement completely shattered Louis's hopes. He was expecting great reinforcements from France, which were to be brought to him by a fleet commanded by Eustace the Monk, a cruel pirate captain whom he had hired to serve him because of his naval skill. But Hugh de Burgh, the justiciar of King Henry, put to sea from Dover with a small squadron of ships raised from the Cinque Ports, and met the French in mid-channel off Sandwich. The English had the better. Most of the hostile vessels were captured, and Eustace the Monk was taken and hung for his former piracies. This was the first great naval battle which an English fleet ever won. Deprived of hope of succor from France, and seeing most of his English supporters captives in Pembroke's hands, Prince Louis resolved to abandon his enterprise and leave England. He proffered terms to Pembroke and de Burgh, who eagerly accepted them. So, by the Treaty of Lambeth, he undertook to depart and give up his claim to the crown, while the Earl Marshal and Justiciar, on their part, consented to grant an amnesty to all Louis's partisans and to restore them to possession of their estates. To facilitate Louis's quick retreat, he was given a sum of 10,000 marks. September 17, 1217. Thus the Civil War came to an end, but its evil effects long endured. William of Pembroke, who acted till his death in 1219 as regent of the realm, did all that he could to quiet matters down. But there was much trouble left to his successor, Hugh de Burgh, the great justiciar, who bore sway in England for all the remaining years of Henry's minority. Hubert conferred many and signal benefits on the realm. He discomfited the attempt of the Pope to govern England through his legates, under the plea that John's homage of 1213 made the kingdom the property of the Holy See. He put down the turbulence of many of John's old courtiers and mercenaries, who, presuming on their fidelity in the Civil War, refused obedience to the law of the land. The leaders of these persons were Peter de Roche, an intriguing Poitevin whom John had made Bishop of Winchester, and Fawques de Bréauté, who had been the chief captain of the late king's Gascon soldiers. Peter was compelled to go on crusade, and Fawques was crushed by force of arms when he presumed to refuse to give up the king's castle of Bedford, and had the impudence to seize and imprison a justice of assize who had given a legal decision against him. Fawques himself escaped overseas, but de Burgh took Bedford Castle and hung William de Bréauté, the rebel's brother, because he had dared to hold out against the king's name. 1224. Hubert's wise and salutary rule endured till the king came of age, 1227, and for some years after he was still retained as justiciar. But Henry, on coming to maturity, soon showed himself jealous of the great man who had protected his helpless boyhood. The new king was a strange mixture of good and evil. He was a handsome, courteous youth, blameless in his private life, and kind and liberal to his friends. He proved a good father and husband, and a great friend to the church. He loved the fine arts, and built many stately edifices, of which the famous Abbey of Westminster is the best known. But he had many serious faults. He was an incorrigible spendthrift. He was quite incapable of keeping any promise for more than a few days. He was of a busy, volatile disposition, always vaulting from project to project, and never carrying to its end any one single plan. Being full of self-confidence, he much disliked anyone who gave him unpalatable counsel, or strove to keep him from any of his wild ephemeral schemes. This was the secret of his ingratitude to Hubert de Burgh, who never shrank from opposing his young master when the occasion demanded it. Moreover, Henry had the great fault of loving foreigners overmuch. He surrounded himself with a horde of his relatives from the continent. His wife, Eleanor of Provence, brought a host of brothers and uncles from Savoy and southern France, and his mother sent over to England her children by her second marriage with her old lover, the Count of La Marche. On these kinsmen Henry lavished not only great gifts of money, but earldoms, baronies, and bishoprics, to the great vexation of the English. His strangest act was to confer the Archbishopric of Canterbury on his wife's uncle, Boniface of Savoy, a flighty young man of most unclerical habits. Henry was not cruel or malicious like his father, and personally he was not disliked by his subjects, a fact which explains the patience with which they bore his vagaries for many years. But his actions were nearly always unwise, and his undertakings were invariably unsuccessful, so that his long-suffering vassals were at last constrained to take the reins of government out of his hands. For 30 years, however, Henry worked his will on England, 1228 to 58, before drawing down the storm on his head. For the first 5 of them, he was still somewhat restrained by the influence of Hubert de Burgh. But in 1232, the old justiciar was not only dismissed, but thrown into prison, because Henry was wroth with him for frustrating an unwise and unnecessary war with France. But the king's ingratitude provoked such angry opposition that Hubert was ultimately released and suffered to dwell in peace on his own lands. After dismissing Hubert, Henry threw himself into the hands of Peter de Roche, the Bishop of Winchester, one of John's old courtiers. Peter knew or cared nothing about English laws and customs, and led the king into so many illegal and unconstitutional acts that the whole nation called for his banishment. At last, the great council, led by Edmund of Abingdon, the saintly Archbishop of Canterbury, frightened the king into dismissing him. 1234. But England did not profit very much by Peter's fall. Henry resolved to become his own prime minister. He did not appoint anyone to the office of justiciar, and a little later he abolished that of chancellor also. He thought that he would act as his own chief justice and private secretary, but as he was no less volatile than busy, he only succeeded in getting all public business into hopeless arrears. Henry's personal government endured for the weary time of 24 years. The events of the period were very insignificant and only call for very brief mention. The sole foreign war was a brief struggle with Louis IX of France. One of Henry's many ephemeral schemes was the idea of winning back the continental dominions that his father had lost. So, in 1241, he picked a quarrel with the good King Louis and invaded Poitou. He was disgracefully beaten at the Battle of Taillebourg, 1242, and was forced to make peace. The mild and pious King of France contented himself with leaving things as they had been before the war, though if he had chosen, he might have forced Henry to surrender Bordeaux and Guyenne, the last possessions of the English crown beyond the seas. Far worse for England than Henry's abortive invasion of France were his dealings with the papacy. Henry was a devoted servant of the Church, and whenever the popes tried to lay any burden on England, Henry did his best to make the nation submit. Rome was at this time deep in a struggle with the brave and brilliant Emperor Frederick II, and the popes were always wanting money to keep up the war against him. In 1238, Gregory IX sent over to England his legate, Cardinal Otho, who pretended to come to reform the clergy, but really did little more than extort great sums of money from them, on all possible excuses. When he left the realm, it was said that he took more English church treasure with him than he left behind, and he had thrust 300 Italian priests into English benefices by the aid of the king's patronage. A few years later, Henry allowed himself to be made the Pope's tool in an even more disgraceful way. Alexander IV was trying to wrest the kingdom of Sicily from the heirs of the Emperor Frederick II, and as he could not succeed by his own strength, he determined to make the docile King of England do the work for him. So he offered to make Henry's younger son, Edmund, a boy of 10, King of Sicily, if Henry would undertake the expense of conquering that country. The scheme was just one of the wild, adventurous plans that took the flighty monarch's fancy. So he eagerly accepted the Sicilian crown for his son and promised the Pope that he would find the money to raise a great army. But as he had never any gold in his own treasury, since he spent it all on his buildings and his wife's relatives, he had to raise the great sums required for the invasion of Sicily out of the nation. In 1257, therefore, he summoned the Great Council and told them that he must at once have liberal grants from them, because he had pledged England's credit to the Pope and had made the realm responsible to Alexander IV for 140,000 marks. The baronage were full of rage and disgust, for the conquest of Sicily was no concern of England's, but a matter of private spite on the part of the papacy. And moreover, the king had not the least right to pledge the revenues of England to Alexander without having consulted the Great Council. Instead, therefore, of a grant of 140,000 marks, Henry received the outpourings of 30 years of suppressed indignation and discontent. He was told that he could no longer be allowed to rule the realm without the aid and counsel of his barons, that his interference in distant wars was foolish, that his foreign relations were a flight of locusts eating up the land, that his ministers and favorites were unjust, greedy, and extortionate. The king was seriously frightened and consented to call another great council together at Oxford to provide for the better governance of the realm and not merely for the payment of his own debts. The sudden outburst of wrath on the part of the baronage in 1258 is explained not only by the fact that all men had lost patience with King Henry, for that had been the case for many years, but much more by the fact that the baronage had at last found a champion and mouthpiece in Simon de Montfort, the great Earl of Leicester. Simon was not one who might have been expected to prove a wise and patriotic statesman and a good Englishman, for he had originally come into notice as one of the king's foreign favorites. His grandmother had been the heiress of the earldom of Leicester, but she had married a Frenchman, the Count of Montfort. Their child was Simon the Elder, a great crusading chief and a cruel persecutor of heretics. He was a bitter enemy of King John, and had never been permitted to get hold of the Leicester estates. In 1232, his son, Simon the Younger, came across to England to beg King Henry to make over to him the confiscated lands of his grandmother's earldom. Henry could never resist a petitioner, especially when he was a foreigner. He not only took Simon into favor and granted him the earldom of Leicester, but he married him to his sister, the Princess Eleanor, and for a time made him his confidant. But the king's sudden friendship did not endure, and ere very long he tired of Simon and sent him over to govern Guienne, which was always in a state of chronic insurrection. Simon put down rebellion with a strong hand and made himself unpopular with the Gascons, who sent many complaints of him to the king. But the fatal cause of estrangement between him and the earl was a money matter. Simon had expended large sums in the king's service, using his own money and borrowing more. When he sent in his accounts to Henry, the latter could not or would not pay, and very meanly allowed the loss to fall on Simon. 1250. Simon then settled down into opposition to the king, though he was ready enough to serve the realm in all times of danger. He had now been living for many years in England, and his neighbors found him a just and sincere man, and one who had done his best to accustom himself to English ways of life and thought. He was especially beloved by the clergy, who admired his fervent piety and pure life. So it came to pass that the man who had once been known only as the king's favorite was called Earl Simon the Righteous, and looked upon as the most patriotic and trustworthy of the nobles of the realm. Great men had been singularly wanting among the ranks of the English baronage since William of Pembroke died and Hubert de Burgh was disgraced. It was not until Simon came to the front as the king's opponent that the nation's discontent with Henry was adequately expressed. End of section 17, chapter 10, part 1. Section 18 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 10. Henry III, 1216 to 1272, Part 2. The Great Council, or Parliament as we may now call it, since the word was just coming into use, met at Oxford in June 1258 to take counsel for the better administration of England. Some called it the Mad Parliament because of the anger of the barons and their desire to make hasty and sweeping changes. Henry, when he met it, found that he had no supporters save his foreign kinsmen and a few personal dependents, so that he was forced to submit to all the conditions which the barons imposed upon him. So were ratified the provisions of Oxford, which provided for the government of England not by the king, but by a group of committees. Henry was to do nothing without the consent of a privy council of 15 members, which was now imposed upon him. Another committee of 24 was to investigate and right all the grievances of the realm, and a third, also of 24, was to take charge of the financial side of the government, pay off the king's debts, and administer his revenues. Henry was forced to make a solemn oath to abide by the rules stated in the Magna Carta, which he had often before promised to keep, but had always evaded or disregarded after a time. By the provisions of Oxford, the governance of the realm was taken altogether out of the hands of the king and handed over to those of the 3 committees. But the new scheme was far too cumbersome, for neither of the 3 bodies had any authority over the others, and it was difficult to keep them together. There were many who were jealous of Simon de Montfort, who sat in each of the 3, and was the ruling spirit of the whole government. It was said that he took too much upon himself, and that the nation had not muzzled the king, merely in order to hand itself over to be governed by the Earl. In spite of these murmurings, and in spite of the king's attempts to shake off the control which had been imposed upon him, the provisions of Oxford were observed for 4 years. But Henry was preparing to tear himself free as soon as possible. He sent privately to Rome and got absolved from his oath by the Pope. He courted those who were jealous of Earl Simon, and he encouraged many of his foreign relatives and dependents to creep back to England. In 1261 he felt strong enough to break loose, seized the Tower of London, and raised an army. But he found himself too weak, dared not come to blows with the adherents of the provisions of Oxford, and again consented to place himself in the hands of the guarantors. But as disputes about his conduct continued to arise, he offered to submit his rights and those of the barons to the arbitration of his neighbor, St. Louis of France, whose probity was recognized by all the world. Simon and his friends consented, an unwise act, for they might have remembered that the French king was not well acquainted with the constitution or the needs of England. By a decision called the Mise of Amiens, from the city at which it was proclaimed, St. Louis announced that Henry ought to abide by the customs stated in Magna Carta, but that he need not keep the provisions of Oxford, which were dishonorable to his crown and kingly dignity. 1263. The Mise of Amiens precipitated the outbreak of civil war, for Simon and his party refused to accept the decision which had been given against them, though they had promised to abide by it. This flinching from their word alienated from them many who would otherwise have taken the side of reform, and it was felt that a grave responsibility lay on Simon for striking the first blow. Hence it came to pass that the king was supported by a larger party than might have been expected. His own brother and son, Richard of Cornwall, and Prince Edward, who had hitherto usually leaned to the party of reform and striven to guide him towards moderation, now supported him with all their power. The Earls of Norfolk and Hereford and many other great barons also took arms in his favour. Earl Simon, on the other hand, was helped by the Earls of Gloucester and Derby, and enthusiastically supported by the citizens of London, who had been maddened by the king's arbitrary taxes. When, after much preliminary fighting, the armies of Henry and Simon faced each other in Sussex for a decisive battle, it was found that the king had much the larger army. He drew up his host outside the walls of Lewes, while Simon, who had marched from London, lay on the downs beyond it. When the shock came, the fiery Prince Edward, who led the right wing of the Royalists, fell furiously upon Simon's left wing, which was mainly composed of the levies of London, and drove them far off the field. But carried away by his pursuit, he never thought of returning to help his father, and meanwhile Earl Simon had beaten the king's division and rolled the Royalist army back against the town wall of Lewes, where those of them who could not enter the gate at once were taken prisoners. Among the captives were the king himself, his brother Richard of Cornwall, and most of the chiefs of the Royalist party. Prince Edward, rather than continue the civil war, gave himself up to the insurgents on the following day to share his father's fate. May 1264. The immediate result of the battle was the issue of a document called the Mise of Lewes, by which King Henry promised to keep the charter, to dismiss all his foreign relatives and dependents, and to place himself under the control of a privy council, whom Parliament should choose to act as his ministers and guardians. A Parliament was hastily summoned and delegated 3 electors to nominate this privy council, namely Earl Simon, the Earl of Gloucester, and the Bishop of Chichester. The electors, naturally but unwisely, appointed none but their own trusted supporters. Thus England came under the rule of a party, and a party whose violent action had been disliked by a great portion of the nation. The king was but a puppet in their hands. He was practically their prisoner. For 3 of the council always attended his steps and kept him in sight. Now Henry, irritating and faithless as his conduct had always been, was not personally disliked, and the sight of their monarch led about like a captive, forced to obey every behest of his captors, was displeasing to many who had formerly felt no sympathy for him. It was felt, too, that his son Edward was being very hardly treated by being kept in honourable captivity and deprived of all share in the government. For the prince had taken the side of reform till the outbreak of the Civil War, had only joined his father when Simon took arms, and had behaved with great patriotism and self-denial in refusing to continue the struggle after Lewis. For 2 years, Earl Simon governed England, and the king was kept under close guard. This period was not one of peace or prosperity. The land was still troubled by the echoes of the Civil War, and in his anxiety to maintain his dominant position, the Earl incurred many accusations of harshness and rapacity. He was especially blamed for depriving Prince Edward of his earldom of Chester, for favouring Llewellyn, Prince of North Wales, in his quarrel with Roger Mortimer, a great lord of the Welsh Marches, who had been on the king's side at Lewes, but most of all for giving too much trust and power to his own sons. The young Montforts were rash and arrogant men, who harmed the people's cause more by their turbulence than they aided it by their courage and fidelity. In short, they were as Samuel's sons of old, and wrought their father no small damage and discredit. The chief event for which Earl Simon's tenure of power is remembered is his summons of the celebrated Parliament of 1265. This incident is noteworthy not so much for anything that the Parliament did, as for the new system on which it was constructed. Hitherto, the Great Council had usually been composed only of the barons and bishops, though on 2 or 3 occasions in the 13th century, the smaller vassals of the crown had been represented by the summons of 2 knights from each shire, chosen in the county court by all the freeholders of the district. But de Montfort not only called these knights of the shire to his Parliament of 1265, but also summoned 2 citizens or 2 burgesses from each of the chief cities and boroughs of the realm. Thus, he was the first to give the towns representation, and to put together the 3 elements, lords, borough members, and county members, which form the Parliament of today. It must be confessed that Simon's immediate object was probably to strengthen his own side in the assembly, rather than to initiate a scheme for the reform of the Great Council in a democratic direction. Many barons were against him, and them he did not summon at all. Many more were jealous or distrustful of him, and it was mainly in order to swamp their opposition that he called up the great body of knights of the shire and members for the towns. For London and the rest of the chartered cities were strongly in favour of his cause. This Parliament confirmed all Simon's acts, outlawed those of the king's party who had fled overseas and refused to accept the terms of the Mise of Lewis, imposed a 3 years' exile in Ireland on some of those who made only a tardy submission, and put all the royal castles into the hands of trusty partisans of the Earl. It made few regulations for the better governance of the realm, but left everything in Simon's hands and at his discretion. It was impossible that the regency of the great Earl should last for long. There were too many men in England who felt it was unseemly that the king and his son should live in close restraint, while one who, in spite of all his merits, was still a foreigner and an adventurer, ruled the realm. The beginning of Simon's troubles came from a quarrel with his own chief supporter. The young Earl of Gloucester, Gilbert de Clare, thought that he was not admitted to a sufficient share in the government of the kingdom, and soon fell into a bitter feud with Simon's sons. His anger led him into conspiring against the great earl. By his counsel, Prince Edward escaped from his keepers by an easy stratagem and a swift horse. Once free, the prince called his party to arms and was joined by Gloucester, Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches. On hearing of this rising in the west, Montfort hurried to the Welsh border with a small army, taking the king in his train. He bade Simon, the second of his sons, to collect a larger army and follow him. But Edward and Gloucester seized the line of the Severn and threw themselves between father and son. The earl retraced his steps, slipped back across the Severn, and reached Evesham, while his son had marched as far as Kenilworth, so that a few miles only separated them. But Edward lay between and was eager for the fight. By a sudden and unexpected attack, the prince surprised and scattered young Montfort's armies under the walls of Kenilworth. He then hurried off to attack Simon. The earl lay in Evesham town, which is girt round by a deep loop of the river Avon. Edward and Gloucester seized the narrow neck of this loop, while another royalist force under Mortimer crossed the river and watched the only bridge which leads southward out of the town. Simon awoke to find himself surrounded. "God have mercy on our souls," he cried, "for our bodies are our enemies." Gathering his little army in a compact mass, he dashed at the prince's superior force and tried to cut his way through. But the odds were against him, and after a short, sharp fight, he was slain with his eldest son Henry, Hugh Despencer, the Justiciar of England, and many of the best knights of the baronial party. King Henry almost shared their fate. He had been compelled to put on his armor and ride in the earl's host, and was wounded and almost slain before he was recognized by his son's victorious soldiery. Thus died Earl Simon the Righteous, a man much loved by those who knew him well, courteous and kindly, pious and honest, wise and liberal. But it cannot be denied that he was touched by an overweening ambition, and that when England fell beneath his hand, he ruled her more as a king than a regent, and forgot that he was but the deputy and representative of the nation. His rise and success freed England from the thriftless rule of Henry, and set a boundary to the use of the royal prerogative. His short tenure of power gave the realm the valuable gift of the full and representative Parliament. His fall was sad, but not disastrous to the English, for his work was done, and he was fast drifting into the position of the autocratic leader of a party, and ceasing to be the true exponent of the will of the whole nation. The best testimony to the benefits that Simon had conferred on England was the fact that Henry III never fell back into his old ways. He was now an elderly man, and in his captivity had lost much of his self-confidence and restless activity. He had been freed not by his own power, but by his son and the Earl of Gloucester, both of whom had been friends of reform, though enemies of Simon. Edward had now won an ascendancy over his father which he never let slip, and his voice had for the future a preponderant share in the royal council. It is to his influence that we may ascribe the wise moderation with which the relics of Simon's party were treated. Evesham fight did not end the war, for the 3 surviving sons of Simon, with the Earl of Derby and some other resolute friends, still held out. It took 2 years more to crush out the last sparks of civil strife, for the vanquished party fortified themselves in the castle of Kenilworth and the marshy isles of Ely and Axholme. But Edward gradually beat down all opposition, and the end of the war is marked by the Dictum of Kenilworth, October 1266, in which the king solemnly confirms the Great Charter and pardons all his opponents on condition of their paying him a fine. Only the Earls of Leicester and Derby were disinherited. The younger Montforts went into exile in Italy, where a little later they revenged themselves on the king by cruelly murdering his nephew, Henry of Cornwall, as he was praying in Viterbo Cathedral. There is little to tell about the last 5 years of the reign of Henry III. The land gradually settled down into tranquility, and we hear little more of the misgovernment which had rendered his early years so unbearable. Prince Edward went on a crusade when he saw that the realm was pacified. He greatly distinguished himself in the Holy Land and took Nazareth from the infidels. He was still beating back the Saracen when he was called home by the news of his father's decease. After a stormy life, the old king had a peaceful ending, dying quietly in his bed on the 16th of November, 1272. End of section 18. End of chapter 10. Section 19 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 11. Edward I, 1272 to 1307. Part 1. The confidence and admiration which the English nation felt for Prince Edward were well shown by the fact that he was proclaimed king on the day of his father's death without any form of election by the Parliament. This was the first time that the English crown was transferred by strict hereditary succession, and that the old traditions of the solemn choice by the Great Council were neglected. Edward was still absent in Palestine, but the government was carried on in his name without trouble or friction till he landed in England on August 2, 1274. It was 19 months since his father had died, yet nothing had gone amiss in the interval. So great was the belief of the English in the wisdom and justice of the coming king. Edward was probably the best and greatest ruler, save Alfred, that England has ever known. He was a most extraordinary contrast to his shifty father and his cruel, treacherous grandsire. His private life was a model to all men. Nothing could have shown a better conception of the respective claims of patriotism and of filial duty than his conduct during the Civil War. His court was grave and virtuous, and his faithful wife, Eleanor of Castile, was the object of his chivalrous devotion. Edward was religious without superstition, liberal without unthriftiness, resolute without obstinacy. But the most striking feature of his character was his love of good faith and justice. His favorite device was pactum serva, keep your promise, and in all his doings he strove to carry it out. It was this that made him such an admirable king for a country where constitutional liberty was just beginning to develop itself. If he promised his Parliament to abandon any custom or introduce any reform, he might be trusted honestly to do his best to adhere to his engagement. It must not be supposed that he never fell out with his subjects. His conception of the rights and duties of a king were so high that it was impossible for him to avoid collisions with Parliament. But when such collisions occurred, though he fought them out with firmness, yet, if beaten, he accepted his defeat without rancor. His justice was perhaps too severe. He could pardon on occasion, but he had a stern way of dealing with those he regarded as traitors or oath-breakers. The chief blots on his reign are instances of merciless severity to conquered rebels. Edward has been accused of sometimes adhering too closely to the letter of the law when it told in his own favor. But there seems little reason to doubt that he was honestly following his own lights. Compared with any contemporary sovereign, he was a very mirror of justice and equity. In addition to showing great merits as an administrator, Edward was notable both as a good soldier and a wise general. His tall and robust frame and dauntless courage made him one of the best knights of his day. Yet he was no mere fighting man, but a skilled tactician. He had long forgotten the reckless impulsiveness that lost the day at Lewes, and had become one of the best captains of his age. He deserves a prominent place in the history of the art of war for being the first who discovered the military value of the English longbowmen and turned them to good account in his battles. Hitherto, English generals, like Continental, had been trusting entirely to the charge of their mailed cavalry. Edward, as we shall see at Falkirk, had learned that the bowman was no less effective than the knight in the deciding of battles. The years of Edward's long and eventful reign are full of interest and importance, both within and without the bounds of England. The history of his legislation and of the development of the power of Parliament under him deserve close observation, no less than his successful dealings with Wales and his almost successful scheme for the conquest of Scotland. Nor can his relations with France be left without remark. His legislation, most of which falls into the earlier years of his reign, requires the first notice. Throughout the whole of it, we trace a consistent purpose of strengthening the crown by restricting the rights both of the church and the baronage. His first collision with the church dates from 1279, when Archbishop Peckham made an attempt to reassert some of Becket's old doctrines as to the complete independence and wide scope of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. When Peckham summoned a national council of clergy at Reading in 1279 and issued certain canons in support of the independence of the church courts, Edward replied not merely by compelling him to withdraw the objectionable document, but by passing the celebrated Statute of Mortmain, or De Religiosis, as it is sometimes called. This was a measure destined to prevent the further accumulation of estates in the dead hand, in mortua manu, of the Church. It was estimated that a fourth of the surface of England was already in the possession of the clerical body, and this land no longer paid its fair proportion of the taxes of the realm. For a large portion of the king's revenue came from reliefs, or death duties and escheats, or resumption of lands to which there was no heir. And as a monastery or bishopric never died, the king got neither reliefs nor escheats from them. The statute prevented any man from alienating his land to the monasteries, and specially forbade the fraudulent practice of making ostensible gifts to the Church and receiving them back. For landholders had sometimes pretended to make over their estates to a monastery in order to escape the taxation due on feudal fiefs, while really, by a corrupt agreement with the monks, they kept the property in their own power, and so enjoyed it tax-free. For the future, land rarely fell into the dead hand, since it could not be given away without the king's consent. Very few new monasteries were built or endowed after the passing of this statute. But the Crown not unfrequently relaxed the rule in favor of the colleges in the universities, which were just now beginning to spring up. Edward's dealings with the baronage are even more important in the history of the English Constitution than his contest with the clerical body. He showed a consistent purpose of defending the rights of the crown against the great feudal lords, and of bringing all holders of land into close dependence on himself. His first attempt of the kind was the issue of the writ Quo Warranto in 1278. This writ was a royal mandate ordering an inquiry by what warrant many of the old royal estates had come into private hands, for the king thought that much state property had passed illegally out of the possession of the crown by the thriftlessness of his father and the disorder of the civil wars of 1262 to 65. This project for an inquiry into the old rights and documents both vexed and frightened the baronage. They murmured loudly. The tale is well known of how John de Warenne, Earl of Surrey, when asked to produce the evidence of his right to certain lands, dashed down an old rusty sword before the commissioners, crying, "This is my title deed. My ancestors came over with King William and won their lands by the sword, and with this same sword I will maintain them against anyone who tries to take them from me." The whole baronage showed such a hostile feeling against Edward's proposal that he finally contented himself with making a complete list of all the still remaining crown lands, but did not raise the question of the resumption of long alienated estates. Another device of the king's for binding the landholders of the realm more closely to himself was his scheme for making knights of all persons who held estates worth more than £20 a year. His object was not so much to gain the fees due from those who received knighthood, as to bring all the middle class of landholders who held under the great feudal lords into closer relation with himself through the homage and oath which they made to him after receiving the honor. 1278. In subsequent legislation, Edward took care to conciliate the baronage by strengthening not only his rights over them, but their rights over their vassals. The most important of these was escheat, the right of resuming possession of land when its holder died without an heir. This right was always liable to be defeated by the tenant selling his land, and its value was yet more diminished if he could dispose of part of the land in such a way that the buyer became his own subtenant. A clause in Magna Carta had restricted this process, but the barons wished to limit even more their tenants' power of parting with land. On the other hand, as society became more industrial and less warlike, it became more desirable that land should pass freely from man to man. These conflicting interests resulted in two enactments, which are landmarks in English history. The first, the Second Statute of Westminster, contains the famous clauses De donis conditionalibus. It forbade the alienation of land granted to a person and his actual lineal descendants, or, to use a modern phrase, it made possible the creation of perpetual entails. The barons soon saw that it enabled them to settle their lands on their own families, and it was regularly employed for this purpose for about 200 years, till at last a legal fiction was invented, which greatly cut down the power of tying up land. On the other hand, the statute Quia Emptores, 1290, far from restricting the power of alienation, expressly allowed it in all cases not coming within the statute De donis. But at the same time it enacted that the purchaser, whether of the whole or part of an estate, should become a tenant, not of the seller, but of the seller's lord. In other words, it put an end to sub-infeudation. This led, in the end, to the enormous multiplication of the lesser vassals of the crown, and tended to the ultimate extinction of all subtenancies, so that the king was the gainer in the long run, since whenever a great estate was broken up, he became the immediate lord of all those among whom it was dispersed. Besides the great statutes we have already named, several other items of King Edward's legislation demand a word of notice. The Statute of Winchester, 1285, reorganized the national militia, the descendant of the old fyrd, ordaining what arms each man, according to his rank and wealth, should furnish for himself. It also provided for the establishment of a watch, or local police, for the suppression of robbers and outlaws. But all the king's doings were not so wise. To his discredit must be named his intolerant edict for the expulsion of the Jews from England in 1290. Edward seems to have picked up in his crusading days a blind horror of infidels of all sorts. He disliked the Jews somewhat for being inveterate clippers and debasers of the coinage, more for being usurers at extortionate rates, in days when usury was held to be a deadly sin, but most of all for the mere reason that they were not Christians. To his own great loss, for the taxes of the Jews were a considerable item in his revenues, he banished them all from the land, giving them 3 months to sell their houses and realize their debts. It was 360 years before they were again allowed to return to the realm. The same years that are notable for the passing of the statutes of Mortmain and Quia Emptores, and for the expulsion of the Jews, were those in which the English Parliament was gradually growing into its permanent shape. We have already told how Simon de Montfort summoned in 1265 the first assembly which corresponds to our modern idea of a parliament, by containing representatives from shires and boroughs, as well as a muster of the great barons and bishops who were tenants in chief of the crown. As it chanced, Edward did not call a great council in exactly the same form until 1295. But in the intervening years he generally summoned knights of the shire to attend the deliberation of his lords and consent to the granting of money. On 2 occasions, in 1283, the cities and boroughs were also bidden to send their representatives, but these were not full parliaments, for at the first, held at Northampton, no barons were present, while at the second, which sat at Acton Burnell, the clergy had not been summoned. It was not until 1295 that Edward, then in the thick of his Scotch and French wars, summoned barons, clergy, knights of the shire, and citizens, all to meet him, because that which touches all should be approved by all. But the complete form of Parliament was found to work so well that it was always summoned in that shape for the future. End of section 19. Section 20 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Marie. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 11. Edward I, 1272 to 1307. Part 2. We may now turn to Edward's political doings. The affairs of Wales require first notice. We have already mentioned in earlier chapters how the southern districts of that country had long ago passed, partly by conquest, partly by intermarriage with the families of native chiefs, into the hands of various Anglo-Norman barons. These nobles of the Welsh marchland, or Lords Marchers as they were called, had as their main duty the task of overawing and restraining the princes of North Wales, where Celtic anarchy still reigned supreme. Anglesey, the mountain lands of Snowdon, Merioneth, and the valley of the Dee were the last home of the native Welsh. In this land of Gwynedd, native princes still ruled and proved most unruly vassals to the English crown. Whenever England was vexed by civil war, the Welsh descended from their hills, attacked the Lord's marchers, and pushed their incursions into Cheshire and Shropshire. Sometimes they pushed even further afield. In 1257 they ravaged as far as Cardiff and Hereford. If it had not been that the princes of North Wales were even more given to murderous family feuds than to raids on the English border, they would have been an intolerable pest, but their interminable petty strife with each other generally kept them quiet. In 1272, the ruler of North Wales was Llewellyn ap Griffith, a bold and stirring prince who had put down all his rebellious brothers and cousins and united the whole of Gwynedd under his sword. Following the example of his ancestors, Llewellyn had plunged with alacrity into the English civil wars of the time of Henry III. He had allied himself with Simon of Montfort, and under cover of this alliance had made cruel ravages on the lands of the Lord Marchers in South Wales. He held out long after Simon fell at Evesham, and only made peace in 1267, when he was admitted to very favourable terms and confirmed in the full possession of his principality. When Edward ascended his father's throne, he bade Llewellyn come to his court and do him homage, such as the ancient princes of Wales had been accustomed to offer. But he was met with repeated refusals. 6 times he summoned the Welshman to appear, and 6 times he was denied, for Llewellyn said that he would not leave his hills unless he was given as hostages the king's brother, Edmund of Lancaster, and the justiciar, Ralph of Hengham. He feared for his life, he said, and would not trust himself in his suzerain's hands. Edward was not accustomed to have his word doubted, and being conscious of his own honest intentions, was bitterly angered at his vassal's distrust and contumacious answers. But the king's wrath reached its highest pitch in 1275, when he found that Llewellyn had put himself in communication with France, and sent to the French court for Eleanor de Montfort, Earl Simon's daughter, to take her to wife. The ship that carried the bride was captured off the Scilly Islands by a Bristol privateer, and she, with her brother, Amaury de Montfort, fell into Edward's hands. After Llewellyn had made one further refusal to do homage, Edward raised a great army and invaded Wales. The prince and his wild tribesmen took refuge in the fastnesses of Snowdon, but Edward blockaded all the outlets from the hills, and in a few months the Welsh were starved into submission. Llewellyn was forced to surrender himself into his suzerain's hands, but received better terms than might have been expected. He was made to do homage and to give up the land between Conway and the Dee, the modern shire of Denbigh, but was allowed to retain the rest of his dominions, and received his bride from Edward's hands. He was also reconciled to his brothers, whom he had long before driven away from Wales, and David, the eldest of these exiles, was given a great barony cut out of the ceded lands on the Dee, 1277. Though he had felt the weight of Edward's hand, the Prince of Wales was unwise enough to provoke his suzerain the second time. Finding that there was much discontent in the ceded districts of Wales because the king was systematically substituting English laws and customs for the old Celtic usages, Llewellyn resolved to make a sudden attempt to free them and to throw off his allegiance. His brother David joined in the plot, though he had always been protected by Edward and owed all that he possessed to English aid. On Palm Sunday, 1282, the two brothers secretly took arms without any declaration of war. David surprised Hardwarden Castle, captured the Chief Justice of Wales, and slew the garrison, while Llewellyn swept the whole coastland as far as the gates of Chester with fire and sword. This treacherous and unprovoked rebellion deeply angered the king. He swore that he would make an end of the troublesome principality, and raised an army and a fleet greater than any that had ever been sent against the Welsh. After some slight engagements, the English once more drove Llewellyn and his host into the crags of Snowdon. Convinced of his folly, the prince sent to ask for peace, but Edward would not again grant the easy terms that he had given in 1277. Llewellyn should become an English earl, he said, and be granted lands worth £1,000 a year. But the independent principality of North Wales had been tried and found wanting. It should be abolished and annexed to England. Llewellyn, though in the sorest straits, refused these terms. By a dangerous night march, he slipped through the English lines with a few chosen followers and hastened into Mid Wales to stir up rebellion in Brecknock. But near Builth, he fell in with a small party of English and was slain in the skirmish which followed by an esquire named Adam of Frankton, who knew not with whom he was fighting. David, his brother, now proclaimed himself Prince of Wales, and held out in Snowdon for some months longer. But he was ultimately betrayed to the king by his own starving followers. He was taken over the border to be tried before the English Parliament, which met at Acton Burnell, just outside the walls of Shrewsbury. There was far more dislike felt for him than for his brother. Llewellyn had always been an open enemy, but David had long served at the English court and had been granted his barony by Edward's special favour. Hence it came that Parliament passed the death sentence for treason on the last Prince of Wales, and he was executed at Shrewsbury with all the horrid details of hanging, drawing, and quartering, which were the traitor's lot in those days. The harshness of his punishment almost makes us forget the provocation he had given the king. Mercy for traitors was not characteristic of Edward's temper. 1283. Edward stayed for nearly 2 years in Wales after the fighting had ended. He devoted himself to reorganizing the principality on the English model. Llewellyn's dominions were cut up into the new counties of Anglesey, Merioneth, and Carnarvon. Strong castles were built at Conway, Beaumaris, Carnarvon, and Harlech to hold them down, and colonies of English were tempted with liberal grants and charters to settle in the towns, which grew up at points suitable for centres of commerce. For the future governance of the land, Edward drew up the Statute of Wales, issued at Rhuddlan in 1284. He allowed a certain amount of the old Celtic customary law to survive, but introduced English legal usages to a much larger extent. The Welsh murmured bitterly against the new customs, but found them in the end a great improvement. Edward endeavored to solace their discontent by placing many of the administrative posts in Welsh hands, and their national pride by reviving the ancient name of the principality. For in 1301 he gave his heir Edward, who had been born at Carnarvon, the title of Prince of Wales, solemnly invested him with the rule of the principality at a great meeting of all the Welsh chiefs, and set him to govern the land. Later kings of England have followed the custom, and the title of Prince of Wales has become stereotyped as that of the heir to the English crown. It must not be supposed that Wales settled down easily and without friction beneath Edward's scepter. There were 3 or 4 risings against his authority, headed by chiefs who thought that they had some claim to inherit the old principality. One of these insurrections was a really formidable affair. In 1294, Madog, the son of Llewellyn, raised half of North Wales to follow him, beat the Earl of Lincoln in open battle, and ravaged the English border. The king himself, though sorely vexed at the moment by wars in Gascony and Scotland, marched against him at midwinter, but had to retire, foiled by the snows and torrents of the Welsh mountains. But next spring Madog was pursued and captured, and sent to spend the rest of his life as a captive in the Tower of London, 1295. For a few years after the annexation of Wales, the annals of England are comparatively uneventful. Some of Edward's legislation, with which we have already dealt, falls into this period, but the king's attention was mainly taken up with foreign politics, into which he was drawn by his position as Duke of Aquitaine. He spent some time in Guienne, succeeded by careful diplomacy in keeping out of the wars between France and Aragon, which were raging near him, and introduced a measure of good government among his Gascon subjects. But more important events nearer home were soon to attract his attention. In 1286 perished Alexander III, King of Scotland, cast over the cliffs of Kinghorn by the leap of an unruly horse. He was the last male of the old royal house that descended from Malcolm Canmore and the sainted Queen Margaret. 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, had been born to him, but they had all died young, and his only living descendant was his daughter's daughter, a child of 4 years. Her mother had wedded Eric, King of Norway, and it was at the Norwegian court that the little heiress was living when her grandfather died. Though Scotland had never before obeyed a queen regnant, her nobles made no difficulty in accepting the child Margaret, the Maid of Norway as they called her, for their sovereign. A regency was appointed in her name, and the whole nation accepted her sway. Now Edward of England saw in the accession of a young girl to the Scottish throne a unique opportunity for bringing about a closer union of England and Scotland. There was no rational objection to the scheme. A century had elapsed since the two countries had been at war. Their baronages had become united by constant intermarriage. The Lowlands, the more important half of the Scottish realm, were English in speech and manner. Most important of all, there were as yet few or no national grudges between the races on either bank of the Tweed. Of the rancorous hostility which was to divide them in the next century, no man had any presage. When the little Queen of Scotland had reached her 7th year, the king proposed to the Scots regents that she should be married to his own son and heir, Edward of Carnarvon. He pledged himself that the kingdoms should not be forcibly united. Scotland should keep all its laws and liberties and be administered by Scots alone, without any interference from England. The regents did not mislike the scheme. They summoned the Parliament of the Northern Realm to meet at Brigham on Tweed, and there Edward's offers were accepted and ratified with the consent of the whole realm. July 1290. The next step was to send to Norway for the young queen, for she had been living at her father's court till now, and had never visited her own kingdom. She set sail for Scotland in the autumn of the year 1290, but adverse winds kept her vessel tossed for weeks in the wild North Sea. The strain was too much for the frail child. When at last she came ashore at Kirkwall in the Orkneys, it was only to die. With her life ended the fairest opportunity of uniting the two realms on equal terms that had ever been known. Edward's scheme had fallen through, and his grief was great. But much greater was the dismay in Scotland, where the regents found themselves face to face with the calamity of the extinction of the whole royal house. There was no longer any king or queen in whose name the law of the realm could run, or the simplest duties of government be discharged. Gradually, claimants for the crown began to step forward, basing their demands on ancient alliances with the old kingly line. But the nearest of these connections went back more than 100 years to female descendants of King David, who had died in 1153. In this strait, the Scots determined to appeal to King Edward as arbitrator between the pretenders, whose rivalry seemed likely to split the kingdom up into a group of disorderly feudal principalities. Edward readily consented, seeing that in the capacity of arbitrator he could find an opportunity of making more real the old English right of suzerainty over the kingdom of Scotland. It will be remembered that as far back as the 10th century, the kings of the Scots had done homage to Edward the Elder, and that they held the more important half of their realm, Lothian and Strathclyde, which together form the Lowlands, as grants under feudal obligations from the English crown. But the exact degree of dependence of Scotland on England had never been accurately fixed, though Scottish kings had often sat in English parliaments and sometimes served in the English armies. It might be pleaded by a patriotic Scot that as Earl of Lothian, his king had certain obligations to the English sovereign, but that for his lands north of the Forth and Clyde he was liable to no such duties. This depended on the nature of the discharge given by Richard I to William the Lion in 1190, when he sold the Scottish king a release of certain duties of homage in return for the sum of 10,000 marks. But the agreement of Richard and William had been drawn up in such an unbusinesslike manner that no one could say exactly what it covered. King Edward was determined to put an end to this uncertainty, and as a preliminary to accepting the post of arbitrator in the Scottish succession dispute, required that the regents and all the nobles of the northern realm should acknowledge his complete suzerainty over the whole kingdom. After some hesitation, they consented. Edward made a tour through Edinburgh, Stirling, and St. Andrews, and there received the homage of the whole nobility of Scotland. He then appointed a court of arbitration to sit at Berwick and adjudicate on the rights of the 13 claimants to the crown. It consisted of 80 Scots and 24 Englishmen. The court found that of serious claims to the crown there were only 2, those of John Balliol and Robert Bruce, each of whom descended in the female line from the old King David I, who had died in 1153. The positions of Balliol and Bruce were closely similar. They were descended from 2 Anglo-Norman barons of the North Country, who had married 2 sisters, Margaret and Isabella, the great-granddaughters of David I. Both of them were as much English as Scotch in blood and breeding. Balliol was Lord of Barnard Castle in Durham. Bruce had been Sheriff of Cumberland and had long served King Edward as Chief Justice of the King's Bench. Like so many of the Scottish barons, they were equally at home on either side of the border. The point of difficulty to decide between them was that, while Balliol descended from the elder of the 2 co-heiresses, Bruce was a generation nearer to the parent stem, and claimed to have a preference on this account by Scottish usage. The Court of Arbitration decided that this plea of Bruce's was unsound, and that his rival's right was undoubted. Edward, therefore, decided in favor of Balliol, who straightway did him homage as King of all Scotland, and was duly crowned at Scone, 1292. So far, the King of England's conduct had been unexceptionable. He had acted as an honest umpire, and had handed over the disputed realms to the rightful heir. But Edward's legal mind saw further consequences in the acknowledgment of allegiance which Balliol had made. This soon became evident when he began to allow persons who had been defeated in the Scottish law courts to appeal for a further decision to those of England, in virtue of the suzerainty of the latter country. Such a claim was valid in feudal law, and Edward, as Duke of Aquitaine, had often seen his Gascon subjects make an appeal from the courts of Bordeaux to those of Paris. But to the Scots the idea was new, for no such custom had prevailed between England and Scotland, and they complained that Edward was breaking the promise which he had made at the time of the arbitration, to respect all the old privileges of the Scotch crown. In this they were practically right, for ancient usage was on their side. Balliol was a weak man, and might have yielded to Edward's demand, but his barons refused to hear of it, and bound him to do nothing save with the consent of a council of 12 advisers who were to determine his course of action. The discontent of the Scots was soon to have the most deplorable consequences for both realms. At this time, Edward was just becoming involved in a bitter quarrel with Philip the Fair, the young King of France. Philip coveted Aquitaine and was determined to have it. He picked a quarrel with the King of England about the piratical doings of certain English seamen in the English Channel. The mariners of the Cinque Ports of Normandy had long been sworn foes. They fought whenever they met, without any concern as to whether England and France were at war or not. In 1293 there was a regular pitched battle between them off St. Mahe in Brittany. The Normans had the worst, and many of them were slain. This affray seemed to King Philip an admirable excuse for attacking his neighbor. He summoned Edward to Paris as Duke of Aquitaine to answer before his feudal lord for the misdoings of the English seamen. The King of England was not averse to giving satisfaction, and sent to offer to submit to an arbitration in which the damages done by his subjects should be assessed. But Philip was not seeking damages, but an excuse for war. He at once declared Edward contumacious for not appearing in person, and proclaimed the forfeiture of the whole duchy of Aquitaine. Hardly realizing the French king's intentions, Edward dispatched his brother Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, to endeavor to satisfy his offended suzerain. Philip then declared that he would consider himself satisfied if Edward surrendered into his hands, as a token of submission, the chief fortresses of Gascony. They should be restored the moment that compensation had been made for the doings at St. Mahe. Earl Edmund accepted the offer, and the castles were duly placed in Philip's hands. Then, with a bare-faced effrontery that disgusted even his own nobles, the French king repudiated the agreement and declared that he should retain Guyenne permanently. Edward was thus committed to an unexpected war, while all his strongholds in Aquitaine were already in the enemy's hands. He began to arm in great wrath and sent ambassadors abroad to gather allies among Philip's continental foes, chief of whom were the Emperor Adolf of Nassau and the Counts of Brabant, Holland, and Flanders. But Philip had also looked about him for allies. At this moment, Madoc ap Llewellyn rose in rebellion in North Wales, relying on French aid, and what was of far greater importance, the discontent of the Scots took the form of open war with England. John Balliol embraced the French alliance, promised to wed his son to Philip's daughter, and sent raiding bands across the border to harry Cumberland and Northumberland. Edward resolved at once to ward off the nearer dangers before taking in hand the reconquest of Guyenne. How he put down the dangerous rebellion of Madoc the Welshman we have related in an earlier page. That campaign had taken up the best part of the year 1295. In the next spring the turn of Balliol came. He was summoned to appear before his suzerain at Newcastle, and when he did not obey, Edward crossed the Tweed with a great host. Berwick, the frontier fortress and chief port of Scotland, was stormed after a very short siege, and 3 weeks later the Scottish king was completely routed at the Battle of Dunbar, April 27, 1296. So unskillfully did the Scots fight that they were beaten by Edward's vanguard under John de Warenne, the hero of the rusty sword at the Quo Warranto inquest, before the king and the main body of the English army came upon the field. One after another, Edinburgh, Perth, Stirling, and all the chief towns of Scotland yielded themselves, and ere long the craven-spirited king of the north surrendered himself, and gave up his crown into Edward's hands, asking pardon as one who had been misled and coerced by evil counselors. Edward then held a parliament of all the Scottish barons and received their homage, being resolved to reign himself as king, north as well as south of the Tweed. He told the assembled nobles that none of the old laws of Scotland would be changed, and issued an amnesty to Balliol's late partisans. It seemed that all resistance was at an end, and that the union of the two crowns was to take place with no further trouble or bloodshed. John de Warenne, the victor of Dunbar, was appointed guardian of the realm, and Edward turned southward in triumph, taking with him the Scottish regalia and the holy stone of Scone, on which the kings of Scotland were wont to be crowned. That famous relic still remains at Westminster, where Edward placed it, and serves as the pedestal of the coronation chair of the kings of England to this day. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 11, Edward I, 1272 to 1307, Part 3. The king thought that Scotland was tamed, even as Wales had been, forgetting that the Scots had hardly tried their strength against him, and had yielded so easily, mainly because their craven king had deserted them. Dismissing northern affairs from his mind, he now turned to the long-deferred expedition to Guienne. The greater part of that duchy was still in King Philip's greedy hands, and only Bayonne and a few other towns were holding out against him. Edward determined to land in Flanders himself, and there to stir up his German allies against France, but to send the great bulk of the English levies to Gascony under the Marshal Roger Bigod, Earl of Norfolk. But the expedition was not to take place without much preliminary trouble and difficulty. Edward was in grave need of money to furnish forth his great army, and tried to levy new taxes without any formal grants from Parliament. This at once brought him into conflict with the clergy and the baronage. The arrogant Pope Boniface VIII had just published a bull named Clericus Laicos from its opening words. It forbade the clergy to pay any taxes to the crown from their ecclesiastical revenues. Archbishop Winchelsea thought himself bound to carry out the Pope's command and refused, in the name of his order, to assent to any portion of the national taxation falling on church land. The king, who was in no mood to stand objections, was moved to great wrath at this unreasonable claim. He copied the behavior of his grandfather, King John, in a similar crisis, and by his behest the judges proclaimed that no cleric should have law in the king's courts until the refusal to pay taxes was rescinded. Edward himself sequestrated the lands of the See of Canterbury and intimated to all tenants on the estates of the clergy that nothing should be done against them if they refused to pay their rents. Many ecclesiastics thereupon withdrew their refusal to contribute to the national expenses, but the Archbishop held out, and the quarrel ran on for some time. At last, Boniface VIII was induced to so far modify his bull as to admit that the Church might make voluntary grants for the purpose of national defense. Winchelsea, therefore, promised the king that he would endeavor to induce the clergy to make large contributions of their own free will, if Edward on his side would confirm the Great Charter and swear to take no further measures against church property. To this offer Edward could not refuse his consent. He was in urgent need of money, and although it was a bad precedent to allow the clergy to assess their own taxation outside Parliament, and on a different scale from the contributions of the rest of the realm, he accepted Winchelsea's compromise. But this struggle of the king and the church was but one important episode of a contention between the king and the whole nation, which filled the years 1296 through 7. Edward had provoked the barons and the merchants of England no less than the clergy, the former by bidding them sail for Gascony in the winter and pay him a heavy tax, the latter by seizing all their wool, England's greatest export, as it lay in harbour, and forcing them to pay a heavy fine, the maltoled, or evil tax, as it was called, before he would let it be sent oversea. All this had been done without the consent of Parliament. The barons, headed by Roger Bigod, who had been told off to head the expedition to Guienne, refused to go abroad unless the king himself should lead them, urging that their feudal duty was only to defend the kingdom and not to wage wars beyond it. Bigod flatly refused to set out unless the king went with him. "By God, Sir Earl, thou shalt either go or hang," exclaimed Edward, irritated at the contumacy of one who, as Marshal of England, was bound to hold the most responsible post in the army that he was striving to raise. "And by God, Sir King, I will neither go nor hang," shouted the equally enraged Earl Marshal. He flung himself out of the king's presence, and with the aid of his friend Bohun, the Earl of Hereford, gathered a great host and prepared to withstand the king if he should persist in endeavoring to carry out his design. Edward, however, sailed himself for the continent without forcing the barons to follow him. When he was gone, a parliament met. Archbishop Winchelsea and the Earls of Norfolk and Hereford took the lead in protesting against the king's late arbitrary action, and by their counsel a recapitulation of the Great Charter was drawn up, with certain articles added at the end, which expressly stipulated that the king should never raise any tax or impost without the consent of the Lords and Commons in Parliament assembled, so that such an exaction as the late maltoled would be in the future illegal. The document, which is generally known as the Confirmatio Cartarum, was sent oversea to the king. He received it at Ghent, and after much doubting signed it, for he always wished to have the goodwill of the nation, and knew that a persistence in the exercise of his royal prerogative would bring on a rebellion such as that which had overturned his father in 1263. From this moment dates the first practical control of the Parliament over the royal revenue, for the clause in Magna Carta which stipulates for such a right had been so often violated by both Henry III and his son that it required to be fully vindicated by the Confirmatio Cartarum before it was recognized as binding both by king and people. Meanwhile, Edward got little aid in Flanders from his German allies, and found that he had small chance of punishing King Philip by their arms. He saw Bruges and Lille taken by the French, and finally returned, foiled, to England, called thither by evil news from the north. Scotland was once more up in arms, though the Anglo-Norman lords who formed the bulk of the baronage had readily done homage to the English monarch. The mass of the nation were far less satisfied with the new condition of affairs. They felt that their king and nobles had betrayed them to the foreigner, for too many of them, notably the Highlanders, the Galloway men, and the Welsh of Strathclyde, the Englishmen, still seemed foreign. Edward had not made a very wise choice in the ministers whom he left behind in Scotland. Ormsby, the Chief Justice, and Cressingham, the Treasurer, both made themselves hated by their harsh and unbending persistence in endeavoring to introduce English laws and English taxes. In the spring of 1297, an insurrection broke out in the West Lowlands, headed by a Strathclyde knight named William Wallace, or Le Wallis, i.e., the Welshman. He had been wronged by the Sheriff of Lanark and took to the hills and was outlawed. His small band of followers soon swelled to a multitude, and the regent, John de Warenne, was obliged to march against him in person. Despising the tumultuary array of the rebels, who got no real help from the self-seeking barons of Scotland, the Earl marched carelessly out of Stirling to attack Wallace, who lay on the hill across the river beyond Cambuskenneth Bridge. Instead of waiting to be attacked, Wallace charged when a third of the English host had crossed the stream. This vanguard was overwhelmed and driven into the Forth, while de Warenne could not bring up his reserves across the crowded bridge. He withdrew into Stirling, leaving several thousand dead on the field, among them the hated treasurer Cressingham, out of whose skin the victorious Scots are said to have cut straps and belts. This unexpected victory caused a general rising. Some of the barons and many of the gentry joined the insurgents. Wallace, Andrew Murray, and the Seneschal of Scotland were proclaimed wardens of the realm in behalf of the absent John Balliol, and their authority was generally acknowledged. Warren could do nothing against them, and prayed his master to come oversea to his help. Meanwhile, Wallace crossed the Tweed at the head of a great band of marauders, and harried Northumberland with a wanton cruelty, which was to lead to bitter reprisals later on. It was not till 1298 that Edward returned to England and took in hand the suppression of the rebellion. He crossed the border with the whole feudal levy of England, 20,000 bowmen, and a great horde of Welsh light infantry. Soon he was joined by many Scots of the English faction. Wallace burnt the Lothians behind him and retired northward for some time without fighting. Edward's great host was almost forced to retire for want of provisions, but when the news was brought him that Wallace had pitched his camp at Falkirk, he pressed on to bring the Scots to action. He found them drawn up behind a morass formed in 4 great clumps of pikemen, with archers in the intervals and a few cavalry in the reserve. The first charge of the English horse was checked by the bog. The second was beaten back by the steady infantry of the Scots. Then Edward brought forward his archers and bade them riddle the heavy masses of the enemy with ceaseless arrow flights till a gap was made. Then the English horse charged again. The Scottish knights in reserve fled without attempting to save the day, and the greater part of the squares of pikemen were ridden down and cut to pieces. Wallace fled to the hills, and the English cruelly ravaged all the lowlands. But the Scots did not yet submit. The barons deposed Wallace, of whom they had always been jealous, and named a regency to supersede him under John Comyn, the nephew of their exiled king. The struggle lingered on for several years more, for Edward was hindered from completing his work by the continual pressure of the French war. It was not till 1301 and 2 that he resumed and finished the conquest of the lowlands. But in 1303 he was at length able to make a definitive peace with Philip IV, who restored to him all the lost fortresses of Guienne. Free at last from his continental troubles, Edward swept over Scotland from end to end, carrying his arms into the north as far as Elgin and Banff. The regent, Comyn, and all the barons of the land submitted to him, and by the capture of Stirling in 1304, the last embers of resistance were quenched. Scotland was apparently crushed. The king reorganized the whole country, cutting it up into counties and sheriffdoms like England, providing for its representation in the English Parliament, and setting up new judges and governors throughout the land. The administration was, for the most part, left in the hands of Scots, though the king's nephew, John of Brittany, was appointed regent and warden of the land. The last hope of the survival of Scottish independence seemed to vanish in 1305, when Wallace, who had maintained himself as an outlaw in the hills for long after the rest of his countrymen had submitted, fell into the hands of the English. He was betrayed by some of his own men to Sir John Menteith, one of Edward's Scottish officials. Menteith sent him to London, where he was executed as a traitor with all the cruelties that were prescribed for men guilty of high treason. It would have been better for the king's good name if he, like so many other Scots, had been pardoned, but Edward would not forgive the prime mover of the insurrection and the cruel waster of the English border. For some 2 years, Scotland was governed as part of Edward's realm, but the nation submitted from sheer necessity, not from any good will. In 1306, the troubles broke out again, owing to the ambition of a single man. Robert Bruce, the grandson of the Bruce who had striven with Balliol in 1292, was the leader of the new rising. Like his grandfather, he was more of an English baron than a pure Scot. He had taken Edward's side in the civil wars and seemed to have hoped that his fidelity might be rewarded by the gift of the Scottish crown when the Balliols were finally dismissed. Receiving no such guerdon, he conspired with some of his kinsfolk and a few of the Scottish earls, and endeavoured to get John Comyn, the late regent of Scotland, to join him. But when Comyn refused, at an interview in the Grey Friars Kirk at Dumfries, to break his newly sworn faith to King Edward, Bruce slew him with his own hand before the altar and fled to the north. There was method in this murder, for after the Balliols, Comyn had the best hereditary claim to the Scottish throne. Gathering his followers at Scone, Bruce had himself crowned King of Scotland, but his royalty was of the most ephemeral nature. Few of the Scots would join one whose past record was so unsatisfactory, and his army was beaten and dispersed by De Valence, Earl of Pembroke, whom King Edward sent against him. Bruce had to take to the hills almost alone, and for many months was chased about the woods and lochs of Perthshire and Argyllshire by Highland chiefs eager to earn the price that Edward had set upon his head. His kinsmen, Nigel, Alexander, and Thomas, with most of his chief followers, were captured, tried, and executed, for Edward was driven to wild anger by the unprovoked rising of one who had hitherto been his hot partisan. Even the ladies of Bruce's house were cast into dungeons, and the Countess of Buchan, who had crowned him at Scone, was shut up in an iron cage. The king's hand fell far more heavily on Scotland than before. The lands of Bruce's partisans were confiscated and given to Englishmen, and all who favoured him were slain or outlawed. Unhappily for the king, these harsh measures had a very different result from that which he expected. The hangings and confiscations gave Bruce many new partisans, and his misfortunes made him the nation's favourite. When he left his island refuge in Argyllshire in the spring of 1307 and landed in Carrick, he was joined by a considerable force. Edward, though now an old man and stricken down by disease, swore that he would make an end of the traitor. He mounted his horse for the last time at Carlisle and rode as far as Bruff-on-Sands, where bodily weakness forced him to stop. Feeling the hand of death upon him, he made his son Edward of Carnarvon swear to persevere in the expedition against Bruce. He even bade him bear his coffin forward into Scotland, for his very bones, he said, would make the Scots quake. 4 days of illness ended his laborious life. July 17, 1307. His unworthy son at once broke up the army, leaving Bruce to make head unopposed, and used his father's funeral as an excuse for returning home. Edward was buried under a plain marble slab at Westminster with this short inscription: Edwardus primus maleus scotorum hic est, pactum serva. End of section 21. End of chapter 11. Section 22 of A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 12. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 12, Edward II, 1307 to 1327. Seldom did a son contrast so strangely with his father as did Edward of Carnarvon with Edward the Hammer of the Scots. The mighty warrior and statesman begot a shiftless, thriftless craven, who did his best to bring to rack and ruin all that his sire had built up. The younger Edward's character had been the cause of much misgiving to the old king during the last years of his life. He had already shown himself incorrigibly idle and apathetic, refusing to bear his share of the burdens of royalty, and wasting his time with worthless favorites. The chief of his friends was one Piers de Gaveston, a young Gascon knight, whom his father, much to his own sorrow, had made one of his household. Piers was a young man of many accomplishments, clever, brilliant, and showy, who kept a bitter tongue for all save his master, and had an unrivaled talent for making enemies. He kept the listless prince amused, and in return Edward gave him all he asked, which was no small grant, for Piers was both greedy and extravagant. The new king was neither cruel nor vicious, but he was inconceivably obstinate, idle, and thriftless. It has been happily said of him that he was the first king of England since the conquest who was not a man of business. Hitherto the descendants of William the Norman had retained a share of their ancestors' energy. Even the weak Henry III had been a busy, bustling man, ready to meddle and muddle with all affairs of state, great or small. But Edward II took no interest in anything. The best thing that his apologists find to say of him is that he showed some liking for farming. The moment that his father was dead, Edward broke up the great army that had been mustered at Carlisle and returned home. If the campaign had been pursued, there was every chance of crushing Bruce, whose position was still most precarious, for all the fortresses of the land were held by the English, and most of the Scottish nobles still refused to join the Pretender. But Edward only sent north a small force under the Earl of Pembroke, which made no head against the forces of Bruce. When Edward settled down in his kingship, the English nation found itself confronted by a new problem: how to deal with a king who altogether refused to trouble himself about the governance of the realm. He referred all men who came to him to his good brother Piers, and went about his pleasures without further concern. When a few months after his accession he was to wed Isabel, the daughter of the King of France, he went oversea, leaving the regency in the hands of the Gascon upstart, whom he created Earl of Cornwall, granting him the old royal earldom that had been held by the descendants of Richard, the brother of Henry III. He also gave him in marriage his niece, the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester, and lavished on him a number of royal estates. Baronage and people alike were moved to wrath by seeing the king hand over the governance of the realm to his favourite. The proud nobles who had been content to bend before Edward's father would not for a moment yield to a king who was but the creature of Gaveston. Troubles began almost immediately on the young king's accession. He was besought in and out of Parliament to dismiss the Gascon. He bowed before the storm and sent him out of England for the moment, but only to give him higher honours by making him Lord Deputy of Ireland. When the king recovered from his fright, Gaveston was recalled and returned more powerful and more arrogant than before. 1309. Meanwhile, the war in Scotland was going badly. Many of the nobles, after long doubting, joined Bruce, because they saw that they were likely to get little protection from the feeble king whom they had hitherto served. Several important places fell into the insurgents' hands, and it was universally felt that only a great expedition, headed by the king himself, could stay Bruce's progress. Edward, however, was enduring too much trouble at home to think of reconquering Scotland. The barons were moving again, headed by 3 personal enemies of Gaveston's, whom he is said to have mortally offended by the nicknames he bestowed on them. The first was the king's cousin, Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, a turbulent, ambitious man who covered a scheming love of power by an affectation of patriotism and disinterestedness. The other 2 were Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, and Guy Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick. Gaveston's name for Lancaster was the Actor, which indeed well hit off his pretense of unreal virtue. Pembroke he called Joseph the Jew, and Warwick the Black Dog of Arden. It was these 3 lords who in 1310 led an attack in Parliament on the king and his favourite, and drew up a scheme for taking the direct rule of the realm out of their hands. Following the precedent of the Provisions of Oxford, the Parliament named a Committee of Regency, or body of ministers, composed of 21 members who were called the Lords Ordainers, and were to draw up a scheme for the reform of all the abuses of the kingdom. The 21 comprised the Archbishop of Canterbury and all the leading men of England, but Thomas of Lancaster and his friends had the ascendancy among them. The king complained that he was treated like a lunatic and deprived of the right that every man owns of being allowed to manage his own household. He resolved, by way of protest, to show that he could do something useful, and taking Gaveston with him, made an incursion into Scotland. Bruce was cautious, and retired northward, burning the country behind him. The king struggled on as far as the Forth, and then turned back without having accomplished anything. On his return, he was forced to sign a promise to redress many administrative grievances which the Lords Ordainers laid before him, to consent to banish Gaveston, to choose all his ministers with the counsel and consent of his baronage, disallow all customs and taxes, save such as Parliament should grant, and reform the administration of justice. Edward signed everything readily, but immediately departed into the north, bade Gaveston return to England and join him, and published a repudiation of the new ordinances as forced on him by threats and violence. 1311. This contumacy brought matters to a head. Lancaster and his friends took arms and laid siege to Scarborough, where the favourite lay. Gaveston surrendered on a promise that he should have a fair trial in Parliament. But while he was being taken southward, the Earl of Warwick came upon his keepers, drove them away, and took peers out of their hands. Without trial or form of justice, the Black Dog of Arden bade his retainers behead the favourite by the wayside on Blacklow Hill, May 1312. Thomas of Lancaster approved by his presence this gross and faithless violation of the terms on which Gaveston had surrendered at Scarborough. This outburst of lawless baronial vengeance removed Edward's favourite, but did the realm no other good. The king was compelled to pardon Gaveston's murderers, but he could not be forced to forget what they had done, and even his slow and craven heart conceived projects of revenge. But these had to be postponed for a time to the pressing needs of the Scotch war. Bruce had taken Perth in 1312. Edinburgh and Roxburgh fell to him the following year, and he was besieging Stirling, the last important stronghold still in English hands. Even Edward was stirred. He bade all England arm and vowed to march to the relief of Stirling in the next spring. A great host mustered under the royal banner, but Thomas of Lancaster factiously refused to appear on the plea that the ordinances of 1311 forbade the king to go out to war without the consent of Parliament. This act alone is a sufficient proof that Thomas was a mere self-seeking politician and not the patriot that he would fain have appeared. King Edward, with an army that is rated at nearly 100,000 men by the chronicler, pushed on to relieve Stirling and met no opposition till he reached the burn of Bannock, 2 miles south of that town. There he found Bruce and his host of 40,000 men posted on a rising ground, with the brook and a broad bog in his front. On their flanks the Scots had protected themselves by digging many pits lightly covered with earth and brushwood, so as to break the charge of the English horse. Edward displayed all the marks of a bad general. Instead of endeavouring to use his superior numbers to turn or surround the enemy, he flung them recklessly on the Scottish front. When his archers, who by themselves might have settled the battle, had been driven away by the Scots' horse, he pushed his great array of mailed knights against the solid masses of Bruce's infantry. After struggling through brook and bog, the English came to a standstill before the steady line of spears. Charge after charge was made, but the knights could not break through the sturdy pikemen, and at last recoiled in disorder. At this moment, a mass of Scottish camp followers came rushing over the hill on the left, and were taken by the exhausted English for a new army. Edward's great host broke up and fled, the king himself outstripping his followers and never halting till he reached Dunbar. The Earl of Gloucester, 6 other barons, 200 knights, and many thousand men of lower rank were left upon the field. The Earls of Hereford and Angus and 70 knights were taken prisoner. The fight of Bannockburn did away with the last chance of the union of England and Scotland. The English garrisons surrendered, and the Scots of the English party yielded themselves to Bruce, save a few who, with the Earls of Atholl and Buchan, took refuge south of the border. For the future, Bruce was undisputed king beyond the Tweed, and instead of acting on the defensive, was able to push forward and attack England. His ambition was completely satisfied, and his long toils and wanderings ended in splendid success. His whole career, however, was that of a hardy adventurer rather than that of a patriotic king, and his triumph estranged 2 nations which hitherto had been able to dwell together in amity, and plunged them for nearly 2 centuries into bloody border wars. It was from the atrocities committed by Englishman on Scot and Scot on Englishman during the fatal years of 1306 to 14 that the long national quarrel drew its bitterness. And for all this, Bruce, who commenced his reign by treason, murder, and usurpation, is largely responsible. Edward I must take his full share of blame for his hard hand and heart, but Bruce's ambition, masquerading as patriotism, must bear a great load of guilt. The shame which King Edward brought home from the ignominious day of Bannockburn lowered him yet further in his subjects' eyes. The Earl of Lancaster, who had avoided participating in the defeat by his unpatriotic refusal to go forth with the king, was now able to take the administration of affairs into his hands. He dismissed all Edward's old servants, put him on an allowance of £10 a day for his household expenses, and for some years was practically ruler of the realm. Lancaster might have passed for an able man if he had not laid his hand on the helm of the state, but he guided matters so badly that soon he wrecked his own reputation, both for ability and for patriotism. 1314 through 18. The generals of the Scottish king crossed the border and ravaged the country as far as York and Preston, and at the same time Edward Bruce, the brother of Robert, sailed over to Ireland with an army and began to raise the native Irish against their rulers. The great tribes of the O'Neills and the O'Connors joined him in hope of completely expelling the English, and by their aid Edward Bruce was crowned King of Ireland and swept over the whole country from Antrim to Kerry, burning the towns and castles of the English settlers. It is from these unhappy years, 1315 through 17, that we may date the weakening of the royal authority in Ireland and the restriction of English rule to the eastern coast, the Pale, about Dublin, Dundalk, and Wicklow. When the war seemed over and the victory of Edward Bruce certain, the dissensions of the Irish ruined his cause. Lord Mortimer routed Edward's allies, the O'Connors, at Athenry in 1317, and the King of Ireland himself and his Scottish followers were cut to pieces at Dundalk a year later by the Chief Justice, John de Birmingham. Dublin and the Pale were thus saved, but little or no progress was made in restoring the King of England's authority in the rest of the land. Though victorious in Ireland, the English, under Lancaster's rule, were unable to keep their own borders safe. Bruce took Berwick, ravaged Durham, and cut the whole shire levy of Yorkshire to pieces at Mitten Bridge. In despair, Lancaster asked for a truce and obtained it, 1320. But the temporary cessation of the Scottish war only gave the opportunity for the English to come to blows in civil strife. Thomas of Lancaster had by this time made so many enemies that the king was able to gather together a party against him. Though slow and idle, Edward was unforgiving, and well remembered that he had Gaveston's blood to avenge. He found his chief supporters in the two Despensers, West Country barons, the son and grandson of that Despenser who had been Simon de Montfort's justiciar and had fallen at Evesham. Taking advantage of the times, Edward assembled an army under the plea that he must chastise a baron named Badlesmere, who had rudely excluded Queen Isabella from Leeds Castle in Kent when she wished to enter. Having taken Leeds and hung its garrison, the king, with a most unexpected show of energy, suddenly turned on Lancaster. Earl Thomas called out his friends, and the Earl of Hereford, Lord Mortimer, and many of the barons of the Welsh marches rose in his favour. He was forced, however, to fly north when the king pursued him, and had made his way as far as Boroughbridge in Yorkshire, when he found himself intercepted by the shire levies of the north, headed by Harclay, the governor of Carlisle. A battle followed, in which Hereford was slain and Lancaster taken prisoner. The king was now able to wreak his long-delayed vengeance for Gaveston's murder. He sent Earl Thomas to the block and hung or beheaded 8 barons and 30 knights of his party. Lord Mortimer and the rest were stripped of their lands and banished. These wholesale executions and confiscations not only provoked the baronage, but caused the nation to look on Earl Thomas as a martyr, though he was in fact nothing better than a selfish and turbulent adventurer. Edward, having taken his revenge, subsided into his former listlessness and sloth, handing over the whole conduct of affairs to his new ministers, the 2 Despensers. Father and son alike were unwise and greedy and arrogant. They used the king's name for their own ends, and soon made themselves as well hated as Gaveston had been 10 years before. Yet for 4 years they maintained themselves in power, even after they had advised the king to take the necessary but unpopular step of acknowledging Bruce as King of Scotland and concluding a truce for 13 years with him. The slothful Edward and the arrogant Despensers soon tired out the patience of England, and they fell before the first blow levelled against them. The blow came from an unexpected quarter. Edward's wife, Isabella of France, was visiting the court of her brother, Charles IV, on a diplomatic mission concerning some frontier feuds in Guyenne. At Paris she met and became desperately enamored of the exiled Marcher baron, Roger Mortimer. He drew her into a conspiracy against her husband. By his advice, she induced her young son, Edward, the heir of England, to cross over and join her. When the boy was safely in her hands, she sent to King Edward to bid him dismiss the Despensers, because they had wronged and insulted her. When he refused, she and Mortimer gathered a force of Flemish mercenaries and crossed to England. They had already enlisted the support of the kinsmen and friends of Lancaster, Hereford, Badlesmere, and the other barons who had been slain in 1322. On landing in Suffolk, Isabella was at once joined by them and found herself at the head of a large army. Edward and his unpopular ministers fled towards Wales, but the elder Despenser was caught at Bristol and promptly hanged. His son, Hugh, and the king were captured 3 weeks later. The former was executed, while his master was taken under guard to London, November 1326. The Queen then summoned a parliament in the name of her son, Prince Edward. Articles were placed before it accusing the king of breaking his coronation oath, of wilfully neglecting the right governance of the land, of promoting unworthy favourites, of losing Scotland and Ireland, and of slaying his enemies without just cause or a fair trial. The Parliament pronounced him unfit to reign, deposed him, and elected his young son to fill his throne in his stead. Edward was constrained by force to resign his crown and at once thrown into prison. He was first consigned to the charge of Henry of Lancaster, the brother of Earl Thomas, but Henry kept him safely, and there were those who did not desire his safety. Presently the Queen and Mortimer took him from Lancaster's hands and removed him to Berkeley Castle. There he was treated with gross neglect and cruelty, in the deliberate design of ending his life. But when his constitution proved strong enough to resist all privations, his keepers secretly put him to death, September 21, 1327. Thus ended the unhappy son of Edward I, the victim of an unfaithful wife and a knot of barons bent on revenging an old blood feud. That he deserved his fate, it would be hard to say, but that he owed it entirely to his own unwise choice of favourites, it is impossible to deny. End of section 22. End of chapter 12. Section 23 of A History of England by Charles Oman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 13. Edward III, 1327 to 1377. Part 1. Shameful as the state of the realm had been under the rule of Edward of Carnarvon and his favourites, A yet more disgraceful depth was reached in the years of minority of his son. The young king was only 14, and the government fell into the hands of those who had set him on the throne, his mother and her paramour, Roger Mortimer. A council, headed by Henry, Earl of Lancaster, was supposed to guide the king's steps, but as a matter of fact, he was in Queen Isabella's power, while she was entirely ruled by Mortimer. They were surrounded by a guard of 180 knights, and acted as they pleased in all things. It was only gradually that the nation realized the state of affairs, for the murder of Edward II was long kept concealed, and the relations of the Queen and Mortimer were not at first generally known. The first blow to the new government was the renewal of the Scottish War. In 1328, Robert Bruce broke the truce that he had made 6 years before. He was now growing advanced in age and was stricken by leprosy. But he sent out under James the Black Douglas a great host of 4,000 knights and squires and 20,000 moss troopers, all horsed on shaggy Galloway ponies. They harried England as far as the Tees and successfully eluded Mortimer, who went out against them, taking the young king with him. Outmarching the English day by day, Douglas retired before them across the Northumbrian fells, occasionally harassing his pursuers by night attacks. He returned home with much plunder, leaving not a cow unlifted, nor a house unburnt in all Tynedale. The English host came back, foiled and half-starved, and Mortimer, not daring to face another campaign, advised the Queen to make terms with the Scots. Accordingly, the shameful peace was signed at Northampton, by which England resigned all claims of suzerainty over the Scottish realm, sent back the crown and royal jewels, which Edward I had carried to London, and gave the king's sister Joanna to be wed to Bruce's eldest son, 1328. Mortimer's failure led to insurrections against him, but they were mere baronial risings, not efforts of the whole people. Henry of Lancaster, who headed the first, was put down and heavily fined for his pains. Edmund, Earl of Kent, then took up the same plan, announcing that he would free his half-brother, Edward II, who, as he was persuaded, still survived. But he fell into Mortimer's hands and was beheaded. It was the young king himself who was destined to put an end to the misrule of his mother and her minion. When he reached the age of 18 and realized the shameful tutelage in which he was being held, he resolved to free himself from it by force. While the court lay at Nottingham Castle in October 1330, he gathered a small band of trustworthy adherents, and at midnight entered the Queen's lodgings by a secret stair and seized Mortimer, in spite of his mother's tears and curses. The favourite was sent before his peers, tried and executed. Isabella was relegated to honourable confinement at Castle Rising, where she lived for many years after. King Edward now himself assumed the reins of government. He was still very young, but in the Middle Ages men ripened quickly if they died early. And Edward, at 19, was thought by both others and himself old enough to take charge of the policy of the realm. He was in his youth a very well-served and well-loved sovereign, for he had all the qualities that attract popularity: a handsome person, pleasant and affable manners, a fluent tongue, and an energy that contrasted most happily with the listless indolence of his miserable father. It was many years before the world discovered that he was selfish, thriftless, reckless of his country's needs, and set on gratifying his personal ambition and love of warlike feats to the sacrifice of every other consideration. He was a knight-errant of the type of Richard Coeur de Lion, not a statesman and warrior like his grandfather, Edward I. In his later years, his faculties showed a premature decay, and he fell into the hands of favorites, male and female, who were almost as offensive as the Gavestons and Despensers of the previous generation. Edward's reign falls into three well-marked periods. The first, 1330 to 39, is that of his Scottish wars. The second, 1339 to 60, is that in which he began the famous and unhappy 100 Years' War with France, and himself conducted it up to the brilliant but unwise Peace of Bretigny. The third, 1360 to 77, that of his declining years, is the time of trouble and misgovernment, gradually increasing till Edward sank unregretted into his grave. Robert Bruce, the terror of the English, had died in 1329, leaving his throne to his son, David II, a child of 5 years. The government fell into the hands of regents who ill supplied the place of the dead king, and their weakness tempted the survivors of the English party in Scotland to strike a blow. Edward Balliol, the son of the long-dead John Balliol, accordingly made secret offers to Edward III that he would do homage to him for the Scottish crown and reign as his vassal, if he were helped to win the land. With Edward's connivance, the young Balliol gathered together the Earls of Buchan and Atholl, and many other Scottish refugees in England, and took ship to Scotland. He landed in Fife, was joined by his secret friends, beat the regent, the Earl of Mar, and seized the greater part of Scotland. He was crowned at Scone, and forced the young David Bruce to flee oversea to France to save his life. But soon the national party rose against Balliol, expelled him, and chased him back to England. Edward then took the field in his favour and met the Scots at Halidon Hill near Berwick. Here he inflicted on them a crushing defeat, which the English celebrated as a fair revenge for the blow of Bannockburn. For the regent, Archibald Douglas, 4 earls, and many thousand men were left on the field. They fell mainly by the arrows of the English archery, for having drawn themselves out on a hillside behind a marsh, they stood as a broad target for the bowmen, whom they were unable to reach. The intervening marshy ground prevented their heavy columns of pikemen from advancing, and they were routed without even the chance of coming to handstrokes. July 1333. This victory made Edward Balliol King of Scotland for a second time. He did homage to his champion and ceded to him Tweeddale and half of Lothian. But the crown won by English help sat uneasily on Balliol's brow, After several years of spasmodic fighting, he was finally driven out of his realm and took refuge again in England. This time he found less help, for Edward III was now plunged deep in schemes of another kind. 9 years of comparative quiet had done much to recover England from the misery it had known in the last reign. The baronage and people were serving the young king loyally. Taxation had not yet been heavy, and the success of Halidon Hill had restored the nation's self-respect. Edward himself was flushed by victory and burning for fresh adventures. Hence it came that, neglecting the nearer but less showy task of restoring English suzerainty over Scotland, he turned to wars overseas. One of the usual frontier quarrels between French and Gascon had broken out in 1337 on the borders of Aquitaine. In consequence, Philip VI of France had, like so many of his predecessors, taken measures to support Edward's Scottish enemies and given shelter to the exiled boy king, David Bruce. War between England and France was probably inevitable, but Edward chose to make it a life-and-death struggle by laying claim to the throne of France and branding Philip VI as a usurper. The question of the French succession dated from some years back. In 1328 died Edward's uncle, King Charles IV, the last of the direct male descendants of Philip IV. The problem then cropped up for the first time whether the French crown could descend to females, or whether the next male heir must be chosen, although he was but a cousin of the late king. The peers of France adjudged that by the Salic law, an old custom ascribed to the ancient Franks, only male descent counted in tracing claims to the throne. Accordingly, they adjudged the kingdom to Philip of Valois, who was crowned as Philip VI. Edward, as own nephew through his mother to Charles IV, had protested at the time, but he had practically withdrawn his protest by doing homage to Philip for the Duchy of Aquitaine, and thereby acknowledging the justice of the award. Now, in 1337, Edward began to think of reviving his dormant pretensions to the French crown, although they had 2 fatal defects. The first was that there had never been any precedent in France for a claim through the female line. The second was that even if such descents could be counted, one of his mother's brothers had left a daughter, the Queen of Navarre, and the son of that princess had a better female claim than Edward himself. The only way in which this defect could be ignored was by pleading, like Bruce in 1292, that Edward was a generation nearer to the old royal stock than his cousin Charles, King of Navarre. On this rather futile plea, Edward laid solemn claim to the French crown and declared Philip of Valois a usurper. Perhaps there may be truth in the story which tells that he did so, not from any strong belief in his own theory, but because the Flemings, vassals to the French crown, had declared that they could not aid him, though willing to do so, on account of the oaths of fealty sworn to the King of France. If Edward claimed to be king himself, they said, their allegiance and help would be due to him. Whether the tale be true or not, he at any rate made the claim. In reliance on the assistance of the Flemings and of their neighbours, the Dukes of Brabant and Holland, and with the countenance of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria, King Edward determined to land in the Low Countries and attack France from the north. He called out great bodies of soldiery and took advantage of the devotion that the nation felt for him to raise illegal taxes for their pay. Violating his grandfather's engagements, he took a tallage of the towns and levied a maltolte, or extra customs duty, on the export of wool. In the excitement of the moment, little opposition was made to these high-handed measures. But Edward's campaign against France proved utterly unsuccessful. His Netherland allies were of little use to him. King Philip refused to risk a battle in the field, and an attack on Cambrai was defeated. Edward had to return to England to raise more money. While at home, he heard that a great French fleet had been collected for the conquest of Flanders and a subsequent attack on England. Hastily raising all the ships he could gather from London and the Cinque Ports, the king set sail to seek the enemy. He found them in harbour at the Flemish port of Sluis, and there brought them to action. They had chained their ships in 3 lines and built up barricades upon them. But by pretending to fly, Edward induced them to cast loose and follow him, and when they had got out to sea, turned and attacked. The English archery swept the enemy's decks, and then the king and his knights clambered up and boarded vessel after vessel, till well nigh the whole French fleet was taken. 1340. No such glorious day had been seen since Hubert de Burgh won the battle off Dover 120 years before. The victory of Sluis freed England from the danger of invasion, but did nothing more. For when the king landed in Flanders and pushed forward against France, he again failed to break through the line of strong towns that guarded Philip's frontier, and had to return home foiled. On coming to England, he fell into bitter strife with his Parliament, who were far from contented with the repeated checks in Flanders. Edward began by charging his failure on his ministers, and dismissed them all, from the Chancellor and the Archbishop of Canterbury downwards, accusing them of having misappropriated the taxes. He announced that he would bring them to trial, and appointed a special commission for the purpose. This led to a vindication of the ancient right of trial by a man's equals, for John de Stratford, the Archbishop, insisted on being tried in Parliament by the barons, his peers, and carried his point against the king's strenuous opposition. He was, of course, acquitted, as nothing could be found against him. The Parliament only consented to grant the king fresh supplies when he swore, 1. To let them appoint a committee to audit the accounts of the money, 2. To take no further maltoltes or tallages, but to confine himself to the duly voted supplies, 3. To choose his ministers only with Parliament's consent, and make them answerable to Parliament for malfeasance in their office. 1341. If these conditions had been kept, the crown would have been completely under the control of the National Council. But Edward shamelessly broke them when fortune turned in his favour. England had now been 5 years at war with France, and had gained nothing thereby, save the destruction of the French navy at Sluis. France had fared equally badly, and in a lucid moment the kings signed a truce. But both Edward and Philip and their subjects had come to dislike each other so bitterly that no end could be put to the war till one or the other had gained a decisive victory. The struggle was soon renewed on fresh ground, the Duchy of Brittany, where a disputed succession had occurred. With strange want of logic, Philip VI backed the claimant whose pretensions were based on a female descent, and Edward, the one who claimed as next male heir under the Salic law. Thus, each supported in Brittany the theory of descent which he repudiated in France. After much indecisive fighting, both in Brittany and on the Gascon border, Edward determined on a new invasion of France in 1345. Giving out that he would sail to Bordeaux, he really landed near Cherbourg in Normandy, where the enemy was not expecting him. He had determined to fight the campaign with English forces alone, and no longer to rely on untrustworthy continental friends. With 4,000 men-at-arms, 10,000 bowmen, and 5,000 light Welsh and Irish infantry, he pushed boldly through the land, sacking Saint-Lô and Caen, and driving the local levies of Normandy before him. But he had cut himself loose from the sea, and as his course drew him into the interior, the French began to muster on all sides of him, in great numbers and in high wrath. It was evident that he ran great danger of being surrounded, and would certainly have to fight for his life. When he reached the Seine, King Philip broke down all the bridges to prevent his escape, and it was more by chance than good generalship that the English army succeeded in forcing a passage. Hearing of the vast numbers that were coming against him, Edward now turned north, but he was again checked by the river Somme, and only got across by fighting his way over the dangerous sea-swept ford of Blanchetaque, near the river's mouth, in the face of the levies of Picardy. 3 days later, he was overtaken by the French at Crécy, in the county of Ponthieu, and had to turn and fight. King Philip had brought up a vast army, some 12,000 men-at-arms and 60,000 foot soldiers, including several thousand Genoese crossbowmen, who were reckoned the best mercenary troops in Europe. Edward drew up his host on a hillside north of Crécy, placing his archers in front, with bodies of dismounted men-at-arms to support them. 2/3 of the army were arrayed in the front line, under the nominal command of Edward, Prince of Wales, the 15-year-old son and heir of the king. Edward kept the rest in reserve higher up the hill, under his own hand. Crécy was the first fight which taught the rulers of the continent the worth of the English bowman. When the vast French army came up against them, they easily repelled every attack. First, they riddled with arrows the Genoese crossbowmen, who could make no stand against them, for the archer could shoot 6 times before the Genoese could wind up their clumsy arbalests for a second discharge. Then, when the French chivalry advanced, they shot down men and horses so fast that it was only at a few points that the enemy ever succeeded in reaching their line and coming to handstrokes with the Prince of Wales and his dismounted knights. At evening the French fled, routed by less than a third of their numbers, before King Edward and his reserve had occasion to strike a single blow. Edward knighted his son on the field, the first victory of the celebrated Black Prince, who was to prove as good a soldier as his father. When the French dead were counted, it was discovered that the English archery had slain 11 dukes and counts, 83 barons, 1,200 knights, and more than 20,000 of the French soldiery. John, King of Bohemia, who had come to help Philip VI, though he was old and weak of sight, was also among the slain. On the other hand, the English had lost less than 1,000 men. August 26, 1346. After this splendid victory, King Edward was able to march unmolested through the land. He resolved to end the campaign by taking Calais, the nearest French seaport to the English coast, and one which, if held permanently, would give him an ever-open door into France. Accordingly, he sat down before Calais and beleaguered it for many months, till it fell by famine in the next year. The King of France could do nothing to relieve it, and the town had to yield at discretion. The men of Calais had made many piratical descents on England, and Edward was known to bear them a grudge for this. Therefore, 7 burgesses of the place gallantly came forward to bear the brunt of his wrath, and offered themselves to him with halters round their necks, begging him to hang them, but spare the rest of their townsmen. Edward was at first inclined to take these patriotic citizens at their word, but his wife, Queen Philippa, urged him to gentler counsels, and he let them go. But he drove out of Calais every man who would not own him as king and swear him fealty, and filled their places with English colonists. Thus Calais became an English town, and so remained for more than 200 years a thorn in the side of France, and an open gate for the invader from beyond the Channel. While the siege of Calais had been in progress, the Scots had made a bold attempt to invade the north of England. The young king, David Bruce, grateful for the shelter Philip VI had given him in the days of his exile, had crossed the Tweed in the hope of drawing Edward home, and so robbing him of the results of his campaign in France. But Queen Philippa summoned to her aid all the nobles who had not gone over sea, and mustered them at Durham. David Bruce pushed forward to meet them, but at Neville's Cross he met with a crushing defeat. Once more it was found that the Scottish pikemen could not stand against the English archery. They were beaten with terrible loss, and the king himself and many of his nobles were taken prisoners and sent to London. October 1346. End of chapter 13, part 1. Section 24 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 13, Edward III, 1327 to 1377, Part 2. Edward came back from Calais to England, laden with glory and spoil. But all his plunder could not pay for the exhaustion which his heavy taxes and levies of men had brought upon his realm. The nation, however, was blinded to its loss by the glory of Crécy, and the war would probably have continued with increased energy but for a fearful disaster which befell the land in the year after the fall of Calais. A great plague, which men called the Black Death, came sweeping over Europe from the east, and in the awful havoc which it caused, wars were for a time forgotten. England did not suffer worse than France or Italy, yet it is calculated that a full half of her population was stricken down by this unexampled pestilence. Manor rolls and bishops' registers bear out by their lists in detail the statements which the contemporary chroniclers make at large. We note that in this unhappy year, 1348 and 49, many parishes had 3 and some 4 successive vicars appointed to them in 9 months. We see how in small villages of 300 or 400 inhabitants, 30 or 40 families, from their oldest to their youngest member, were swept away, so that their farms reverted to the lord of the land for want of heirs. We find monasteries in which every soul, from the prior to the youngest novice, died, so that the house was left entirely desolate. And thus we realize that the chroniclers were but telling us sober, unexaggerated facts when they speak of this as a pestilence such as none had ever seen before, and none is ever like to see again. It seems to have been an eruptive form of that Oriental plague which still lingers in Syria and in the valley of the Euphrates. It began with great boils breaking out on the groin or under the armpits, culminated in sharp fever and violent retching, and generally carried off its victims within 2 days. It is probable that England did not recover the loss of population which it now sustained for a couple of centuries. But if the nation was dreadfully thinned, the results of the plague were not all in the direction of evil. It certainly raised the position of the lower classes by making labor more scarce and therefore more valuable. The surviving agricultural laborers were able to demand much higher wages than before, and it was in vain that Parliament, by the foolish Statute of Laborers, 1349, tried to prescribe a maximum rate of wages for them, and to prevent employers giving more. Legislation is unable to prevent the necessary working of the laws of political economy, and in spite of the statute, the peasant got his advantage. About the time of the outbreak of the Black Death, the kings of England and France had signed a truce, being moved to turn their thoughts far from war by the terrible havoc that was going on around them. It was 6 years before they and their peoples could find heart to forget the plague and once more resumed their reckless struggle. In 1355, Edward made proposals for a definitive peace to King John. Philip VI had died in 1350, on terms that he should give up his claims to the French crown, but receive Aquitaine, free from all burden of homage to the King of France as suzerain. John refused this reasonable offer, and Edward recommenced his attacks on France. He himself landed at Calais and invaded Picardy, but was ere long recalled home by the news that the Scots had renewed the war and were over the Tweed. Edward spent the summer in beating them back and cruelly ravaging the whole of Lothian. Meanwhile, his son, the Black Prince, now a man of 25, started from Bordeaux and plundered the French province of Languedoc. In the following year, the Black Prince made a similar incursion into central France and swept through the whole country, from Limoges to Tours, with a small army of 4,000 mounted men and 3,000 archers. When he turned his face homeward, however, he found that John, with a host of 40,000 men, had blocked his road by getting between him and Bordeaux. Thus intercepted, Prince Edward posted himself on the hill of Maupertuis, near Poitiers, and took up a defensive position. It is probable that the French, with their vastly superior numbers, could have completely surrounded him and starved him into surrender without any need of fighting. But King John, a fierce and reckless prince with none of a general's ability, preferred to take the English by force of arms, and when they refused to surrender to him, prepared to storm their position. Edward's small army was drawn up behind a tall hedgerow and a ditch on the slope of a ridge, with archers in front lining the hedgerow, and men-at-arms behind them. All the latter, save 300, were dismounted, as at Crécy. The Earls of Salisbury and Warwick had command of the 2 divisions which formed the front line, while the Prince himself stayed behind with the reserve. John of France, remembering the disaster of Crécy, where the English arrows had slain so many horses, dismounted all his knights, save a few hundred, and led them on foot up the hill in 3 divisions. Only a picked body of horsemen under the 2 marshals, Dodrehem and Clermont, pushed forward in front to endeavour to ride down the English archers, as the Scottish cavalry had done so successfully at Bannockburn. But whether on foot or on horse, the French made little way with their attack. The cavalry in advance were all shot down as they tried to push through gaps in the hedge. The first division of the dismounted knights then climbed the slope, but after severe fighting with the front line of the English, recoiled, unable to force their way over the ditch. They fell back onto the second line behind them and put it into disorder before it could come near the English. Seeing 2/3 of the French army in this plight, the Prince of Wales resolved to strike a bold blow. He brought up his reserve to the front and bade his whole army charge downhill on to the huddled mass below them. His quick eye had caught the right moment, for the whole of the French van and 2nd Division fled right and left without fighting. Only King John, with the rear line of his army, stood firm. With this body, one more numerous than the whole of his own host, Prince Edward had a fierce fight in the valley. But the French were broken in spirit by the sight of the rout of their van, and gave way when they were charged in the flank by a small body of troops whom Edward had detached to his right for that purpose. They all fled, save the king and his young son Philip, who stood their ground for a long time with a small company of faithful vassals, and maintained the fight when all the rest had vanished. John's courageous obstinacy had the natural result. He, his son, and the faithful few about him were all surrounded and taken prisoners. When the English came to reckon up the results of the battle, they found that they had slain 2 dukes, 17 barons, and 2,800 knights and men-at-arms, and taken captive a king, a prince, 13 counts, 15 barons, and 2,000 knights and men-at-arms. Their own loss did not reach 300 men. September 19, 1356. Edward returned in triumph to Bordeaux, and afterwards crossed to England to present his all-important prisoner to the king, his father. The prince treated John with great gentleness and courtesy, and did all he could to avoid wounding his feelings. Nevertheless, he saw that in the pressure that could be brought to bear upon his captive lay the best hope of winning an honourable and profitable peace from the French. John chafed bitterly at his detention in custody, and got little consolation from finding himself in the company of his ally, David, King of Scotland, who had been a prisoner in England for 10 years, ever since the Battle of Neville's Cross. The difficulty in negotiating a peace did not come from King John, but from the regency which replaced him at Paris. The French did not see why they should sign a humiliating treaty merely in order to deliver a harsh and not very popular king from confinement. But a series of disasters at last forced them to submit. The 3 years, 1357 to 60, were almost the most miserable that France ever knew. The young Dauphin, Charles, a mere lad, proved quite unable to keep order in the land. The barons did what they pleased. Hordes of disbanded mercenary soldiers, whom the government could not pay, roamed plundering over the countryside. The people of Paris broke out into sedition under a bold citizen named Etienne Marcel, and put the Dauphin himself in durance for a time. Last and worst of all, the peasantry of central France, driven to despair by the general misery of the times, rose in rebellion against all constituted authority, slew every man of gentle blood they could lay their hands on, and roamed about in huge bands, burning castles and manors, and plundering towns and villages. The horrors of the Jacquerie, as this anarchic revolt was called, bid fair to destroy all government in France, and it was only by a desperate rally that those who had anything to lose succeeded in banding themselves together and crushing the insurgents. When France had suffered so bitterly from its foes within, Edward of England took a great army across the Channel, and in 1359 and 60 wasted the whole land as far as Paris and Reims. But as the French refused to meet him in the field, he won no battles, took few towns, and got little profit from his destructive raid. It was at this juncture that he and the Dauphin at last came to terms. To end the war, the French were ready to grant whatever conditions Edward chose to exact. He asked for a ransom of 3,000,000 gold crowns for the person of King John, and for the whole of the Duchy of Aquitaine, as Duchess Eleanor had held it in 1154. In return, he would give up his claim to the crown of France and be content to be independent Duke of Aquitaine only. So, all the lands in southern France which John and Henry III had lost, Poitou, Saintonge, Périgord, Limoges, Quercy, and the rest, were all restored to the Plantagenets after being 150 years in French hands. Calais and Ponthieu in the north were also formally ceded to King Edward by the celebrated Treaty of Bretigny, May 1360. It appeared for the moment as if a permanent peace between England and France had been established. King Edward, in return for giving up a claim to the whole of France, which no one had taken very seriously, had won the long-lost lands which his ancestors had never hoped to retake. He had also made an advantageous peace with Scotland, releasing King David for a ransom of 90,000 marks, and the fortresses of Berwick and Roxburgh. Edward's fortune was now at its highest, and his reign promised to have a prosperous and peaceful end. He had reached the age of 50, and was surrounded by a band of sons who should have been the strength of his old age. Edward the Black Prince he made Duke of Aquitaine. Lionel of Clarence, his second son, was married to the heiress of the great Irish family of de Burgh. John of Gaunt, the third son, was wedded to the heiress of Lancaster. Thomas of Woodstock, his fifth son, to one of the co-heiresses of the earldom of Hereford. Thus he trusted to identify by intermarriage the interests of the royal house and the greater baronage. Not seeing that there was as much probability of his younger sons becoming leaders of baronial factions as of the barons forgetting their old jealousy of the royal house. Meanwhile, however, things went fairly well for some years after the Peace of Bretigny. In spite of the vast expenditure of money on the war, and in spite of the ravages of the Black Death, the country was in many ways prosperous. England had enjoyed internal quiet for 30 years. Her commerce with Flanders and Gascony was developing. Her fleet, in spite of much piracy, was dominant in all the western seas. The increase of wealth is shown by the fact that Edward III, first of all English monarchs, issued a large currency of gold money, 1349, and that his nobles, as the broad thin pieces were called, became the favorite medium of exchange in all northwestern Europe, and formed the model for the gold coins of the Netherlands, part of Germany, and Scotland. Manufactures as well as foreign trade were beginning to grow important. The reign of Edward is always remembered for the development of the weaving industry in eastern England. He induced many Flemish weavers to settle in Norwich and elsewhere, moved, it is said, by the advice of his Netherlandish queen, Philippa of Hainault. But the main exports of England were still raw material, especially wool and metals, and not manufactured goods. The English trader did not usually sail beyond Norway on the one hand and North Spain on the other. Intercourse with more distant countries was carried on mainly by companies of foreign merchants, of whom the men of the Hanse towns were the most important. These Germans had a factory in London called the Steelyard, where they dwelt in a body under strict rules and regulations. It was by them that English goods were taken to the more distant markets on the Baltic or the Mediterranean. End of chapter 13, part 2. Section 25 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 13, Edward III, 1327 to 1377. Part 3. The reasons why the Treaty of Bretigny failed to give a permanent settlement of the quarrel between England and France were many. The English pleaded that the French never fulfilled their obligations, for King John found his people very unwilling to raise his huge ransom, and never paid half of it. He returned to England in 1364 to surrender himself in default of payment, for he had a keen sense of honor in such things, and then died. His son, Charles V, at once refused, as was natural, to pay the arrears. But a more fruitful source of quarreling was the civil war in Brittany, which still lingered on after 20 years of fighting. English and French succours came to help the two rival dukes and fought each other on Breton soil, though peace reigned elsewhere. The same thing was soon after seen in Spain. Pedro the Cruel, the wicked king of Castile, was attacked by his bastard brother, Henry of Trastamara, who enlisted a great host of French mercenaries under Bertrand du Guesclin, the best professional soldier in France. Driven out of Castile by the usurper and his allies, Pedro fled to Bordeaux, where the Black Prince was reigning as Duke of Aquitaine. He enlisted the help of the English, who were jealous of French influence in Spain, and bought the aid of Edward's younger brothers, John of Gaunt, who was now a widower, and Edmund of Cambridge, by marrying his two daughters to them. Edward raised a great army of English and Gascons and crossed the Pyrenees to restore King Pedro. At Najara, he routed the French and Castilians and took Bertrand de Guesclin prisoner, and drove Henry of Trastamara out of the land, 1367. But the ungrateful Pedro refused to repay the large sums which Edward had spent in raising his army, and the prince withdrew in wrath to Aquitaine. He took back with him an intermittent fever which he had caught in Spain, and never recovered his health. Left to his own resources, Pedro was soon beset for a second time by his brother and the French. He was captured by treachery and slain by Henry of Trastamara's own hand. Edward had raised vast sums of money from Aquitaine for his Spanish expedition by heavy taxation, which sorely vexed his new subjects. For the Poitevins and other French, who had become the unwilling vassals of an English lord by the Treaty of Bretigny, were entirely without any sympathy for Edward and his plans. When the prince returned, broken in health and penniless from Spain, they plotted rebellion against him, with the secret approval of the young King of France. It soon appeared that Edward III had been unwise in annexing so many districts of purely French feeling and blood to the Gascon duchy. For in 1369 and 70, Poitou, Limoges, and all the northern half of Aquitaine broke out into rebellion, and Charles V openly sent out his armies to aid them. The Black Prince took the field in a litter, for he was too weak to ride, and stormed Limoges, where he ordered a horrid massacre of the rebellious citizens, a deed that deeply stained his hitherto untarnished fame. But his strength could carry him no further. He returned helpless to Bordeaux, and presently resigned the Duchy of Aquitaine and returned to England, there to languish for some years and die at last of his lingering disorder. The king himself, though not yet 60 years of age, had fallen into a premature decay of mind and body, so that his son's early decease was doubly unfortunate. After losing his excellent wife, Queen Philippa, in 1369, he had sunk into a deep depression, from which he only recovered to fall into the hands of unscrupulous favourites. In private, he was governed by his chamberlain, Lord Latimer, and by a lady named Alice Perrers, who became his mistress. Both abused their influence to plunder his coffers and make market of his favour. The higher governance of the realm was mainly in the hands of John of Gaunt, the king's eldest surviving son, a selfish and headstrong prince who made himself the head of the war party and hoped to gather laurels that might vie with those of his elder brother, the Black Prince. The last 7 years of Edward's reign, 1370 to 77, were full of disasters abroad and discontent at home. In France, the successors of the Black Prince proved utterly unable to maintain their grasp on Aquitaine. Town by town and castle by castle, all the districts that had been won by the Treaty of Bretigny passed into the hands of King Charles V. His skilful general, Bertrand de Guesclin, won his way to success without risking a single pitched battle with the invincible English archery. When John of Gaunt took a great host over to Calais in 1373, the French retired before him by the king's orders and shut themselves up behind stone walls, after sweeping the country bare of provisions. The Duke of Lancaster marched up to the gates of Paris, and then all through central France down to Bordeaux. But though he did much damage to the open country, he could not halt to besiege any great town for want of food, and finally reached Guienne with an army half-starved and woefully reduced in numbers. Before King Edward was in his grave, his dominions in France had shrunk to a district far smaller than he had held before the 100 Years' War had commenced. Nothing was left save the ports of Bordeaux and Bayonne, with the strip of Gascon coast between them. In the north, however, the all-important fortress of Calais was firmly and successfully maintained. Meanwhile, there was bitter strife in Parliament at home, for ill success without always brings on discontent within. John of Gaunt, since he was known to sway his father's counsels, was forced to bear the brunt of the popular displeasure. It was he who was considered responsible for the misconduct of the French war, the peculations of the king's favourites, and the demands of the crown for increased taxation. The party opposed to him in Parliament counted as its head the good Bishop William of Wykeham, who had been Chancellor from 1367 to 1371, and had been driven from office by Lancaster's command. He was supported by the clergy and by most of the knights of the shires, who formed the more important half of the House of Commons. It was probably the fact that the clergy were unanimously set against him that led John of Gaunt to seek allies for himself by giving countenance to an attack on the Church, which was just then beginning to develop. This was the anti-papal movement of the Lollards, or Wycliffites, as they were called after their leader, John Wycliffe, the morning star of the Reformation. The state of the papacy, and of the Church at large, was at this moment very scandalous. The Pope was living no more at Rome, but at Avignon, under the shadow of the French king, and the power of the papacy was being shamelessly misused for French objects. England had never loved the papal influence, and had still less reason to love it when it was employed for the benefits of her political enemies. The tale of the simony, corruption, and evil living of the papal court had gone forth all over Europe, and provoked even more wrath in England than elsewhere. The English Church itself was far from blameless. There were bishops who were mere statesmen and warriors, and neglected their diocesan work. There were secular clergy who never saw their parishes, and monasteries where religion and sound learning were less regarded than wealth and high living. It was especially the great wealth of the monasteries and the small profit that it brought the nation which provoked popular comment. Since the days of the Statute of Mortmain, the spirit of the times was changed, and benefactors who desired to leave a good work behind them founded and endowed schools and colleges, and not abbeys as of old. It was John Wycliffe, an Oxford Doctor of Divinity, and sometime Master of Balliol College, who gave voice to the popular discontent with the state of the papacy and the national church. He taught that the Pope's claim to be God's vice-regent on earth and to guide the consciences of all men was a blasphemous usurpation, because each individual was responsible to heaven for his own acts and thoughts. All men, he said, in feudal phraseology, are tenants in chief under God, and hold from him all that they are and possess. The Pope claims to be our main Lord, and to interfere between us and our divine suzerain, and therein he grievously errs. Wycliffe also held that the Church was far too rich. He thought that her virtue was oppressed by the load of wealth, and advocated a return to apostolic poverty, in which the clergy should surrender the greater part of their enormous endowments. At a later date, he developed doubts on the real presence and other leading doctrines of the medieval church, but it was mainly as a denouncer of the power of the papacy and the riches and luxury of the clergy that he became known. John of Gaunt's object in favouring Wycliffe was purely political. With the reformer's religious views, he can have had little sympathy, but he wished to turn the seething discontent of England into the channel of an attack on the Church, and to keep it from his own doors. For the last 20 years, legislation against ecclesiastical grievances had not been infrequent. In 1351, the Statute of Provisors had prohibited the Pope from giving away English benefices to his favourites. In 1353, the first Statute of Praemunire had forbidden English litigants to transfer their disputes to the church courts abroad. Duke John's attempt to distract the attention of the nation to the reform of matters ecclesiastic was partly successful. We find many proposals in Parliament to strip the Church of part of her overgrown endowments and utilize them for the service of the state. On this point, clerk and layman had many a bitter wrangle. But Lancaster could not altogether keep the storm from beating on himself and his father. In 1376, the good Parliament impeached Latimer and Neville, Edward's favourites and ministers, and removed and fined them. Alice Perrers, the old king's mistress, was at the same time banished. In the following year, Lancaster reasserted himself, packed a parliament with his supporters, and cancelled the condemnation of Latimer, Neville, and Alice Perrers. The Bishop of London, in revenge, arrested Lancaster's protégé Wycliffe and began to try him for heresy. But the Duke appeared in the court and so threatened and browbeat the bishop that he was fain to release his prisoner. But new complications were now at hand. The aspect of affairs was suddenly changed by the death of the old king on January 2nd, 1377, and political affairs took a new complexion on the accession of his young grandson, Richard II, the only surviving child of the Black Prince. End of chapter 13. Section 26 of A History of England. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 14. Richard II, 1377 to 1399, Part 1. The little King Richard II was a boy of 10 years old, born in the year when his father went on his ill-fated expedition to Spain to help Don Pedro. Richard's mother was Joan, Countess of Kent, the heiress of that unfortunate Earl Edmund whom Mortimer beheaded in 1330. She had been a widow when the Black Prince wedded her, and had 2 sons by her first husband, Sir Thomas Holland. These 2 half-brothers of King Richard were 10 years his senior, and were destined to be not unimportant figures in the history of his reign. Their names were Thomas Holland, Earl of Kent, and John Holland, Earl of Huntingdon. The helplessness of the young king, the son of the deeply mourned Black Prince, at first touched the hearts of all men, and the parties that were represented by John of Gaunt and William of Wykeham reconciled themselves and agreed to join in serving the king faithfully. A council of regency was appointed, in which both were represented, and it was agreed that Parliament alone should choose and dismiss the king's ministers. This happy concord, however, was not to last for long. The conduct of foreign affairs of the nation was left in John of Lancaster's hands, and the continued misfortunes in the French war were laid to his charge. The troops of Charles V were still carrying everything before them. They conquered all Aquitaine save Bordeaux and Bayonne, and overran the Duchy of Brittany, the sole ally of England on the continent. Moreover, fleets of Norman privateers had begun to appear in the Channel. They landed boldly on the English coast and burnt Winchelsea, Portsmouth, and Gravesend. To restore the fortune of war, money was urgently needed, and Duke John kept asking for more and more, to the discontent both of the Parliament and the nation. He was granted in 1379 a poll tax, wherein every man was assessed, according to his estate, from dukes and archbishops, who paid £6 13 shillings 4 pence, to agricultural labourers, who paid 4 pence. In 1380 followed another tax, graduated from £1 to 1 shilling, on every grown man or woman. It was the collection of this very unpopular tax that precipitated the violent outbreak of discontent that had been smouldering among the lower classes for the last 30 years. Ever since the Black Death, a silent but bitter contention had been in progress between the landholding classes and their tenants, more especially those who were still villeins and bound to the soil. The main stress of the struggle had come from the fact that the dearth of labourers and the rise in wages, which resulted from the Black Death, had caused the lords of the manors to press more hardly on their tenants. They tried to get all the labour they could get out of the villeins, and refused to take money payments for their farms instead of days of labour on the lords' fields. It seems, too, that they strove to claim as villeins many who were, or wished to be, free rent-paying, copyhold, or leasehold tenants. Moreover, when forced to hire free labour, they tried to underpay it, relying on the scale of wages fixed by the Statute of Labourers in 1350, instead of abiding by the laws of supply and demand. The pressure on the part of the lords led to combinations of secret clubs and societies among the tenants, who agreed to refuse the statutory wages and determined to agitate for the removal of all the old labour rents. Their idea was to commute all such service due on their little holdings into money rents at the rate of 4 pence for every acre. But the rising of 1380 was due to many other causes beside the grievance of the villeins. Much discontent can be traced to the mismanagement of the French war, which was all laid on John of Gaunt's shoulders. Much more was due to the filtering down of the teaching of the Lollards to the lower strata of the nation. Wycliffe had always preached that unjust and sinful rulers, whether clerks or laymen, were cut off from the right to use their authority by their own manifest unworthiness, and had no just dominion over their fellow men. He had especially protested against the wealth and pomp of the clergy, and urged that they ought to return to apostolic poverty. The wilder and more headstrong of his followers had pressed his teaching to the advocacy of pure communism, saying that riches were in themselves evil, and that men should be equal in all things. John Ball, the best known of these fanatical preachers, was wont to perambulate the country, delivering sermons on his favorite text, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Wherever men were oppressed and discontented, they listened eagerly to these discourses, and began to talk of putting an end to all difference between man, and dividing all things equally between them. But it was only the wilder spirits who were imbued with these doctrines. The majority, like most discontented Englishmen in all ages, were only set on the practical task of endeavoring to redress their own particular grievances and to better their condition. It was in June 1381 that the rising broke out simultaneously in almost all of eastern England, from Yorkshire to Hants. It has gained the name of Wat Tyler's Rebellion from Walter the Tyler of Maidstone, who was chief of the insurgents of Kent. Curiously enough, 4 other men bearing or assuming the name of the Tyler were prominent in the troubles. The main incidents of the rising took place round London, towards which the insurgents flocked from all quarters. Simultaneously, the men of Essex, under a chief who called himself Jack Straw, marched to Hampstead, those of Herefordshire to Highbury, those of Kent to Blackheath. On their way, they had done much damage. The Essex rioters had caught and murdered the Chief Justice of England, and the Kentish men had slain several knights and lawyers who fell into their hands. Everywhere they pillaged the houses of the gentry, and sought out and burnt the manor rolls, which preserved the records of the duties and obligations of the villeins to the lord of the manor. The King's Council at London was quite helpless, for the sudden rising had taken them by surprise, and they had no troops ready. Seeing the city surrounded by the rioters, they shut its gates and sent to ask what were the grievances and demands of the mob. The claims that were formulated by the leaders of the rising were more moderate than might have been expected, for the wilder spirits were still kept in order by the cooler ones. They asked that villenage should be abolished, and all lands held on villein tenure be made into leasehold farms, rated at 4d. an acre, that the tolls and market dues which heightened the price of provisions should be abolished, and that all who had been engaged in the rising should receive a full pardon for the murders and pillage that had taken place. These demands were not too violent to be taken into consideration. While the Regency hesitated, the young king, who displayed a spirit and resource most unusual in a boy of 14, announced that he would go himself to meet the rioters and try to quiet them, for as yet they had not said or done anything implying disrespect for the royal name. But meanwhile, the Kentish insurgents had crossed the Thames and burnt John of Gaunt's great palace, the Savoy, which lay in the Strand outside the walls of London. Presently the mob in the city rose and opened the gates so that Wat Tyler and his host were able to enter. They slew some foreign merchants and some lawyers, the two classes whom they seem most to have hated, but wrought no general pillage or massacre. On the 13th of June, Richard, persisting in his resolve of bringing the insurgents to reason, rode out of Aldgate and met the Essex men at Mile End. After hearing their petitions, he declared that they contained nothing impossible, and that he would undertake that they should be granted. But while the king was parleying with the eastern insurgents, the Kentish men burst into the tower where the Regency had been sitting and committed a hideous outrage. They caught Simon of Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury. He was also Chancellor. Sir Robert Hales, the High Treasurer, and Legge, who had farmed the obnoxious poll tax, dragged them forth to Tower Hill, and there slew them. Notwithstanding these murders, the young king persisted in his design of treating with the insurgents. He bade Tyler and his host meet him the next day in Smithfield, outside the city gates. They came, but Tyler, who had throughout shown himself the most violent of the insurgents, began wrangling with the king's suite instead of keeping to the business at hand. This so enraged William Walworth, the mayor of London, that he drew a short sword and hewed the rebel down from his horse. Then one of the king's squires leapt down and stabbed him as he lay. Walworth's act was likely to have cost the king and his whole party their lives, for the insurgents bent their bows and shouted that they would avenge their captain there and then. But Richard, with extraordinary presence of mind in one so young, pushed his horse forward and bade them stand still, for they should have their demands granted, and he himself would be their captain since Tyler was dead. So there in Smithfield he had a charter drawn up, conceding all that the insurgents asked, and pardoning them for their treason. Satisfied with this, the Kentish men dispersed to their homes. Richard returned to London in triumph, as he well deserved, vowing that he had that day won back the realm of England, which had been as good as lost. Soon the nobles and their armed retainers began to gather to London, and when they found themselves in force, they began to discuss the legality of the king's concessions to the peasants. He had not, it was urged, the right to give away other men's property, namely, their feudal rights over their vassals, without the consent of Parliament. It was shocking, too, that the murderers of the Archbishop, the Lord Chief Justice, and the Treasurer should go unpunished. So Richard's charter was annulled and his general pardon cancelled. All the leaders of the revolt were caught one after another and hanged. Even John Ball's priest's robe did not save him from the gallows, though clergymen were so seldom executed in the Middle Ages. When Parliament met, the king proposed to them that his promise to the insurgents should stand so far as the abolition of villenage was concerned, since this had been the main cause of the rising. But the barons and knights of the shire were loath to give up their feudal rights, and refused to confirm the king's grant. They replied that the trouble had really had its origin in the evil governance of the ministers, and turned them all out of office. Nevertheless, the rising had not failed in its object, for in future the lords of the manors were afraid to enforce the full letter of their claims over the peasants, and villanage gradually sunk into desuetude. King Richard had shown his high spirit in the days of the rising, and 4 years later, when he had attained the age of 18, he endeavored to take the reins of power into his own hands. His uncle of Lancaster did not gainsay him, for he felt himself to be unpopular with the nation. So he departed oversea on a vain errand. In right of his wife, Constance, the daughter of Pedro the Cruel, he had claim to the crown of Castile, and trusted to get aid from the Portuguese to set him on the throne which Henry of Trastamara had usurped. So he gathered his retainers and many hired soldiers and sailed away to Spain, nor was his face seen in England for more than 4 years. End of chapter 14, part 1. Section 27 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 14, Richard II, 1377 to 1399, Part 2. Meanwhile, the young king had placed his friends in office and strove to rule for himself. His chief minister was Michael de la Pole, son of a rich merchant at Hull, whom he made Earl of Suffolk, to the disgust of many of the barons. He also favoured greatly Robert de Vere, whom he made Lord Deputy of Ireland, and created Marquis of Dublin. In them and in his 2 half-brothers, Thomas and John Holland, he placed his confidence. Richard was now 20. He had been married some years back to Anne of Bohemia, the daughter of the Emperor Charles IV, and might have expected that all the world would have counted him old enough to administer the kingdom. But he had reckoned without one man's ambition and jealousy. His youngest uncle, Thomas, Duke of Gloucester, was an unscrupulous and domineering prince who had hoped to succeed to John of Gaunt's position and to have the chief part in ruling his nephew's realm. Richard knew him well and had no intention of employing him. Seeing this, Duke Thomas began to gather a party among the greater nobles, persuading them that the king was putting the rule of England into the hands of mere upstarts and favourites, and that de la Pole and de Vere were no better than Gaveston or the Despensers. Gloucester drew into his designs many of the most important barons, the Earls of Warwick, Arundel, and Nottingham, and Henry of Bolingbroke, the son and heir of John of Gaunt, were the chief plotters. They stirred up the people and Parliament by complaints of the maladministration of the ministers, and used a threatened invasion of the French as a lever against those entrusted with the conduct of the long, unhappy war with France. When they had excited public opinion, they had Suffolk impeached in Parliament for maladministration of the revenue. Although almost certainly guiltless, he was condemned and imprisoned. But when Parliament had dispersed, the king took him out of confinement and restored him to favour, declaring that he had full right to choose his own ministers. There followed shortly after the armed uprising of Thomas of Gloucester and his accomplices. Proclaiming that they wished only to free the king from evil counsellors, Gloucester, Warwick, Arundel, Nottingham, and the young Henry of Bolingbroke marched on London with a great body of retainers. They called themselves the Lords Appellant, because they appealed or accused of treason the king's ministers. Richard was taken by surprise at this very unjustifiable raising of civil war. He bade his friends arm, but de Vere, who had raised some levies in Oxfordshire, was beaten by the rebels at Radcot Bridge, and no one else tried to resist. De Vere and de la Pole succeeded in flying to France, where they both died shortly after in exile. But the king and the rest of his friends and ministers fell into the hands of the Lords Appellant. Under the eyes of Gloucester and his accomplices, the merciless Parliament was summoned to London. Awed by the armed men around them, the members declared Suffolk and de Vere outlaws and condemned to death 7 of the king's minor ministers. So Tressilian, the Chief Justice, Sir Simon Burley, who had been the king's tutor, and 5 more were hanged. February 1388. This disgraceful Parliament ended by voting £20,000 as a gift to the Lords Appellant for their services, and then dispersed. Gloucester and his friends were in office for something more than a year, a period long enough to show the world that they were grasping self-seekers and not patriots. The only service they did the country was to negotiate truces with Scotland and France, which stopped for a time the lingering 100 Years' War. By 1389, Richard had passed his majority. In a session of the Royal Council, he suddenly asked his uncle Gloucester how old he was. The Duke replied that he was now in his 22nd year. "Then," said the king, "I am certainly old enough to manage my own affairs." So, formally thanking Gloucester and the rest for their past services, he dismissed them from office. If he had replaced them by his own favourites, the civil war would have broken out again. But Richard wisely called in the good bishop William of Wykeham, and other ancient counsellors of his grandfathers, against whom no one had a word to say. He made no attempt to punish the Lords Appellant, and acted with such self-restraint and moderation that all the realm was soon full of his praises. Yet all the time he was dissembling and biding his time for revenge on the men who had murdered his friends in 1388. Richard's wise and moderate rule lasted for 8 years, 1389 to 97. They were a prosperous time. The French war was suspended, and the king seemed to have put a permanent end to it by marrying a French princess, Isabella, the daughter of Charles VI, after his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, had died. Perhaps the most important feature of the time was the growth of the Wycliffite movement. John Wycliffe himself had died at a good old age in 1384, but his disciples, the Lollards, continued to increase and multiply. We find them so powerful that in the Parliament of 1394, their representatives in the Commons had begun to agitate for a national declaration against some of the most prominent doctrines of the Roman Church, such as image worship, the efficacy of pilgrimages, the celibacy of the clergy, and even the real presence in the Lord's Supper. They were only stopped by Richard himself, who hurried home from Ireland to rebuke them. He told them that he would hear nothing of such changes, but he did not molest or persecute them, and let the movement take its course. The Great Schism was at this time at its height, and the Church presented the disgraceful spectacle of two rival popes at Rome and Avignon, anathematizing each other and preaching a crusade against each other's adherents. When such was the state of affairs, and no one knew who was orthodox and who was heretical, it was natural enough that the new doctrines should flourish. In 1397, Richard thought himself so firmly seated on his throne that he could venture to execute his long-cherished vengeance on the Lord's appellant. He had won over two of them to himself, Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham, and Henry Bolingbroke, the heir of the old Duke of Lancaster. On the others, his vengeance suddenly fell. He accused Gloucester, Arundel, and Warwick of plotting a new rebellion. They were seized and thrown into prison. Arundel was tried and executed. Gloucester was secretly murdered at Calais. Warwick was banished for life to the Isle of Man. Nor was this all. For a time, Richard professed the greatest affection for Nottingham and Bolingbroke, the two survivors of the plotters of 1388. He even made them Dukes of Norfolk and Hereford. But in 1398, his vengeance fell on them also. He induced Hereford to accuse Norfolk of treasonable conversation, and when Mowbray denied it, proposed that they should meet in judicial combat in the lists at Coventry. They consented, but when the champions came ready armed before him, Richard suddenly stopped the duel and announced to the astonished dukes that he had determined to banish them both from the realm, Norfolk for life, Hereford for 10 years. Having thus wreaked his vengeance on the last of the Lord's appellant, Richard proceeded to rule in a far more arbitrary manner than before, and decidedly outstepped his constitutional rights. He thought that there was no one left in the realm who would dare to oppose him, and that he could do all that he chose. His most flagrantly illegal step was to increase his revenue by raising forced loans from men of wealth, an ingenious means of getting money without having to apply to Parliament for it. But he kept up a considerable standing army of archers to overawe discontent, and thought himself quite secure. When John of Gaunt died in 1399, he seized upon the great estates of the Duchy of Lancaster, and refused to allow the exiled Henry of Bolingbroke to claim his father's title and heritage. This roused much sympathy for Henry, since he had been promised that his banishment should make no difference to his rights of inheritance. Richard's nearest kinsman and heir at this time was his cousin Roger, Earl of March, the grandson of Lionel of Clarence, the Black Prince's next brother. The king had sent him over to Ireland and entrusted him with the government of that country, for he paid more attention to Irish affairs than any of his ancestors, and had already made one expedition across St. George's Channel in 1394. Ireland had been in a state of complete anarchy since Edward Bruce broke up the foundations of English rule 80 years before, and both the Anglo-Norman lords of the Pale and the Irish chiefs of the West showed an utter disregard for royal authority. Roger of March was killed by rebels in a skirmish at Kenlis in Ossory in 1398, and this so provoked Richard that he resolved to go over himself with all his personal retainers and hired guards, and put an end to the anarchy. Accordingly, early in 1399, the king sailed for Dublin, leaving London in charge of his one surviving uncle, Edmund, Duke of York, a weak old man who had always shown himself very loyal, but very incapable. When Richard was lost to sight in the Irish bogs, all his enemies began to take counsel against him. The barons began to murmur at his arbitrary rule, the citizens of London at his forced loans, the clergy at his tolerance for the Lollards. At the critical moment, Henry of Bolingbroke landed unexpectedly at Ravenspur in Yorkshire, proclaiming that he had come only to claim his father's duchy, which had been so wrongfully withheld from him. He was immediately joined by Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and many other northern lords. The regent, Edmund of York, gathered an army to withstand him. But when Bolingbroke explained to him that he came with no treasonable purpose, but only to plead for his forfeited estates, the simple old man dismissed his troops and went home. Thus, unexpectedly freed from opposition, Bolingbroke soon showed his real mind by catching and hanging Richard's ministers, Scrope, Earl of Wiltshire, Bushy, and Green. The news of Duke Henry's landing had soon got to Ireland, and the king at once prepared to return and resist him. But for 4 weeks, persistent easterly winds kept him storm-bound at Dublin. At last the wind turned, and Richard could cross, but he came too late. York's army had dispersed, and some Welsh levies whom the Earl of Salisbury had raised had also gone home, after waiting in vain for the king's landing. When Richard reached Flint Castle with the small following that he had brought with him, he was surrounded by troops under the Earl of Northumberland, who had been awaiting his arrival. Nothing but surrender was possible, so Richard yielded himself up, trusting that his cousin aimed merely at seizing the governance of the realm, and not at his master's life or crown. Henry, however, had other views. He put Richard in strict custody and took him to London. There the Parliament assembled, overawed by the armed retainers of the Duke and his partisans. Richard, was forced by threats to abdicate and thought that he had thus secured his life. Then Henry caused the Parliament to accept his cousin's resignation and claimed the crown for himself. This was in manifest disregard of the rights of Edmund of March, the young son of that Roger who had fallen in Ireland a year before. The Parliament, however, formally elected the Duke to fill his cousin's throne, and saluted him as king by the name of Henry IV. Constitutionally, no doubt, they were acting within their rights, but it is only fair to say that Richard, headstrong and arbitrary though he had been, had scarcely deserved his fate. Nor was there any adequate reason for setting aside the clear hereditary claim of Edmund of March, 1399. Henry had grasped the crown, but he knew that his position was insecure. He had only a parliamentary title, and what one parliament had done, another could undo. The late king had many faithful partisans and was not misliked by the nation at large. Therefore, the unscrupulous usurper determined to make away with him. Richard was sent to Pontefract Castle and never seen again. Undoubtedly, he was murdered, but no one save Henry and his confidants knew how the deed was done. The details of that dark act have never come to light. End of chapter 14. Section 28 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 15. Henry IV, 1399 to 1413. Henry of Bolingbroke had small comfort all his days on the throne which he had usurped. He was only the king of a faction, the nominee of the party which had once supported the Lord's appellant. If one half of the baronage was friendly to him for that reason, the other half was always estranged from him. It might almost be said that the Wars of the Roses, the strife of the two great factions who adhered, the one to the House of Lancaster and the other to the House of March, began on Henry's succession. Richard's deposition had been the work not of the whole nation, but of Henry's friends, the Percys of Northumberland, the Nevilles of Westmoreland, the Arundels, son and brother to the Arundel whom Richard had beheaded in 1397, and the Staffords, who represented the line of Thomas, Duke of Gloucester. The Parliament had acquiesced in Henry's usurpation rather because it had been discontented with Richard's arbitrary rule than because it had any very great liking for his cousin. Perhaps the more far-sighted of its members had concluded that the accession of a king whose only title rested on election would be favorable to the development of constitutional liberties, since Henry would, at least for a time, be very much dependent on the goodwill of the body that had chosen him, and which might some day choose another ruler if he proved unpliable. Before Henry had been 2 months on the throne, civil war had broken out. The insurgents were Richard's kinsmen and favourites, the two Hollands, Earls of Kent and Huntingdon, who were Richard's half-brothers, conspired with Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, and Lord Despencer, who had been his trusted friends. They plotted to seize King Henry as he lay at Windsor, keeping the festivities of Christmas, to slay or imprison him, and to release their old master from Pontefract Castle. Unfortunately for themselves, they took into their counsels Edward, Earl of Rutland, the son of the old Duke of York. The cowardly prince, finding that he was suspected, informed the king of the plot before the conspirators were ready. Henry escaped from Windsor and called his friends together at London. The rebel earls set out in various directions to endeavour to raise their retainers, but they were all overtaken. Kent and Salisbury fell into their enemies' hands at Cirencester. Huntingdon was caught in Essex, Despencer at Bristol. All were beheaded without any delay or form of trial. Henry's grim reply to this insurrection was the production of the dead body of King Richard, which was brought from Pontefract to London and publicly displayed to prove his death. Nevertheless, many men refused to credit his decease, and for years after there were some who maintained that the body exposed in St. Paul's was not that of the late king, but that of his chaplain, who bore an extraordinary personal resemblance to him. They believed, or tried to believe, that Richard had escaped and was alive in Scotland. Trading on this notion, an impostor presented himself at the Scotch court, and was long entertained there as the true King of England by the simple Robert III. Hardly was the rebellion of the Hollands put down before a second civil war arose. The Welsh had always been devoted to King Richard and had taken his deposition very ill. In 1400, a gentleman named Owen ap Griffith of Glendower, who had been one of Richard's squires, put himself at the head of a rising in North Wales. Owen was of the old princely blood of the House of Llewellyn, and proclaimed himself Prince of North Wales under the suzerainty of his master Richard, whom he declared to be still alive in Scotland. He was a guerrilla captain of marked ability, and completely baffled the efforts that King Henry made to put him down. He swept all over North Wales, captured many of its castles, and extended his sway over the whole countryside. To the day of his death, Owen maintained himself in independence, ravaging the English border when he was left alone, and retiring into the recesses of Snowdon when a great force took the field against him. His incursions penetrated as far as Worcester and Shrewsbury, and no man west of the Severn was safe from his plundering bands. As if the Welsh trouble was not enough to keep King Henry employed, other wars broke out around him. The Scots, under the Earl of Douglas, crossed the border to harry Northumberland, and Louis of Orleans, the uncle of Richard's queen Isabella, began to stir up the French court to attack England, and encouraged many descents of Norman privateers on the coasts of the Channel. Henry's only resource was to keep the nation in good temper by a rigorous and punctual obedience to all the petitions and requests of his Parliament. Accordingly, he showed himself the most constitutional of sovereigns, and both now and for many years to come made himself the dutiful servant of the commons. He also did his best to enlist the favor of churchmen on his side by a cruel persecution of the Lollards. The disciples of Wycliffe had always favored King Richard, who had shown them complete tolerance, and Henry felt that he was not estranging any of his own partisans when he handed over the Lollards to the mercy of the harsh and fanatical Archbishop Arundel. It was under this prelate's guidance that the king assented to the infamous statute De Heretico Comburendo, 1401, which condemned all convicted schismatics to the stake and fire. The first victim burnt was William Sawtrey, a London clergyman, and others followed him at intervals all through Henry's reign. The Scotch War came to a head in 1402 at the Battle of Homildon Hill. There Murdoch of Albany, the son of the Scotch regent, was completely defeated by Percy of Northumberland and his son, Harry Percy, whom the borderers nicknamed Hotspur for his speed and energy. But the victory of Homildon was fated to do England more harm than any defeat, since it was to cause a renewal of the Civil War. The Percys had taken many prisoners, including Murdoch himself and 3 other Scots earls, Douglas, Moray, and Orkney. From the ransoms of these peers they trusted to get great profit. But King Henry, who was at his wits' end to scrape money together without troubling Parliament, took the prisoners out of the Percys' hands and claimed the ransoms for himself. This mortally offended Northumberland, a proud and greedy chief who had been Henry's main support at the time of his usurpation, and thought that in return the king ought to refuse nothing to him. In sheer lawless wrath at the king's refusal to hear him, Northumberland resolved to dethrone Henry. He secretly concerted measures with Owen Glendower for a joint attack on the king, and released his captive, the Earl of Douglas, who in return brought him a band of Scottish auxiliaries. By Owen's counsel, aid was sought from France also, and it was settled that the young Earl of March should be proclaimed king if Richard II proved to be really dead. In July 1403, the Percys rose and were joined by their kinsman, the Earl of Worcester, and many more. Hotspur rapidly led his army towards Shrewsbury, where Glendower had promised to join him with a Welsh host. But King Henry was too quick for his foes. He threw himself between them and caught the young Percy before the Welsh came up. The desperately fought Battle of Shrewsbury, July 23, 1403, ended in the victory of the royal host. Hotspur was slain by an arrow, while Douglas and Worcester were taken, and the latter executed for treason. It was at this field that the king's eldest son, Henry of Monmouth, destined in later years to be the conqueror of France, first looked upon the face of war. The Earl of Northumberland, who had not been present at Shrewsbury, but had kept at home in the north, was allowed to make his peace with the king on the payment of a great fine. But Henry was wrong in thinking that the crafty and resentful old earl was no longer dangerous. Though his brave son was dead, Percy stirred up a second rebellion 2 years later by the aid of Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham, son of Henry's old opponent in the lists of Coventry, and of Scrope, Archbishop of York, brother of that Scrope, Earl of Wilts, whom the Lancastrians had hung in 1399. But Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, who commanded for the king in the north, induced Scrope and Mowbray to lay down their arms and come to a conference, and there he seized them as traitors. They were at once put on trial, not before their peers, as they claimed, but before 2 of the king's justices, who condemned them to death. Scrope's execution sent a thrill of horror throughout England, for no archbishop had ever before been slain by a king, save Thomas Becket, and many men counted him a martyr, even as Becket. So Henry lost as much love of the clergy by this act as he had gained by his assent to the Statute de Heretico Comburendo. Northumberland escaped to Scotland in 1405 and lurked there for 2 years. But in 1407 he crossed the Tweed, raised his vassals, and made a dash for York. But he was intercepted at Bramham Moor and there slain, fighting hard in spite of his 70 years. After this, King Henry was no more vexed with civil war in England, but his Welsh troubles showed no sign of ending. Owen Glendower eluded Henry, Prince of Wales, and all the other leaders who came against him, with complete success, and the English armies suffered so severely from storms among the Welsh hills that they swore that Owen was a magician and had conjured the elements against them. It was the constant drain of money for this interminable war that kept the king in strict submission to his parliament, so that he was obliged to allow them to audit all his accounts, and even to dismiss his servants when they thought that he kept too large and wasteful a household. Henry much disliked this control, but he always bowed before it. His health was failing, though he was still in middle age, and bodily weakness seems to have bent his will. From 1409 to 1412, he was so feeble that the government was really carried on by his son, the Prince of Wales, and his half-brothers, the Beauforts, Henry, Bishop of Winchester, and Thomas, the Chancellor. Of the Beaufort clan we shall hear much in the future. They were the sons of John of Gaunt's old age. After the death of his wife, Constance of Castile, a lady named Catherine Swynford became his mistress and bore him several sons. He afterwards married her, and the children were legitimized by Act of Parliament. Of these, the eldest was now Earl of Somerset, and the youngest Bishop of Winchester. It was fortunate for England in these years, when the realm was ruled by a bedridden king and a very young Prince of Wales, that her neighbours to the north and south had fallen on evil days. Neither Scot nor Frenchman was dangerous at this time. The Scots were bridled by the fact that the heir of the kingdom was in Henry's hands, for it chanced that King Robert III was sending his son James to France, and that the ship was taken by an English privateer. "Why did they not send him straight to me?" said King Henry. "I could have taught him French as well as any man at Paris." So Prince James was kept at Windsor as a hostage for the good behavior of Scotland. His jealous uncle Albany, the regent of the kingdom, did not want him released, and was quite content to leave him in Henry's power and keep the peace. The cause of the quiescence of France was very different. King Charles VI had become insane and no longer ruled. A desperate civil war had been raging there ever since the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, had been murdered by his cousin, the Duke of Burgundy, in 1407. The partisans of the murdered duke, who were called the Armagnacs, from their leader Bernard, Count of Armagnac, were always endeavoring to revenge his death on Burgundy. They mustered most of the feudal nobility of France in their ranks, while their opponent was supported by the burghers of Paris and many of the towns of the north. John of Burgundy was Lord of Flanders as well as of his own duchy, and was well able to hold his own, even though his French partisans were outnumbered by the Armagnacs. Both factions sought the help of England, and Henry was able to play a double game and to negotiate with each of them on terms that he should be given back some of the lost districts of Aquitaine in return for his aid. In the end, he closed with the offers of the Armagnacs and sent over a small army to Normandy under his second son, Thomas, Duke of Clarence. Clarence accomplished little, but the fact that his troops were able to march across France to Bordeaux with little hindrance taught the English that the French were too helpless and divided to be formidable. 1412. The lesson was taken to heart, as we shall see in the next reign. While King Henry lay slowly dying of leprosy, his son, the Prince of Wales, was gaining the experience which was to serve him so well a few years later. Henry of Monmouth was a warrior from his youth up. At the age of 15, he had been present at Shrewsbury Field, and in the succeeding years he toiled in the hard school of the Welsh wars, leading expedition after expedition against Glendower. The legendary tales which speak of him as a debauched and idle youth who consorted with disreputable favourites, such as Shakespeare's famous Sir John Falstaff, are entirely worthless. Of all these fables, the only one that seems to have any foundation is that which tells how Henry was suspected by his father of over-great ambition and of aiming at the crown. It appears that the prince's supporters, the two Beauforts, suggested to King Henry that he should abdicate and pass on the sceptre to his son. The king was much angered at the proposal, turned the Beauforts out of office, and was for a time estranged from the Prince of Wales. This was the reason why he sent Clarence rather than his elder brother to conduct the war in France. He even removed Prince Henry from his position as head of the royal council. But this outburst of anger was the king's last flash of energy. He died of his lingering disease on March 20, 1413. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 16. Henry V, 1413 to 1422. Part 1. Henry of Monmouth had a far easier task before him when he ascended the throne than his father had been forced to take in hand. He had the tremendous advantage of succeeding to an established heritage, and was no mere usurper, legalized by parliamentary election. So firm did he feel himself upon his seat that he began his reign by releasing the young Earl of March, the legitimate heir of Richard II, whom Henry IV had always kept in close custody. For he knew that none of the odium of his father's usurpation rested upon himself, and that he was well liked by the nation. Nor was his popularity ill-deserved. Though only 25 years of age, he was already a tried warrior and an able statesman. His life was sober and orderly, inclining rather towards Spartan rigor than display and luxury. He was grave and earnest in speech, courteous in all his dealings, and an enemy of flatterers and favorites. His sincere piety bordered on asceticism. If he had a fault, it was that he was somewhat over-stern with those who withstood him, like his great ancestor, Edward I. His enemies called him hard-hearted and sanctimonious. Henry's piety and his love of order and orthodoxy were a source of much trouble to the unhappy Lollards. From the moment of his accession, he bore very hardly upon them, and redoubled the severity of the persecution which his father had begun. He did not spare even his own friends, but arrested for heresy Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, who had been one of his most trusted servants. When accused of holding the doctrines of Wycliffe, Oldcastle boldly avowed his sympathy with them, spoke scornfully of the papacy and its claims, and taunted his judge, Archbishop Arundel, with all the sins and failings of the clergy. He was condemned to be burnt, but escaped from the Tower and hid himself in the marches of Wales. Long afterwards he was retaken and suffered bravely for his opinions. Henry's ill treatment of the Lollards drove the unfortunate sectaries to despair. Some of the more reckless of them planned to put an end to their sufferings by seizing the king's person and compelling him to relax the persecution. They tried to stir up a popular rising like that of Wat Tyler, but Henry got timely notice of their plot. When they began to assemble by night in St. Martin's Fields, outside the gates of London, he came suddenly upon them with a great body of horse and scattered them all. 40 were hung the next day as traitors, and for the future they were treated as guilty of treason as well as of heresy. Fortunately for England, Henry had other things in his mind besides the suppression of the Wycliffites. He knew that nothing serves so well to quiet down internal troubles as a successful and glorious foreign war. He believed himself, and rightly, to be capable of leading the national forces to victory, and he knew that England's old neighbour and enemy across the Channel was weak and divided. Accordingly, from the moment of his accession, Henry began to prepare for an assault on France. He was determined to claim not merely the restoration of the lost provinces of Guienne, but the crown of France itself, as Edward III had done in the days before the Treaty of Bretigny. It is hard to discover how a sincerely religious and right-minded man, for such Henry of Monmouth undoubtedly was, could persuade his conscience that it was permissible to vamp up once more these antiquated claims. It would seem that he regarded himself as a divinely appointed guardian of law, order, morality, and religion, and had come to look upon the French factions with their open wickedness, their treason, treachery, murder, and rapine as emissaries of Satan handed over to him for punishment. Moreover, Henry was, as we have said, a very zealous servant of the Church, and the Church did its best to egg him on to the war. Chicheley, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was one of the chief supporters of it, partly because he wished to distract attention from the persecution of the Lollards, and partly because Parliament had been talking of a proposal to confiscate some church land, and the Archbishop thought that he had better give them some other and more exciting subject of discussion. In his old age, Chicheley bitterly regretted his advice to King Henry, and built his College of All Souls at Oxford to pray for the repose of those who had fallen in the great war which he had set going. Before he had been a year upon the throne, Henry had broken with France. It was in vain that the Dauphin and the Armagnac faction, who were at this time predominant, endeavoured to turn him from his purpose. They offered him the hand of Princess Catherine, the daughter of their mad king Charles VI, and with her the lost provinces of Aquitaine and a dowry of 600,000 gold crowns. But Henry only replied by asking for all that his ancestors had ever held in France, the ancient realm of Henry II, extending from Normandy to the Pyrenees. When this preposterous demand was refused, he summoned Parliament and laid before it his scheme for an invasion of France. The proposal was received with enthusiasm, partly from old national jealousy, partly because the English resented the doings of the French in the time of Henry IV, when Norman privateers had vexed the Channel ports, and French succour had been lent to Owen Glendower and the Scots. The Commons and clergy gave the king very liberal grants of money, which he increased by seizing the estates of the alien priories, that is, the religious houses that were mere branches and dependencies of continental abbeys. By spending every shilling he could raise, and even pawning the crown jewels, the king collected and equipped a considerable army. He assembled at Southampton some 2,500 men-at-arms and 7,000 archers for the invasion. Just before he embarked, however, he found himself exposed to a deadly peril, which showed him how precarious was the hold of the Lancastrian dynasty on the throne. A plot had been formed by his cousin, Richard of Cambridge, the younger brother of that Edmund of Rutland, who betrayed the rebels of 1399. It had as its object the murder of Henry and the coronation of Edmund, Earl of March, whose sister Richard had married. In the plot were implicated Lord Scrope, a kinsman of the Archbishop whom Henry IV had executed, and several others who had grievances against the House of Lancaster. The king sent them all to the block and would not delay his sailing for a moment. He landed in Normandy late in the summer of 1415 and laid siege to Harfleur, which then occupied the position that Havre enjoys today, and was the chief commercial port at the mouth of the Seine. On the news of Henry's approach, the French factions for once suspended their hostilities, and many of the Burgundians, though not Duke John himself, agreed to assist the Armagnacs in repelling the invaders. But they were so long in gathering that Harfleur fell after 5 weeks of siege. The capture, however, had cost the English dear. Not only had they lost many men in the trenches, but a pestilence had broken out among them, and a third of the army were down with camp fever. After shipping off his sick to Southampton and providing a strong garrison for Harfleur, King Henry found that he had no more than 6,000 men left with whom to take the field against the oncoming French. But he would not withdraw ingloriously by sea, and resolved to march home to Calais across northern France. This enterprise savoured of rashness, for the whole countryside was swarming with the levies of the enemy. They had placed the Constable of France, John d'Albret, in command. With him were the young Duke of Orleans and the rest of the Armagnac leaders. Anthony of Brabant, brother to the Duke of Burgundy, was hurrying to their aid from the north. By rapid movements, his whole army, archers as well as men-at-arms, had been provided with horses taken from the countryside. Henry reached the Somme, but he lost time in trying to force a passage, and when at last he crossed the river high up near Peronne, the constable and his host had outmarched him and thrown themselves across the road to Calais. They were at least 30,000 strong, 5 times the force that Henry could put in line, and were in excellent condition, while the English were worn out by their long travel amid violent October rains and over bad country crossroads. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 16, Henry V, 1413 to 1422, Part 2. When King Henry reached Agincourt, he found the French army drawn up across his path and was forced to halt. The constable, like King John at Poitiers, was confident that he had the English in a trap, for they had exhausted all their provisions and had the flooded Somme in their rear. Henry, however, was determined to fight, and put his hope in the bad management which always characterized the disorderly armies of feudal France. He was not disappointed. The constable dismounted all his knights and bade them fight on foot, for fear of the effect of the archery on their horses. Only a few hundred mounted men formed a forlorn hope in front. He arranged his army in 3 heavy columns, one behind another, and formed the front entirely of mailed men-at-arms. The crossbowmen and light troops were placed in the rear, where they could be of no possible use. The week had been rainy, and the space in front of the French was a newly ploughed field, sodden with water, and hemmed in with woods and villages on either hand. At its further end, the English were waiting. Henry had drawn them up in a single 4-deep line in order to make a front equal to that of the enemy. So arranged, they just filled the space between the woods. The archers were on the wings, protected by chevaux de frise of pointed stakes which they had planted in front. The king with his men-at-arms formed the center. A small flanking force of archers had also been sent into the woods on the right. The constable led his men straight on the English front, but they had a mile to go across the greasy mud fields. To men arrayed in full knightly panoply, which had greatly increased in weight since the days of Edward III, the ploughland was almost impassable. After a space, they began to sink as far as their ankles, and presently as far as their knees in the mud. The mounted men struggled on and gradually drew near the English, but they were shot down one after the other as they slowly forced themselves up to the stakes of the archery. The main body of the first column never won its way so far. It was literally stuck fast in the tenacious clay and stood a few score yards from the English line as a target into which the archers emptied whole sheaves of arrows. The crowded mass was soon full of dead and dying, for at such short range, armor could not protect its wearers. The whole column reeled and wavered. Then King Henry, seeing the moment was come, bade his whole line charge. The lightly equipped archers could cross with ease the ploughland where the men-at-arms had found themselves unable to move. They flung themselves upon the French knights, and by the force and fury of their assault completely rolled them over. Though unprotected by mail, they obtained a complete ascendancy over the enemy, dashing them down with their axes and maces till they lay in heaps, 2 or 3 deep. Henry, with the band of men-at-arms around him, seemed to have met with the only stubborn resistance. The king had to fight hard for his life, and was nearly slain by the Duke of Alençon, who had already struck down his younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Alençon, however, was slain, and after his fall, the whole of his column was destroyed or captured. Without a moment's hesitation, the English pushed on to attack the second column, which was slowly advancing through the mud to aid the van. Incredible as it may appear, their second charge was as successful as the first, though the victors were exhausted and thinned in numbers by the previous fighting, and did not muster half their adversaries' force. Just after he had routed this second column, Henry received an alarm that a detached body of the French had assailed his camp in the rear and were coming up to surround him. He at once bade his men slay the prisoners they had taken, a harsh and, as it proved, an unnecessary order, for the French in the rear only plundered the camp and then dispersed with their booty. Although the king had completely scattered or destroyed the second French column, the third still remained in order before him. But cowed by the fate of their comrades, they turned and retired hastily from the field, though they should by themselves have been more than enough to overwhelm the exhausted band of English. In this astonishing victory, Henry's small army had slain a much larger number of men than they mustered in their own ranks. The Constable of France, Anthony, Duke of Brabant, the brother of John of Burgundy, the Dukes of Bar and Alençon, and a whole crowd of counts and barons had fallen. It is said that no less than 10,000 French were slain, of whom more than 8,000 were men of gentle blood. In spite of the massacre of captives in the midst of the fighting, there were still some prisoners surviving. They included the young Duke of Orléans, the titular head of the Armagnac faction, the Duke of Bourbon, the Counts of Eu and Vendôme, and 1,500 knights and nobles more. The English, in this terrible fight, had lost less than 200 men, but among them were two great peers, the Duke of York, Edward of Rutland, of whom we read in 1399, and the Earl of Suffolk. Henry retraced his way to Calais and crossed to England with his prisoners and his booty, there to be received with splendid festivities by his people, who regarded the glory of Agincourt as a sufficient compensation for the losses of a costly campaign which had added nothing save the single town of Harfleur to the possessions of the English crown. The ransoms of a host of noble captives were relied upon to replenish the exchequer, and the fearful losses of the Armagnac party, who saw half their leaders slain at Agincourt, would evidently weaken the strength of France in the remainder of the war. Henry did not cross the Channel again in the year 1416, which he spent partly in negotiations with the Duke of Burgundy, whose help he wished to secure against the Armagnacs, partly in treating with the Emperor Sigismund about the common welfare of Christendom. Sigismund was hard at work endeavoring to put an end to the Great Schism, the scandalous breach in the unity of the Church caused by the misconduct of the rival popes at Rome and Avignon. He visited England and won Henry's aid for his plans, which brought about the reunion of Christendom at the Council of Constance, a reunion under evil auspices, since it was marked by the burning of the great Bohemian teacher, John Huss, who had made the doctrines of Wycliffe popular among his Slavonic countrymen in the Far East. Moreover, it restored the unity of Christendom, but did not reform the papacy or the national churches. As this was not done, the general outbreak of religious ferment was made inevitable in a later generation. After the failure of Constance to reform the Church from within, it became necessary to reform her from without. Having come to an agreement with the Duke of Burgundy and obtained from him a promise of neutrality, Henry invaded France for the second time in the summer of 1417. He took with him an army of somewhat over 16,000 men, landed in Normandy, and began to reduce one after another all the fortresses of that province. Utterly humbled by the memory of Agincourt, the Armagnacs made no attempt to meet him in the open field. Some of the Norman towns held out gallantly enough, but they got no aid from without. At the end of the year, the whole duchy, save its capital, the city of Rouen, was in English hands. Henry then assumed the state of Duke of Normandy and put the whole land under orderly government, a boon it had not enjoyed for 20 years. He gave Norman baronies and earldoms to many of his English followers, and handed over the control of the cities to burghers of the Burgundian faction, who served the English readily enough, out of their hatred for the Armagnacs. For 30 years, Normandy was to remain English. Rouen was added to the rest of the duchy after a long siege of 6 months, in which half of the population perished by hunger. Irritated by this long resistance, Henry imposed on it the harsh terms of a ransom of 300,000 crowns, and hung Alain Blanchard, the citizen who had been the soul of the obstinate defense, January 1419. While the conquest of Normandy was in progress, the French factions had been more bitterly at strife than ever. In 1418, the Burgundian party in Paris rose against their rivals and massacred every man on whom they could lay hands, including Bernard of Armagnac himself. The control of the party of the feudal noblesse then passed into the hands of the young Dauphin, Charles, the heir of France. The fall of Rouen, however, frightened John of Burgundy, and unwilling that France should fall wholly into the power of his ally, King Henry, he made proposals for a reconciliation with the Dauphin and his Armagnac followers. The treacherous young prince accepted the overtures with apparent cordiality, and invited Duke John to meet him on the bridge of Montereau to settle terms of peace. But when Burgundy came to the conference, he was deliberately slain by the Armagnac captains in the presence and with the consent of the Dauphin. August 1419. The murder of Montereau was destined to make Henry master of France. When Philip of Burgundy, the son of Duke John, heard of his father's death, he vowed unending war against the Dauphin and his faction, and took the field to help the English to complete the conquest of France. Nor was Philip of Burgundy the only helper that Henry secured. The Queen of France, Isabella of Bavaria, bitterly hated her son, the Dauphin, and was glad to do him an evil turn. She proposed that Charles should be disinherited, and that the crown should pass with her favorite daughter, Catherine, to the hands of the English king. So at Troyes in Champagne, Henry, Philip of Burgundy, and Queen Isabella concluded a formal treaty by which Henry received Catherine to wife and was to succeed to the French throne on the death of his father-in-law, the old King Charles VI, who lingered on in complete imbecility. June 2, 1420. The Treaty of Troyes put Paris and the greater part of northern France into Henry's hands. Casting national feeling aside in their bitter partisan spirit, the Burgundian faction everywhere accepted the King of England as the lawful regent and governor of France. South of the Loire, the Dauphin and his Armagnac friends still held their own, but north of it they only possessed scattered fortresses dotted about in Picardy, the Île-de-France, and Champagne, from Boulogne in the north to Orléans in the south. After taking formal possession of Paris and holding a great meeting of the estates of the French realm at Rouen, Henry returned in triumph to England with his young wife. He had reached a pitch of success in war such as no English king had ever attained before, and the nation, blinded by the personal merits of its king and gorged with the plunder of France, forgave him all his faults. The waste of life and money, the never-ending persecution of the Lollards, the precarious tenure of the conquests in France, due in sober truth merely to the aid of the Burgundian faction, were all forgotten. Henry had not long been in England when bad news crossed the Channel after him. He had left his brother Thomas, Duke of Clarence, with a small army to hold Maine against the Dauphin's adherents. But the Armagnac bands had lately been strengthened by succours from Scotland under the Earl of Buchan, the son of the regent Albany. For although the King of Scots had been a prisoner in English hands for 10 years and more, his subjects and his uncle, the regent, were not thereby constrained to keep the peace with England. Pushing forward rashly to attack the Scots and Armagnacs, Clarence was routed and slain at Beaugé, 1421. The enemy at once overran Maine and began to infest the borders of Normandy. This compelled the king to cross once more over the sea in order to repair his brother's disastrous defeat. In a campaign extending from the summer of 1421 to that of the following year, he cleared the Dauphin's army out of their foothold north of the Loire, and then proceeded to starve out, one by one, their isolated strongholds in the north of France, the chief of which were Dreux and Meaux. It was during the siege of Meaux, which continued all the winter of 1421 and spring of 1422, that Henry's health began to give dangerous signs of breaking up. He had been campaigning from his boyhood, and had never hitherto shown any weakness of constitution. But the winter colds of 1421-22, or the camp fever bred in the trenches during the long siege of Meaux, had brought him very low. He was carried back toward Paris in a desperate state of weakness from ague and dysentery. Soon after, to the horror and dismay of the English, and their French partisans. He died at the castle of Vincennes on August 31, 1422, before he had attained his 35th year. End of section 30. Section 31 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 17, The Loss of France, 1422 to 1453, Part 1. England had never yet seen a sovereign of such tender age as the infant king who succeeded to the heritage of Henry V. It was under the rule of a child of less than 12 months old that the long and wearisome French war had to be continued. Yet, at first, the prospects of the reign did not look very dark. The struggle in France was not going ill, and seldom had any orphan had so zealous and capable a guardian by his cradle as John of Bedford, the little king's eldest uncle. He had, moreover, no domestic intrigues to fear. Edmund, Earl of March, the legitimate heir of Richard II, was the most unenterprising and loyal of men, and never gave any trouble. On his deathbed, Henry V had not appointed his eldest and most capable brother, John of Bedford, to be the regent of England, as might have been expected. His ruling passion was strong in death, and he thought above all things of the maintenance of English ascendancy in France. Therefore, he named Duke John to take charge of the government of that country. As regent of England, he designated his younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, a man of far less worth and weight. The Parliament, however, held that the king could not dispose of the regency by will, and though they named Gloucester Protector, placed many limitations on his power. Unfortunately, they could not remedy his reckless and flighty disposition. During the whole of the long minority of Henry VI, the varying fortunes of the French war were almost the only topic that stirred the interest of the nation. The internal history of England is well nigh a blank. No period since the conquest is left so bare by the chroniclers, who seem to have no eyes or ears for anything save the fate of our armies across the Channel. The quarrels of Duke Humphrey with his colleagues in the Regency are the only other topic on which they touch. The council carried out the policy of the late king so far as any body of statesmen of average ability can continue the work of a single man of high military and political genius. They strained every nerve to keep up the war in France and subordinated every other end to that purpose. Their wisest act was the release of the young King of Scots after 17 years of captivity. Seeing that his kinsman Albany was helping the French, they set James I free and sent him home. He married, ere he departed, Joan of Beaufort, daughter of the Earl of Somerset and granddaughter of John of Gaunt, a lady for whom he had formed a romantic attachment in the days of his captivity. By her influence, it was hoped that he would be kept firm in the English alliance. In some degree, this hope was fulfilled. James promptly slew his cousins of Albany and devoted himself to pacifying and bringing back into order the country from which he had been so long exiled. We must now turn to the aspect of affairs beyond the Channel, the subject which seemed all important to the English nation at this time. The old mad King of France had died only 2 months after his son-in-law, Henry V, October 1422. Bedford had, therefore, to proclaim his little nephew as king at Paris, and to rule in his name, no longer in that of the unhappy Charles VI. The Dauphin also assumed the title King of France, and was acknowledged as monarch in all the lands south of the Loire. But he was an indolent and apathetic young man, governed entirely by his favorites, and wholly unskilled in and averse to military enterprises. He did so little for himself, and seemed so contented with his unsatisfactory position, that men called him in scorn the King of Bourges, his residence for the time, rather than the King of France. There still appeared to be some chance that the English might maintain themselves in possession of northern France, but this hope rested entirely on the firm and continued fidelity of the Burgundian party to their English allies. It was only by their help that success could be won. For 10,000 or 15,000 English scattered from Calais to Bordeaux could not hold down a hostile France. For some time the Duke of Burgundy aided Bedford, and the Burgundian citizens in each town maintained their loyalty to King Henry. Bedford's regency commenced with 2 victories at Crevant, July 1423, and Verneuil, August 1424, which so tamed the Dauphin's partisans that the English were able to work slowly west and south, subduing the land. More would have been done but for the sudden risk of a breach with Burgundy, caused by the reckless selfishness of the Duke of Gloucester. Tired of long bickerings with his uncle, Bishop Beaufort of Winchester, and the other members of the Council of Regency, Humphrey had decided to go off on an enterprise of his own. There was at this moment a distressed princess in the Netherlands, Jacqueline, Duchess of Holland and Countess of Hainault. She had married Philip of Burgundy's cousin, the Duke of Brabant, a stupid debauchee who treated her very ill. Escaping from his court, she fled to London and offered herself and her lands to Duke Humphrey if he would take her under his protection. Of course, a divorce from her husband had first to be procured, but the Pope refused to grant it. In spite of this trifling difficulty, Gloucester performed a ceremony of marriage with Jacqueline, though both of them were well aware that it was a rank case of bigamy. They then crossed the continent to take possession of her dominions, which were held by her husband, John of Brabant. This, of course, meant war, and not only war with Brabant, but with Burgundy also, for Duke Philip was the close ally of Duke John and had no wish to see Gloucester established in his neighborhood as ruler of Hainault and Holland. Both Bedford and the English Council of Regency completely disavowed Gloucester's doings, but it was hard to persuade Burgundy that England had not determined to break with him. If Gloucester had been successful, there is no doubt that Burgundy would have joined the French and driven the English out of France. But fortunately for Bedford, his brother proved singularly unlucky in Hainault. Seeing himself outnumbered and surrounded by the Brabanters and the Burgundians, Humphrey left his quasi-wife in the lurch and fled back to England. The bigamous Duchess fell into the hands of her enemies and was placed in confinement. Gloucester took the news with equanimity and consoled himself by marrying Eleanor Cobham, a lady of damaged reputation, whom he had known long before. Owing to Gloucester's failure in Hainault, the breach between England and Burgundy did not widen into open disruption, but Duke Philip never again supported his allies with as much vigor as in the early days of the war. It was not until 1428 that the English felt strong enough to make a fresh advance against the lands beyond the Loire. In that year, the regent Bedford succeeded in equipping a small army of 5,000 or 6,000 men, half English, half French partisans of England. Placing them under Thomas Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, one of the best captains who had served Henry V, he sent them southward. Salisbury at first aimed at taking Angers, but turned aside to besiege Orléans, the key of the central valley of the Loire, and the one place of importance beyond that river which the French still held. On the 7th of October, 1428, he took post in front of it and built strong redoubts facing each of its gates, for he had not a large enough army to surround so great a city. Thus Orléans was blockaded rather than besieged, since it was always possible for the French to get in and out in small parties between the fortified positions of the English. Orléans held out long and stubbornly, and while its siege still dragged on, a new factor was suddenly introduced into the struggle. The widespread misery and devastation caused by 13 years of uninterrupted war had moved the hearts of the French to despair. The people lay inert and passive, hating the English, but caring little for the despicable Charles and his Armagnac court at Bourges. It was left for a simple peasant girl to turn this apathy into energy and to send forth the whole people of France on a wild crusade against the invader. Jeanne d'Arc was the daughter of a villager of Domremy on the borders of Champagne. She was from her youth a girl of a mystic, visionary piety, who believed herself to be visited by dreams and visions from on high, which guided her in all the actions of her life. At the age of 18, her voices, as she called them, began to give her the strange command to go forth and deliver France from the English, whose arrogance and cruelty had moved the wrath of heaven. Jeanne doubted the meaning of these hard sayings, but in repeated visions she thought that she saw Saint Michael and Saint Catherine appear to her, and bid her go to the Dauphin, Charles, and cause him to place her at the head of his armies. She resolved to obey their behests, and took herself to Chinon, where she presented herself before the prince. Charles at first treated her slightingly, and his courtiers and captains laughed her to scorn. But she vehemently insisted on the importance of her mission, and at last made some impression on the Dauphin's weak and wavering mind. Apparently, she revealed to him a secret known to himself alone by some sort of clairvoyance. Charles resolved to give her mission a trial, and his captains agreed that perchance the company of an inspired prophetess might put heart into their dispirited troops. Jeanne's voices bade her clothe herself in knightly armor, display a white banner before her, and ride at the head of the Dauphin's men to the relief of Orléans. They promised her complete success in the enterprise, and prophesied that she should lead the prince in triumph to Reims, and there crown him King of France. In April 1429, Jeanne entered Orléans with a convoy of food and a small troop of men-at-arms. The townsmen needed her encouragement, but their English foes outside were also in evil case. The task was too great for the little army of the besiegers, who had already lost many men and had seen their leader, Thomas of Salisbury, slain by a cannon shot as he was reconnoitering the walls. The Earl of Suffolk, who succeeded him, still held his ring of fortified posts round the city on both sides of the Loire, but was quite unable to prevent food and reinforcements from entering it. Nevertheless, the men of Orléans sorely needed the aid that Jeanne brought, for the Dauphin seemed to have abandoned them, and they had begun to despair. The success of Jeanne's mission was settled from the moment when the burghers of Orléans hailed her as a deliverer and placed themselves at her disposal. If they had doubted and sneered like the Dauphin's courtiers at Chinon, she could have done nothing. But the moment that she was within the walls, she made the garrison arm and sally forth to attack the English redoubts that ringed them in. Her first effort was crowned with success. A sudden assault carried the nearest fort before succor could reach it from Suffolk's camp. The men of Orléans cried that Jeanne was indeed a prophetess and a deliverer sent by God, and henceforth followed her with a blind devotion which nothing could turn back or repel. It was in vain that the mercenary captains of the Dauphin's host endeavored to moderate the reckless vigor of Jeanne's movements. After her first success, she bade the garrison go on and conquer, and on 4 continuous days of fighting led them against the entrenchments of the English. One after another they fell, for the French were now fighting with a force and fury which nothing could resist. Before that day, says the chronicler. 200 English would drive 500 French before them. But now 200 French would beat and chase 400 English. The invaders came to dread the approach of Jeanne's white standard with a superstitious fear. They declared that she was a witch and that the powers of hell fought behind her. At last, Suffolk was fain to burn his camp and to withdraw northwards with the remnant of his host. But the disasters of the English were not yet ended. Jeanne had no intention of allowing them to remain unmolested. The troops who had already fought under her were ready to follow her anywhere, and the peasants and burghers all over France were beginning to take up arms, now that the Lord had shown himself on the side of the Dauphin. With a host largely increased by fresh levies, Jeanne went to seek the English and caught them up at Patay. There she charged them suddenly, before the archers had even time to fix their stakes, and destroyed almost the whole force, taking captive Lord Talbot, its commander. Jeanne now bade the Dauphin come forth from his seclusion and follow her to Reims, the old crowning place of the French kings. He obeyed and brought a great host with him. At the approach of the Maid of Orleans, as Jeanne was now styled, fortress after fortress in Champagne yielded. The regent Bedford was too weak in men to quit Paris, and so Jeanne was able to fulfill her promise by leading Charles to Reims, and there witnessing his coronation, July 17, 1429. She then declared that her mission was ended, and asked to be allowed to return home to her father's house. But Charles would not suffer it, because of the enormous advantage that her presence gave to the French arms. She then bade him strike at Paris, the heart of the English possessions in France. For the first time in her career, she failed. The Burgundian citizens manned their walls too well and served their faction rather than their country. Jeanne was wounded in a fruitless assault on the city and had to withdraw. But her campaign was not fruitless. Soissons, Laon, Beauvais, Senlis, Compiègne, Troyes, and well nigh the whole of the Ile-de-France and Champagne were recovered from the English. The land which Bedford ruled as regent was now reduced to a triangular patch with the sea at its base and Paris as its apex, and included little more than Normandy, Picardy, and Maine. In spite of her failure at Paris, the prestige of the Maid of Orleans was still unbroken. She went on winning place after place for King Charles, though he supported her very grudgingly, and left her to depend on the enthusiasm of the people rather than the royal arm. But her career came suddenly to an end while endeavoring to relieve Compiègne, then besieged by a Burgundian army. She was unhorsed in a skirmish and fell into the hands of the enemy. Philip of Burgundy would not slay the maid himself, but he meanly sold her for 10,000 crowns to the English, though he knew that Bedford regarded her as a witch and was resolved to punish her as such. The cruel tragedy which followed will always leave a deep stain on the character of the regent, who in all other matters showed himself a just and righteous man. Jeanne was kept for many months in prison, subjected to cruel and ribald treatment, and examined again and again by bigoted ecclesiastics who were determined to prove her a witch. She constantly withstood them with a firm piety which moved their wrath, maintaining her visions and voices were from God, that all her acts had been done with his aid. After much quibbling, cross-examination, and persecution, a tribunal of French clergy, headed by the Bishop of Beauvais, pronounced her a sorceress and heretic, and handed her over to the secular arm for execution. The English, therefore, burnt her alive in the marketplace of Rouen, May 1431. Her callous master, Charles VII, made no attempt to save her, and seems to have viewed her fate with complete indifference. Though Jeanne had met a martyr's death, her cause continued to prosper. The spell of the invincibility of the English had been broken, and with their inferior numbers they could no longer resist the French assaults, in which nobles, burghers, and peasants now all united with a single heart. It was in vain that Bedford brought over the little 10-year-old Henry VI from England and crowned him at Paris, 1431. The ceremony was attended by hardly a single Frenchman. Even the Burgundian faction in the capital were beginning to doubt and draw apart from their old allies. End of section 31, chapter 17, part 1. Section 32 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 17, The Loss of France, Part 2. Meanwhile, in England, the continued ill success of the war was leading to the growth of a peace party, at whose head was Henry Beaufort, the Bishop of Winchester, who had lately become a cardinal. That Beaufort supported any scheme was sufficient reason for Gloucester to oppose it, and Humphrey made himself the mouthpiece of those who pleaded for perpetual war. The cardinal and the duke quarrelled in and out of Parliament. Their followers were always brawling, and the action of the Council of Regency grew weak and divided. At last Beaufort prevailed on the council to submit proposals of peace to the French court. At Arras, the ambassadors of Henry VI, Charles VII, and Philip of Burgundy met and strove to come to terms, 1435. But the English insisted on claiming the pompous style of King of France for their young master, and on retaining Paris and all the north for him. The French were only ready to grant Normandy and Guyenne, and insisted on the renunciation of Henry's French title. It cannot be doubted that these terms were quite reasonable, but they were rejected with the most disastrous results. Philip of Burgundy was now tired of the struggle, and thought that he had sufficiently revenged his father's murder by 15 years of war with the murderer. On the ground that the English had rejected fair conditions of peace, he broke off his alliance with them and made terms with Charles of France. He got Picardy and the counties of Mâcon and Auxerre as the price of his change of allegiance. Just as the Congress of Arras was breaking up, John of Bedford died, worn out before his time by his 14 years of toilsome government in France. The breach with the Duke of Burgundy and the death of Bedford had the results that might have been expected. With one common accord, the last French partisans of England threw off their allegiance to Henry VI. Paris itself opened its gates to the troops of Charles VII, and the English had soon to stand on the defensive in Normandy and Maine, their last foothold in northern France. 1437. Nothing is more astonishing than the obstinate way in which the English government clung to the last remnants of the conquests of Henry V. By desperate and unremitting exertions, the war was kept up in Normandy for no less than 12 years after Paris fell, 1437 to 49. The heroes of this struggle were the veteran Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, and the young Richard, Duke of York, who had just begun to come to the front. This prince was the son of that Richard, Earl of Cambridge, who had paid with his life for his attempt to overturn Henry V. He was Duke of York as successor to his uncle Edmund, who fell at Agincourt, and Earl of March in right of his mother, the sister of the childless Edmund Mortimer, the last male of his house. York was governor in Normandy during the most important years of the struggle for the retention of the duchy, and gained much credit for repeatedly driving back the invasions which the French launched against it. He grew intoxicated with success and made himself a prominent supporter of the unwise war policy which Humphrey of Gloucester continued to advocate. Meanwhile, Cardinal Beaufort and the party which opposed Duke Humphrey, its chief members were Beaufort's nephews, John and Edmund, successively Earls of Somerset, and William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, were always watching for an opportunity of concluding a peace with France. Whenever they took negotiations in hand, they were denounced by Gloucester as the hirelings of Charles VII. But they persisted in their purpose. In 1444, they thought they had achieved it, for the French king, wearied by constant repulses in Normandy, consented to make a truce for 2 years and to treat for a definite peace. He signed the compact at Tours and ratified it by giving the hand of his kinswoman Margaret of Anjou to the young king Henry VI. In consideration of the treaty, the English were to surrender Maine and its fortresses, while retaining Normandy entire. Gloucester and Richard of York saluted this wise marriage and treaty with loud cries of wrath. They said that the Earl of Suffolk, who negotiated it, must have been sold to France, and spoke of the surrender of the fortresses of Maine as treason to the English crown. The greater part of the nation believed them to be right, for Humphrey and Richard were both popular with the masses, and it soon became a matter of faith that the Beauforts and Suffolk had betrayed their young master. A strong king might have crushed this unwise opposition to peace, but Henry VI, who had now reached his majority, was anything but a strong king. He was frail and feeble, both in body and mind, a simple soul, much given to exercises of piety and to quiet study. He always sought some stronger arm on which to lean, and when he had chosen his friends, wisely or unwisely, he clung to them with the obstinacy that so often accompanies weakness. Worst of all, he had inherited a taint of madness from his grandfather, the insane Charles VI of France, and from time to time his brain was clouded by fits of apathetic melancholy. Henry had learned to trust his great-uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, and his minister Suffolk. He would never listen to any accusation against them. His views were shared by the fiery young queen, who soon began to rule him by dint of her stronger will. The truce of Tours lasted for some 3 years. During this space, the factions in England grew fiercer than ever, and in 1447 came to a head. At a parliament at Bury St. Edmunds, Gloucester was suddenly arrested by the order of Suffolk and the Queen, and charged with treason. He died within a few days, probably from an apoplectic seizure, and not from any foul play. But it was natural that the rumor should get abroad that Suffolk had secretly murdered him. Gloucester was only outlived for a few weeks by his lifelong rival, the old Cardinal Beaufort. Their deaths cleared the way for the rise of new men. The Cardinal's place at the head of the peace party was taken by Suffolk and Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset. Men of far lower stamp than the old churchman, who, though proud and worldly, had always done his best to serve England. Suffolk and Somerset were busy, self-important, self-seeking men, and coveted power and office for their own private ends. The Duke of York, who succeeded to Duke Humphrey's position, was a far more capable man, but he was committed to the hopelessly unpractical program of perpetual war with France. His position, too, was rendered difficult by the fact that Duke Humphrey's death had made him next heir to the throne after the feeble young king, for there was now no other male of the House of Lancaster surviving. The Queen, Suffolk, and Somerset began to look on him with suspicion, and he had to walk warily lest charges of treason should be brought against him, as they had been against his cousin of Gloucester. Meanwhile, he was fain to accept the position of Lord Deputy of Ireland, which kept him out of harm's way. In 1449, the truce with France which had accompanied the king's marriage was broken by the gross fault of his minister Suffolk. Some of the Norman garrisons were left so long unpaid that they broke into mutiny, crossed the border, and sacked the rich Breton town of Fougères. Failing to get satisfaction from Suffolk for this outrage, Charles VII declared war. Normandy was now in the charge of Somerset, a man of very different caliber from Richard of York, who had held it against such odds in the days before the Truce of Tours. The French, on invading the duchy, swept the English before them with an ease that astonished even themselves. The peasants and townsfolk rose against their masters on every side, and gave the invaders their best help. Town after town fell. Rouen, the capital of the duchy, was betrayed by traitors within the gates, and the unhappy Somerset had to fall back on Caen. That town, with Cherbourg and Harfleur, was soon all that remained to the English on Norman soil. This terrible news stirred up great wrath and indignation in England against Suffolk and Somerset. An army was hastily got ready at Portsmouth and sent over to Cherbourg, with orders to join Somerset at Caen. But the French threw themselves between and forced the army of succor to give them battle at Formigny. At this disastrous fight, well nigh the whole English force was destroyed, overwhelmed by an attack from the rear, at a moment when it was already engaged with a superior French army in front. Only its general, Sir Thomas Kyriel, and 400 men were granted quarter, while no less than 3,000 were slain. April 1450. This disaster settled the fate of Normandy. Somerset was compelled to surrender Caen, and returned covered with ignominy to England. The other garrisons yielded one after another, and nothing remained at all of the mighty conquests of Henry V in northern France. Even before Formigny had been fought, or Caen had fallen, grave troubles had broken out in England. Suffolk had always been unpopular ever since he gave up Maine and signed the Truce of Tours. The news of the loss of Rouen and the other Norman towns sufficed to ruin him. In spite of the king's continued assurance of his confidence in his minister, the House of Commons began to send up petitions against Suffolk, accusing him not only of losing Maine and Normandy, but of having sold himself for bribes to the King of France. Seditious riots in Kent and London gave point to the Commons' accusation. Cowed by such signs of danger, the feeble king removed Suffolk from office. The Commons then formally passed a bill of attainder against him for treasonable misconduct of the king's affairs during the last 5 years. But Henry would not allow his trusted servant to be harmed, gave him a formal pardon, and bade him go beyond seas till the trouble should blow over. Suffolk sailed for Calais, but in the Dover Straits his vessel was beset and captured by some London ships which had been lying in wait for him. He was caught and beheaded after a mock trial, and his body was cast ashore on the Dover sands. The guilty parties in this extraordinary crime were never traced or convicted. The death of Suffolk did not imply the removal of Suffolk's friends from office. The king kept his ministry unchanged, a piece of obstinacy which provoked a fresh outburst of popular indignation. In June 1450 occurred the great political insurrection known as Jack Cade's Rebellion. John Aylmer, or Cade, was a soldier of fortune who had served under the Duke of York in France and Ireland. He gave out that he was akin to the House of Mortimer, and that he was acting by the consent of his cousin, Duke Richard. His program was the removal and punishment of the king's ministers, and the restoration of strong government and even-handed justice. His rising, in short, was political in its objects, and did not aim at redressing social evils only, like that of Wat Tyler. Possibly Richard of York may have had some hand in the business, but we have no actual proof that he egged Cade on. All Kent and Sussex rose to join Cade, who advanced to Blackheath and boldly sent in his demands to the king. Many of the Londoners favoured him, and the gates of the city opened at his approach. For a moment he was in possession of the capital. Smiting the London stone with his drawn sword, he cried, "Now is Mortimer Lord of London." He exercised his lordship by seizing and beheading Lord Say, the treasurer, and Cromere, sheriff of Kent, two friends of Suffolk. He would have done the same with others of the king's servants if he could have caught them. But this violence and the plundering of houses and shops by his disorderly followers provoked the citizens, who closed the gates and came to blows with the rebels. The king brought up armed retainers to help the Londoners, and after a space Cade's men dispersed on the promise of a royal pardon. Their leader, however, refused to take advantage of the amnesty, fled to the woods, and was tracked down and slain a few weeks later. His rising had failed, mainly because he was a mere adventurer and could not keep his followers in order. But hardly had Cade fallen when the Duke of York, whose name he had been using so freely, suddenly came over in person from Ireland to put himself at the head of the opposition. His first demand was a change of ministry, and especially the dismissal of Somerset, who had now returned from Normandy, and had been placed at the head of the king's council, as if he had come back covered with glory instead of with dishonor. But Henry and his queen were set on keeping their cousin of Beaufort in power, and York had for the time to hold back lest he should be accused of open treason. His opportunity of speaking with effect was not long in coming. In 1451, the French attacked Guyenne, the last province over sea where the English banner was still displayed. The loyal Gascons made a stout defense, but the king and Somerset sent them no aid, and Bordeaux was finally compelled to surrender. The loss of Guyenne added the last straw to the burden of Somerset's misdeeds. York, aided by several other peers, took up arms to compel the king to send away his shiftless minister. Henry called out an army and faced York in Kent, but both were unwilling to strike the first blow, and on receiving a promise that Somerset would be dismissed and tried before his peers, the Duke sent his men home. The king, however, with a want of faith that he rarely displayed, refused to put Somerset on trial and retained him as his minister. He endeavored to distract the attention of the nation from his favorite's misdoings by proposing that a vigorous attempt should be made to recover Guienne. The Gascons hated the French conqueror and had sent secret messages to London offering to rise if assured of English aid. No one could refuse their appeal, and with the consent of all parties, a new army was enrolled for the recovery of Bordeaux. It was given to the charge of Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, the last survivor of the old captains of Henry V. The gallant veteran landed near Bordeaux with 5,000 men, retook the city by the aid of its citizens, and overran the neighboring districts. But fortune had definitely turned against England. In the next year, he was slain and his army cut to pieces at the bloody Battle of Castillon, July 1453. Bordeaux held out for 3 months more, but was forced to yield to starvation before the year was out. Thus was lost the last remnant of the great inheritance of Eleanor of Aquitaine, after it had remained just 300 years in the hands of the Plantagenets, 1154 to 1453. England now retained none of her old possessions beyond sea, save Calais and the Channel Islands, a strange surviving fragment of the Duchy of Normandy. The House of Lancaster and the English nation had sinned in company when they embarked so eagerly in 1415 on the wanton invasion of France. They had already paid for their crime by the lavish expenditure of life and treasure on foreign battlefields. They were now to incur the worse penalty of a savage and murderous civil war. End of section 32, chapter 17, part 2.
Section 33 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 18. The Wars of the Roses, 1454 to 1471. Part 1. In medieval England, there was but one way of getting rid of political grievances which the king refused to redress: the old method of armed force, the means which we have seen used in the cases of Gaveston, the Despensers, and the favourites of Richard II. Henry VI was not idle and vicious like Edward II, nor did he yearn for autocratic power like the second Richard. He was merely a simple, feeble, well-intentioned young man who always required some prop to lean upon, who chose his servants unwisely and adhered to them obstinately. A wise king would have dismissed Somerset after the disasters in Normandy and Guienne, and taken a more profitable helper in the hard task of governing England. York was the obvious man to choose. He was an able general, and the first prince of the blood. But Henry distrusted York, and Henry's young queen viewed him with keen and unconcealed dislike. The thought that, if any harm should come to her husband, Duke Richard must succeed him, filled Margaret of Anjou with wrath and bitterness. There are no signs that York yet entertained any disloyal designs on the throne, but he undoubtedly knew that, as the heir of the House of Mortimer, he owned a better hereditary claim to the throne than any member of the line of Lancaster. He was contented, however, to bide his time and wait for the succession of the childless king. Meanwhile, he took care to keep his party together, and steadfastly persevered in his very justifiable desire to evict the incapable Somerset from office. But it was the misfortune of England that Somerset was not friendless and unsupported, as Gaveston or the Despensers had been. He was the chief of a considerable family combination among the nobility, who were ready to aid him in keeping his place. There were, too, many others who disapproved of him personally, but were prepared to support him, some out of sheer loyalty to King Henry, some because they had old personal or family grudges against York or York's chief friends and supporters. The chief misfortunes of the unhappy time that was now to set in had their source in the swollen importance of the great noble houses, and the bitterness of their feuds with each other. For the last 100 years, the landed wealth of England had been concentrating into fewer and fewer hands. The House of Lords contained less than a third of the numbers that it had shown in the days of Edward I. The greater peers had piled up such vast masses of estates that they were growing to be each a little king in his own district. The weak government of Henry VI had allowed their insolence to come to a head, and for the last 20 years private wars between them had been growing more and more frequent. They found the tools of their turbulence in the hordes of disbanded soldiers sent home from France, who knew no other trade but fighting, and would sell themselves to be the household bullies of the highest bidder. England was already honeycombed with family feuds, now ready to burst out into open violence. If we examine the lists of the supporters of York and Somerset, we find that to a very large extent the politics of the English magnates were personal and not national. With York were linked a great group of peers who were allied to him by blood. The chief of them were the younger branch of the Nevilles, represented by the 2 Earls of Salisbury and Warwick, a father and son who had each made his fortune by marrying the heiress of a great earldom. The Nevilles of the elder line, represented by the head of the house, the Earl of Westmoreland, had always been at feud with their cousins of the younger stock, and, since they were strong Lancastrians, the younger branch would probably have favoured York in any case. But their adhesion to him was rendered certain by the fact that Duke Richard had married Salisbury's sister. Another sister of the Earls was wedded to the next greatest supporter of York, John Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. He was a nephew of that Mowbray whom Henry IV had beheaded in 1405, in company with Archbishop Scrope, and so had his private grudge against the House of Lancaster. Among the other chiefs of the Yorkist party, we can trace in almost every instance an old feud or a family alliance which seems to have determined their policy. It was the same with the party that stood by the King and Somerset. It comprised, first of all, the houses which were allied in blood to the Lancastrian line, the King's cousins, the Beauforts, the legitimised descendants of John of Gaunt, and his half-brothers, Edmund and Jasper Tudor, Earls of Richmond and Pembroke. Footnote: the sons of Catherine of France, the widow of Henry V, by her second marriage with a Welsh knight named Owen Tudor. End of footnote. After them came the Percys of Northumberland, the Westmoreland Nevilles, and the Staffords of Buckingham, the 3 houses which had been prominent in aiding the usurpation of Henry IV. The Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland were certainly confirmed in their loyalty to the king by their bitter quarrel with their kinsmen, the younger Nevilles, the strongest supporters of York. But the Wars of the Roses, as historians have chosen to name them, from the white rose which was the badge of York, and the red rose which was assumed long after as the emblem of Lancaster, were much more than a faction fight between two rival coteries of peers. At the first, they were the attempt of the majority of the English nation to oust an unpopular minister from power by force of arms. There is no doubt that the greater part of England sided with York in this endeavour. The citizens and freeholders of London, Kent, the South, and the Midlands, where lay all the wealth and political energy of the nation, were strongly Yorkist. Henry, on the other hand, got his support from a group of great nobles who controlled the wild west and north and the still wilder Wales. Unfortunately for the nation, the constitutional aspect of the struggle was gradually obscured by the increasing bitterness of family blood feuds. Quote, "Thy father slew mine, and now will I slay thee," end quote, was the cry of the Lancastrian noble to the enemy who asked for quarter, and it expresses well enough the whole aspect of the later years of the struggle. The war commenced with an attempt to set right by force the government of the realm, but it ended as a mere series of bloody reprisals for slain kinsfolk. It left England in a far worse state, from the political and constitutional point of view, than it had known since the days of John. It began with the comparatively small affliction of a weak, well-intentioned king who persisted in retaining an unpopular minister in power. It ended by leaving the realm in the hands of an arbitrary, self-willed king who ruled autocratically for himself, with no desire or intention of consulting the nation's wishes as to how it should be governed. We might place the beginning of the Wars of the Roses at the moment of Cade's insurrection, but it was not till 5 years later that the struggle broke out in its bitterest form. Strangely enough, the commencement of the strife was preceded by a time in which it seemed almost certain that the troubles of the realm would blow over. In 1453, the king went mad. The peers and commons unanimously called upon York, as the first prince of the blood, to take up the place of protector of the realm. He did so to the general satisfaction of the nation, cast Somerset into the Tower, and replaced the old ministers by more capable men. But just as all seemed settled, and York's ultimate succession to the crown appeared inevitable, the whole aspect of affairs was altered by the Queen giving birth to a son, after 9 years of unfruitful wedlock. This completely cut away York's prospect of succession, but he accepted the situation with loyalty, and swore allegiance to the infant Prince of Wales. But after 18 months, Henry VI suddenly and unexpectedly recovered his sanity. At once, at Queen Margaret's behest, he dismissed York and his friends from office, and drew Somerset out of the Tower to make him minister once more. This action drove Duke Richard to sudden violence. He hastily gathered his retainers from the Welsh marches, called his kinsmen the 2 Neville Earls to his aid, and marched on London. Somerset and the king had only the time to collect a few of their friends when York came upon them at St. Albans. He laid before the king his ultimatum, requiring that Somerset should be given up to be tried and, when it was rejected, attacked the town in which the royal troops had barricaded themselves. After a short skirmish, the young Earl of Warwick, Richard Neville, burst his way into the streets and won the day for his uncle Duke Richard. The king was taken prisoner, while Somerset, the cause of all the trouble, was slain in the fray with several other lords of his party. May 1455. The first Battle of St. Albans put the control of the king's person into the hands of York, who again assumed the management of the realm. But he only kept it for less than a year. In 1456, the king asserted his constitutional power of changing his ministers and turned Duke Richard's friends out of office. As his foe, Somerset, was now dead, York was fairly contented to leave matters in the king's own control. But after the bloodshed at St. Albans, there could be no true reconciliation between the friends of the king and the friends of York. The fierce and active young Queen Margaret put herself at the head of the party which Suffolk and Somerset had formerly led. She feared for her infant son's right of succession to the throne, and was determined to crush York to make his path clear. Throughout the years 1457–8, while a precarious peace was still preserved, Margaret was journeying up and down the land, enlisting partisans in her cause, and giving them her son's badge of the White Swan to wear, in token of promised fidelity. The inevitable renewal of the war came in 1459. Its immediate cause was an attempt by some of the Queen's retainers to slay the young Earl of Warwick, York's ablest and most energetic supporter. Then Salisbury, Warwick's father, raised his Yorkshire tenants in arms. The Queen sent against them a force under Lord Audley, whom the elder Neville defeated and slew at Blawheath. After this skirmish, all England flew to arms to aid one party or the other. York, Salisbury, and Warwick met at Ludlow on the Welsh border, while the king gathered a great army at Worcester, taking the field himself with a vigour which he never before or afterwards displayed. It seems that York's adherents were moved by the vehement appeals which King Henry made to their loyalty, and cowed by the superior forces that he mustered. At the rout of Ludford, they broke up without fighting, leaving their leaders to escape as best they might. York fled to Ireland, Salisbury and Warwick to Calais, of which the younger Neville was governor. But surprising and sudden vicissitudes of fortune were the order of the day all through the Wars of the Roses. The Queen and her friends ruled harshly and unwisely after they had driven York out of the land. They assembled a parliament at Coventry, which dealt out hard measures of attainder and confiscation against all who had favoured Duke Richard. They sacked the open town of Newbury because it was supposed to favour York, and hung 7 citizens of London of the Duke's party. These cruel actions turned the heart of the nation from the king and the ruthless Queen Margaret. Hearing of this state of affairs, Warwick and Salisbury suddenly made a descent from Calais, landed at Sandwich, and pushed boldly inland. The whole of Kent rose to join them, and they were able to march on London. The Yorkist partisans within the city were so strong that they threw open the gates, and the Nevilles seized the capital. The Londoners armed in their favour, and the Yorkist lords of the south flocked in to aid them. Soon they were strong enough to strike at their enemies, whose forces were not yet concentrated. The Queen had gathered at Northampton the loyalists of the Midland counties, but her friends of the north and west were not yet arrived. Warwick, on July 10th, 1460, stormed the entrenched camp of the Lancastrians in front of Northampton, and took the king prisoner. The Queen escaped to Wales, but the greater part of the chiefs of her army were left dead on the field, for Warwick had bidden his men to spare the common folk, and slay none save knights and nobles. There fell the Duke of Buckingham, the Earl of Shrewsbury, and many other leading men of the king's party. The Duke of York had crossed from Ireland too late to take any share in the fight of Northampton, but in time to reap the fruits of his nephew's victory. He advanced to London, and there summoned a parliament. It then appeared that the vicissitudes of the last year had so embittered him that he was no longer content to act as regent for Henry VI. He fell back on his undisputed hereditary claim as the eldest heir of Richard II, and began to talk of deposing his cousin and assuming the crown. But his own partisans set their faces against this plan, for Henry was still personally popular, and all the blame of his misgovernment was laid on the Queen and her friends. The Earl of Warwick openly told his uncle that he must be content to be regent, and York had to accept a compromise, by which Henry VI was to retain the crown as long as he lived, but to leave it to Duke Richard on his death. The rights of the little Prince of Wales were ignored, and many of the Yorkists swore that he was a supposititious child and no true son of King Henry. But in making this arrangement, the Duke's party had reckoned without Queen Margaret, who was still free and busy. She had fled to the north, and there had gathered to her the Percys, the elder Nevilles, and the barons of the border, all staunch Lancastrians. Hearing of this muster, Duke Richard marched northward with his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, and his brother-in-law, the Earl of Salisbury. He underrated the Queen's forces and rashly engaged with them under the walls of Sandal Castle, close to Wakefield. There, overwhelmed by numbers, he and his whole army were destroyed. Burning to avenge the slaughter of Northampton, the Lancastrians refused all quarter. The Earl of Rutland, a lad of 17, fell at the knees of Lord Clifford and asked for his life. "Thy father slew mine, and now will I slay thee," answered the rough borderer, and stabbed him as he knelt. The Earl of Salisbury was captured and beheaded next day. Queen Margaret set the heads of the slain lords above the gate of York, Duke Richard's in the midst, crowned in derision with a diadem of paper. Thus perished Richard of York, a man who had always displayed great abilities, and down to the last year of his life had shown much self-control and moderation. His death was a great loss to England, as the headship of his house and his party now passed to his son, a selfish and half-hearted, though very able, young man of 18. End of section 33. Section 34 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 18. The Wars of the Roses, 1454 to 1471. Part 2. The event of the Battle of Wakefield came as a thunderclap to the Yorkists, who had hitherto despised the Queen and her northern followers. Edward, Earl of March, Duke Richard's heir, was absent in the west, where he was striving with the Lancastrians of Wales. Only Richard of Warwick was in time to reach London before the northern army approached its walls. He rallied the Yorkists of the south, and led them to St. Albans, where Queen Margaret attacked him. Again, the northerners were victorious. They rescued King Henry from his captors, and scattered Warwick's army to the winds. The rancorous Queen made her little 7-year-old son sit in judgment on the prisoners, and bade him choose the form of death by which they should each die. If Margaret had pushed on the next day, the capital would have fallen into her hands. But her gentle and kindly spouse feared that the northern moss troopers would sack and burn the city, and persuaded her to wait, in order that London might surrender in due form, and not be taken by assault. The short delay was fatal to him and his cause. While London was negotiating the terms on which it should yield, a new Yorkist army suddenly appeared on the scene. Not many days before the Second Battle of St. Albans, the young Edward of York had routed the Lancastrians of Wales at the Battle of Mortimer's Cross in Herefordshire. He had then set out to march on London. On the way he was met by Warwick, who brought the news of his own defeat, and of the Queen's approach to the capital. But learning that she had not yet entered its walls, they marched night and day and threw themselves into the city just as its gates were opening for surrender. The arrival of the heir of York and his victorious troops turned the fortune of the war. Margaret's army had, in great part, dispersed to plunder the Midlands, for the Northerners had vowed to treat every man south of the Trent as an enemy. When Duke Edward advanced, they gave way before him, and retreated towards York, wasting the country behind them on all sides. The slaughter of Wakefield and St. Albans, and more especially the ruthless execution of prisoners which had followed each battle, had driven the Yorkists to a pitch of anger which they had not felt before. There was no longer any talk of making terms with Henry VI and leaving him the crown. Warwick and the other nobles of his party besought the young duke to claim the crown as the true heir of Richard II, and to stigmatize the three Lancastrian kings as usurpers. Edward readily consented, and proclaimed himself king at Westminster on his hereditary title, and without any form of election or assent of Parliament. But the new king had to fight for his crown before he could wear it. He and Warwick pursued the Queen's army over the Trent and caught it up at Towton near Tadcaster in Yorkshire. Here was fought the greatest and fiercest of the battles of the Wars of the Roses. Both parties were present in full force. The South and Midlands had rallied round Edward IV in their wrath at the plundering of the Northumbrians. The Lancastrians of Wales and the Midlands had joined the Queen during her retreat. The chroniclers assert that the two armies together mustered nearly 100,000 men, an impossible figure, but one which vouches for the fact that Towton saw the largest hosts set against each other that ever met on an English battlefield. This desperate and bloody fight was waged on a bleak hillside during a blinding snowstorm, which half hid the combatants from each other. It lasted for a whole March day from dawn to dusk, and ended in the complete rout of the Queen's army. Thousands of the Lancastrians were crushed to death or drowned at the passing of the little river Cock, which lay behind their line of battle. There fell on the field the Earl of Northumberland, the Lords Clifford, Neville, Dacre, Wells, and Morley, all the chiefs of the Lancastrian party in the north. Courtenay, Earl of Devon, and Butler, Earl of Wilts, were captured and beheaded some time after the fight. No less than 42 men of knightly rank shared their fate, so savage were King Edward and Warwick in avenging their fathers and brothers who had died at Wakefield. Henry VI, with his wife and son, and the young Duke of Somerset, escaped from the field and fled into Scotland, where they were kindly received by the regents who ruled that land for the little King James III. The carnage in and after Towton assured the crown to the House of York. Edward IV was able to return to London and summon a parliament, which formally acknowledged him as king, recognizing his hereditary right and not going through any form of election. At his command, they attainted the whole of the leaders of the Lancastrian party, both those who had fallen at Towton and those who yet lived. Thinking his position sure, the young king then gave himself over to feasting and idleness, entrusting the completion of the war and the pacification of England to his cousin, the Earl of Warwick, whom men from this time forward called the Kingmaker, because he had twice settled the fate of England by winning the rule of the land for the House of York, at Northampton in 1460 and at Towton in 1461. Edward IV showed a strange mixture of qualities. On the battlefield he was a great commander, and in times of danger he was alert and dexterous. But when no perils were at hand, he became a reckless, heartless voluptuary, given to all manner of evil living and idle luxury, and letting affairs shift for themselves. For the first 4 years of his reign, he handed over all cares of state to his cousin of Warwick, a busy, capable man who loved work and power and strove not unsuccessfully to make himself the most popular man in England. Warwick called himself the friend of the commons, and used the vast wealth which he enjoyed as the heir of all the broad lands of the Beauchamps, Nevilles, and Montacutes, to make himself partisans all over the country. He was self-confident and ambitious in the highest degree, and thoroughly enjoyed his position of chief minister to an idle and careless master. When he was at last deprived of it, we shall see that wounded pride could lead him to intrigue and treason. The 4 years of 1461 to 64 were occupied by the final crushing out of the civil war by the strong hand of the Kingmaker. The task proved longer than might have been expected. owing to the desperate efforts which Queen Margaret made to maintain her son's cause. After Towton, nothing remained to her but some castles in Northumberland and Wales. But she bought the aid of the Scots by ceding Berwick, and obtained men and money from Louis XI, the young King of France. That astute prince thought that a weak and divided England was the best security for the safety of France, and doled out occasional help to the Queen in consideration of a promise to surrender Calais. Warwick captured all the Northumbrian strongholds of the House of Percy, Bamborough, Alnwick, and Dunstanburgh, in 1462. But the north was thoroughly disaffected to the new king, and they were twice retaken by treachery when the Queen, with her French and Scottish friends, appeared before them. In her third campaign, she was aided by a rising of all the Lancastrians who had submitted to King Edward and been pardoned by him, headed by the Duke of Somerset, the son of him who fell at St. Albans. But the two battles of Hedgeley Moor and Hexham, April to May 1464, crushed the last desperate effort of the northern Lancastrians. At the former fell Sir Ralph Percy, the last chief of the Percy clan who clung to the lost cause. At the second, the Duke of Somerset was taken and executed. Both fights were won by Lord Montague, the younger brother and lieutenant of the great Earl of Warwick. By June 1464, Warwick himself stamped out the last embers of resistance by the second capture of Bamborough, the sole surviving Lancastrian stronghold in England. The Kingmaker returned in triumph to London, and could report to his master that he had completely pacified England, and had also concluded an advantageous treaty with the Scots. He proposed to finish his work by making terms with the King of France, the last supporter of the Lancastrian cause, with whom Margaret and her young son had sought refuge. For this purpose, he advised King Edward to endeavour to ally himself with some princess among the kinswomen of Louis XI. It was from this point that the breach between Edward and his great minister began. When pressed to marry, the king announced, to the great surprise and annoyance of Warwick and the rest of his council, that he was married already. He had secretly espoused Elizabeth, daughter of Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers, a staunch Lancastrian, and widow of Sir John Grey, another Lancastrian who had fallen at St. Albans. She was some years older than Edward, and had a family by her first husband. But her beauty had captivated the susceptible young king, and he had married her in secret, in order to avoid the opposition of his family and his counsellors. When compelled to acknowledge this unwise match, Edward made the best of the matter, brought his wife to court, conferred an earldom on her father, and showered patronage upon her brothers and sisters. When Warwick ventured to remonstrate, he showed that he had no mind to be ruled any more by his too powerful cousin, and redoubled his favours to the Woodvilles. He gave his wife's sisters as brides to the greatest peers of the realm, and made her father his Lord Treasurer. This was not pique, but policy, for Edward had come to the conclusion that the Neville clan was too strong, and had resolved to surround himself by another family connection which should owe everything to his protection. 1465. For a time, an open breach between the king and the Kingmaker was delayed, and Edward's throne seemed firmly set. His position was made surer by the capture of the old King Henry VI, who was caught in Lancashire, where he had been lurking obscurely for some time. When Edward had placed him in the Tower of London, he thought that all his troubles were over. He forgot the unhealthy condition of the realm, the blood feuds that reigned in every county, and the general disorganization of society that had resulted from 6 years of civil war and from the wholesale transference of lands and property that had accompanied it. Above all, he overlooked the vast power that had fallen into the hands of the great military peers, and especially of his ambitious cousin, Warwick. In 1467, Edward put his strength to the trial by dismissing all the Kingmaker's friends from office, and by ignominiously disavowing an embassy to France on which he had sent his cousin. From sheer desire to humiliate the great Earl, he concluded an alliance with Charles the Rash, Duke of Burgundy, the deadly enemy of France, because he knew that Warwick was opposed to such a tie. He gave his sister Margaret to be the Duke's wife, and made Warwick escort her on her embarkation for Flanders. The Earl replied by setting treasonable intrigues on foot. He leagued himself with the king's younger brother, George, Duke of Clarence, Shakespeare's false, fleeting, perjured Clarence, a discontented young man of a very unamiable character. Warwick agreed to give his eldest daughter, the heiress of his vast estates, to the Duke, and they swore to compel Edward to drive away the Woodvilles and rule only under their guidance. Warwick and Clarence were completely successful in their plot. They secretly suborned a rebellion in Yorkshire under Sir John Conyers, one of Warwick's relatives, who was aided by the Neville retainers as well as by the discontented Lancastrians of the north. Conyers called himself Robin of Redesdale, and gave himself out as the champion of the poor and the redresser of grievances, much as Cade had done 15 years before. He beat the king's army at Edgecote Field near Banbury, and then Warwick and Clarence appeared upon the scene and apprehended Edward at Olney. They beheaded Earl Rivers, the father of all the Woodvilles, and Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, the king's chief confidant. After keeping Edward some months in durance, they released him, on his undertaking to govern according to their desires. 1469. But the spirit of Edward always rose in times of trouble. He cast off his sloth, and plotted against the plotters. Taking advantage of an ill-planned Lancastrian rising in Lincolnshire, he raised a great army and suddenly turned it against his disloyal brother and cousin. Warwick and Clarence were chased all across England, from Manchester to Dartmouth, and barely escaped with their lives by taking ship to France. Furious at his failure, the kingmaker resolved to sacrifice all his prejudices and predispositions to revenge. He met the exiled Queen Margaret at Angers, and proposed to her to restore Henry VI to the throne, and make an end of the ungrateful Edward. After long doubting, Margaret resolved to take his offer, though she hated him bitterly and never trusted him. To bind the alliance, Edward, Prince of Wales, the Queen's young son, was married to Anne Neville, the Earl's second daughter. Then Warwick and Margaret joined to foment a rising in England. The numerous clan of the Nevilles were prepared to follow their chief, and the surviving Lancastrians were still ready to risk themselves in a new plan of insurrection. In the autumn of 1470, Warwick and Clarence landed in Devonshire and raised the standard of the imprisoned Henry VI. Their success showed the deep roots of the Earl's popularity and the precarious nature of King Edward's power. Simultaneous risings broke out all over England, and Edward, betrayed by most of his supporters, had to take ship and fly to Flanders. Henry VI was drawn from his dungeon and was, for a few months, again King of England. But one more change of fortune was yet to come. Edward IV borrowed men and money from his brother-in-law, Charles of Burgundy, and boldly returned to England in the spring of 1471. He landed in Yorkshire, called his partisans about him, and marched on London. Edward, when his mettle was up, was a captain of no mean ability. He completely out-generalled his enemy, and got between him and the capital. The Duke of Clarence, who had been entrusted with Warwick's western forces, betrayed his father-in-law and joined his brother with the men whom he should have led to the Earl's aid. London and the person of Henry VI fell into King Edward's hands. Warwick came up too late and had to fight the Yorkists at Barnet, a few miles north of the city. There he was completely defeated and slain, losing the battle mainly by the accident of a fog, which caused two divisions of his troops to attack one another. With Warwick fell his brother Lord Montague, and most of the personal adherents on whom his power rested. But Edward was not yet secure. On the very day of Barnet, Queen Margaret landed at Portsmouth to raise the Lancastrians of the south in Warwick's aid. Hearing of his fall, she turned westward, gathering up a considerable force of adherents as she fled. But Edward rapidly pursued her, and by dint of superior pace in marching, caught her up at Tewkesbury. The Queen's army was intercepted and penned up with its back to the Severn, then destitute of a bridge. Unable to fly, the Lancastrians had to turn, and fought a desperate battle outside Tewkesbury. But King Edward never suffered a defeat in all his days. His courage and skill carried all before it, and the Queen's army was annihilated. Her young son, Edward, Prince of Wales, was slain in the pursuit, though he cried for quarter to his brother Clarence. The last Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Devon, and all the surviving Lancastrian magnates fell on the field or were beheaded next day by the victor. Queen Margaret was taken prisoner and thrown into confinement. On the death of Prince Edward, the old King Henry VI was left the only survivor of the House of Lancaster. The ruthless heir of York resolved that he too should die, and on his return to London had the feeble and saintly prince murdered by the hands of his young brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, 1471. Thus ended the Wars of the Roses, in the complete victory of York and the extinction of the line of John of Gaunt, after it had sat for 3 generations on the English throne. End of section 34. End of chapter 18. Section 35 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 19. The Fall of the House of York, 1471 to 1485, Part 1. All the males of the House of Lancaster had now fallen by the sword or the dagger. Not only the last representatives of the elder and legitimate branch which had occupied the throne, but also the whole family of the Beauforts, the descendants of the natural sons of John of Gaunt, who had been legitimised by the grant of Richard II. Even in the female line, there remained no one who showed any signs of disputing the claim of Edward IV to the throne. The only descendants of John of Gaunt's first family who survived were the kings of Spain and Portugal, who traced themselves back to John's eldest daughter, while the Beauforts were represented by Lady Margaret Beaufort, daughter of that Duke of Somerset who had died in 1444, the elder brother of the man who lost Normandy and fell at St. Albans. The Lady Margaret had married Edmund Tudor, Earl of Richmond, the half-brother of Henry VI, and by him had a single child, Henry, now Earl of Richmond by his father's decease. In Henry, the Beaufort line had its last representative, but he was but a boy of 14, and was oversea in Brittany, whither his mother had sent him for safety, while she herself had wedded, as her second spouse, Lord Stanley, a peer of strong Yorkist proclivities. Neither the distant Spaniards nor the boy Henry of Richmond were seriously thought of, even by themselves, as claimants to the English crown, and King Edward might, for the rest of his life, repose on the laurels of Tewkesbury and Barnet, and take his ease without troubling himself about further dynastic troubles. He reigned for 12 years after his restoration in 1471, and did little that was noteworthy in that time. His love of ease gradually sapped all his energy. His life grew more and more extravagant and irregular, as he sank into all the grosser forms of self-indulgence. He completely ruined a handsome person and a robust constitution, and by the age of 42 had declined into an unwieldy and bloated invalid. Edward's rule was not so bad for England as might have been expected from his very unamiable character. His second reign was comparatively free from bloodshed, if we except one dreadful crime committed on the person of his own brother. Perhaps he deserves little praise on this score, for both the Lancastrians and the partisans of Warwick had been practically exterminated by the slaughters of 1471. It is more to his credit that he bore lightly on the nation in the matter of taxation. His pockets were full of the plunder of the House of Neville and the old Lancastrian families, and, though self-indulgent, he was not a spendthrift. Indeed, he lived within his means, and seldom asked for a subsidy from Parliament. This moderation, however, does not imply that he was a constitutional sovereign. He ruled through a small clique of ministers and personal dependents, mostly members of his wife's family. He disliked parliamentary control so much that he seldom summoned a parliament at all. For one whole period of 5 years, 1478 to 82, he was rich enough to be able to refrain from calling one together. When he did want money, however, he did not shrink from raising it in the most objectionable manner, by compelling rich men to pay him forced loans, called benevolences. It is fair to add that he generally paid his debts, and only owed £13,000 when he died. On the whole, it may be said that his rule, though selfish and autocratic, was not oppressive. He gave the land peace in his later years, and any kind of quiet was an intense relief after the anarchy of the Wars of the Roses. Commerce and industry began slowly to rally, and the wealth of the land seems to have suffered less than might have been expected. The bloodshed and confiscations of the unhappy years between 1455 and 1471 had fallen almost entirely on the nobles and their military retainers, and the cities and the yeomen had fared comparatively well. England had never been left desolate like France at the end of the 100 Years' War. Edward's foreign policy was feeble and uncertain. At first, after his restoration, he intended to attack France in alliance with his brother-in-law, Charles the Rash of Burgundy, who had given him shelter and succour during his day of exile. He raised an army and crossed the Channel, talking of recovering Normandy and of asserting his right to the French crown. But Louis XI, the wily King of France, offered to buy him off, proffering him a great sum down and an annual subsidy if he would abandon the cause of Duke Charles. Edward was selfish and ungrateful enough to accept the offer with delight. He met King Louis in a formal interview at Picquigny in Picardy, and bargained to retire and remain neutral for 75,000 gold crowns paid down, and an annuity of 50,000 more so long as he lived. He also wrung a second 50,000 out of Louis as a ransom for the unfortunate Queen Margaret of Anjou, a prisoner since the day of Tewkesbury, and stipulated that the Dauphin was to be married to his eldest daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, 1475. Edward came home with money in his purse and found that the French annuity, which was punctually paid him, was most useful in enabling him to avoid having to call parliaments. His betrayal of Charles of Burgundy was deeply resented by that prince, but Edward took no heed, and the Duke was slain not long after while waging war on the Swiss and the Duke of Lorraine. 2 years after the Treaty of Picquigny occurred a tragedy which showed that Edward could still on occasion burst out into his old fits of cruelty. His brother George, Duke of Clarence, had been received back into his favour after betraying Warwick in 1471, and had been granted half the Kingmaker's estates as the portion of his wife, Isabel Neville. But Clarence presumed on his pardon, and seems to have thought that all his treachery to his brother in 1468-70 had been forgotten as well as forgiven. He was always a turbulent, unwise, and reckless young man, and provoked the king by his insolent sayings and open disobedience. Edward had twice to interfere with him, once for illegally seizing and causing to be executed a lady whom he accused of bewitching his wife Isabel, who died in childbirth, a second time for trying to wed without his brother's leave Mary of Burgundy, the heiress of Charles the Rash. When Clarence was again detected in intrigues with a foreign power, this time with Scotland, the king resolved to make an end of him. Suddenly summoning a parliament, he appeared before it, and accused his brother of treason, though he gave no clear or definite account of Clarence's misdeeds. Awed by Edward's wrath and vehemence, the two houses passed a bill declaring the Duke convicted of high treason. The king then condemned him, and cast him into the Tower, and there had him secretly slain. 1478. Edward, for the future, placed all his confidence in his youngest brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who had served him faithfully all his life, had fled with him to Flanders in 1470, and had fought gallantly at Barnet and Tewkesbury. Gloucester had always been at odds with Clarence. He had married Anne Neville, the kingmaker's younger daughter, widow of Edward, Prince of Wales, who fell at Tewkesbury. In her right he claimed half the Neville lands, but Clarence had endeavoured to keep them from him, and had only been compelled to disgorge them under the king's stringent pressure. After 1478, Gloucester acted as his brother's chief counsellor and representative, and showed himself a very capable and zealous servant. It was Gloucester who was entrusted with the conduct of a campaign against Scotland, which was undertaken in 1482, and was the last important event of Edward's reign. This was a war not at all creditable to Edward, who intrigued with the rebellious brothers of James III, and picked a quarrel with the Scots on frivolous grounds. His real object was the recovery of Berwick, which had been in Scottish hands since Queen Margaret surrendered it in the year of Towton. Gloucester took Berwick, which after being lost for 20 years, again became an English town. He also harried the Meuse and Lothian, the Scots retiring before him without a battle. Soon after they made peace, ceding Berwick and promising that their king's eldest son should marry Edward's daughter, Cecily. In the year following this treaty, the king died, worn out in early middle age by his evil living and intemperance. He left a large family, 2 sons, Edward, aged 12, and Richard, aged 9, and 5 daughters, of whom Elizabeth, the eldest, had reached her 18th year. The decease of Edward, though he was little regretted for himself, threw the nation into great fear and perplexity, for it was confronted with the dangerous problem of a minority, and no one knew who would succeed in grasping power as regent for the little King Edward V. It was almost inevitable that there should be a struggle for the post, for the late king's court had contained elements which were jealous of each other, and had only been kept from collision by Edward's personal influence. There were 2 persons to whom the regency might have fallen: the Queen Dowager, Elizabeth Woodville, and the late king's brother, Richard of Gloucester. Elizabeth's ascendancy implied that England would be ruled by her brothers and the sons of her first marriage, the Lords Rivers and Dorset, Sir John Grey and Sir Edward Woodville, all uncles or half-brothers to the little Edward V. Their rule would mean the banishment or suppression of Gloucester, with whom they were already at secret feud. In the same way, the rise of Gloucester to power would certainly mean a like fall for the Woodville clan. At the moment of his accession, the young king was in Shropshire, in charge of his uncle, Earl Rivers, a fact which put the Queen's party at a great advantage. Rivers at once proceeded to bring his little nephew toward London for his coronation, guarding him with a considerable armed force. On their way, Edward and his cavalcade were encountered at Stony Stratford by Richard of Gloucester, who had also brought with him a considerable body of retainers from his Yorkshire estates. The 2 parties met with profuse protestations of mutual friendship and esteem, but when Rivers' suspicions were lulled to sleep, Gloucester suddenly seized him, flung him into fetters, and sent him a prisoner to the north. Rivers' fate was shared by Sir Richard Grey, the little king's half-brother, and several more of their party. Gloucester then took charge of his nephew's person, and brought him up to London, where he summoned a parliament to meet. The Queen Dowager, on hearing that her brother Rivers and her son Richard Grey were cast into prison, knew that her chance of power was gone, and hastily took sanctuary at Westminster with her youngest son, the little Duke of York, and her 5 daughters. The nation was not displeased to learn that the regency would fall into the hands of Duke Richard, who was known as a good soldier and had served his brother very faithfully. It much preferred him to the Queen and her relatives, who had a bad reputation for greed and arrogance. But it soon became evident that there was something more in the air than a mere transference of the regency. Gloucester not only filled all the places about the king with his own friends, but commenced to pack London with great bodies of armed men raised on his own estates, a precaution quite unnecessary when all his enemies were crushed. He also made the Council of Regency confer gifts of money, land, and offices on a most unprecedented scale on his 2 chief confidants, Henry, Duke of Buckingham, and John, Lord Howard. They were evidently being bought for some secret purpose. Gloucester and his nephew the king had been in London more than a month, and the day of the young king's coronation was at hand, when suddenly Duke Richard showed his real intentions by a sharp and bloody stroke. On the 13th of June, the Privy Council was meeting in the Tower of London on business of no great importance, and the Duke showed himself smooth and affable, as was his wont. After a space he withdrew, but ere long returned with a changed countenance and an aspect of gloom and anger. "What shall be done," he suddenly asked, "to them that compass the destruction of me, being so near of blood to the king and protector of this realm?" He was answered by Lord Hastings, the late king's best friend, a man of great courage and experience, who had shared in the victories of Barnet and Tewkesbury, and had held the highest offices ever since. "They are worthy of death," said the unsuspicious baron, "whoever they may be." Then Gloucester burst out, "It is my brother's wife," and baring his left arm, which all men knew to be somewhat deformed since his earliest years, he cried, "Look what yonder sorceress and Shaw's wife and those who are of their council have done unto me with their witchcrafts." Hastings started at the mention of Shaw's wife, for Jane Shaw was his own mistress, and an accusation of witchcraft against her touched him nearly. "If they have done so, my lord," he faltered, "they are worthy of heinous punishment." "Answerest thou me with ifs?" replied Duke Richard. "I tell thee they have done it, and that I will prove upon thy body, thou traitor." Then he smote upon the table, and armed men, whom he had posted without, rushed into the council chamber. Richard bade them seize Hastings, Lord Stanley, the Archbishop of York, and the Bishop of Ely, all firm and loyal friends of Edward IV. Hastings was borne out to the court of the Tower and beheaded then and there. The others were placed in bonds. This sudden blow at the young king's most faithful adherents dismayed the whole city, but Gloucester hastened to give out that he had detected Hastings and his friends in a plot against his life, and, as he had hitherto been always esteemed a loyal and upright prince, his words were half believed. Richard's real object was to free himself from men whom he knew to be faithful to the young king, and unlikely to join in the dark plot which he was hatching. He next went with a great armed following to Westminster, where lay the Queen Dowager and her children. Surrounding the sanctuary with guards, and then threatening to break in if he was resisted, he sent Cardinal Bourchier, the aged Archbishop of Canterbury, to persuade Elizabeth to give up her young son, Richard of York. Half in terror, half persuaded by the smooth prelate, who pledged his word that no harm should befall the boy, the Queen placed him in Bourchier's hands. Richard at once sent him to join his brother in the Tower. June 16th. End of section 35.